Virus King Isekai, the Demon King's general will wipe out humanity to live happily with her maid. Volume 2, by Mizuki AI, translated by Larv, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 53. Full Recovery. In this world, there existed a race known as demons. No one knew for certain where or how they were born. A race with physical bodies, yet unable to bear children, their very reason for existence uncertain. Some said they were summoned creatures, conjured by summoning magic or created by life-generating magic, but no one had ever discovered or created such a spell. Possessing robust bodies, immense magical power, and long lifespans, they were a rare, yet powerful race, often hailed as the strongest. Over time, as they accumulated magic and battle experience, demons became known as greater demons. And now a greater demon was beside me, primarily serving as a hot water bottle. His name was Samarkand, a half-goat, half-humanoid demon bound to me by a blood contract, my loyal servant. His blood, said to be as hot as lava, flowed through him, and his smooth, thick black fur made him a comforting presence on these increasingly chilly autumn nights, promising a restful sleep. And with the single remaining Barghest also nestled beside me, the concentration of black fluffiness was locally high. My master, Liz-sama, has arrived. A gentle hand shook my shoulder, trying to wake me. But I wanted to sleep a little longer. 30 more minutes. As you wish. Samarkand, stop pampering master. A knock echoed through the room, followed by Liz's icy yet sweet voice from beyond the door. Wake her up, Samarkand. That's an order. I apologize, Liz-sama. Due to rank and contract, I cannot obey. While Samarkand was lower in rank than Liz, I outranked Liz. I was the Lord of Disease, a supreme commander of the Lystria Demon Kingdom's army, first in the chain of command of the 6th Army, also known as the Lord of Disease's forces. Furthermore, the blood contract was a powerful, almost curse-like bond that allowed me to compel obedience, overriding all logic and emotion. That said, I hadn't used it to force any orders yet, and we'd been like this even before he'd entered into both a blood contract and an employment contract with me. However, my esteemed master, Liz-sama, has come to wake you. Please open your eyes. The sound of the lock clicking, and Liz entered. She had permanent access to my room and the authority to unlock the magical locks. While she was my only maid, I'd entrusted her with a set of physical keys, ordinary keys, on a keyring, because a head maid should have a set of keys. Master, good morning. A dark elf with short, silver hair, dressed in a maid uniform, a red scarf around her neck. My beloved personal maid, vice commander, and occasional bodyguard assassin, Lizlet Finnis, or Liz for short. She looked dazzling, dressed impeccably in her maid uniform, her posture perfect. I resigned myself to waking up. Good morning. I stifled a yawn, covering my mouth with my hand. Did you bring Samarkand to bed with you? Yeah, it's getting cold, and you won't sleep with me. Liz sighed. Do you realize Samarkand is a greater demon? Yes, I do. There are probably fewer than 50 of them in the entire demon army, even though it's not public knowledge. I said I know. Well, if there are 50 in the main army, it makes sense that we'd have at least one in our unit, right? That's not how it works. My master, then I shall take my leave. Yeah, thanks. It has been my greatest honor to serve you. Please call upon me again whenever you require my services. Samarkand bowed gracefully and left. Liz, who had been watching him, turned to me. You didn't do anything strange, did you? Liz's eyes narrowed. No. He doesn't see me as a woman. Well, he is a demon, and you are his master. The second part is more concerning. Because you are his master, Liz, you're being harsh. I was the Lord of Disease, a 26-year-old Japanese woman who, for some reason, wasn't often seen as a woman. Well, I'd been treated as a living fuel tank before even being recognized as a human, and after that, I'd been surrounded by beastmen, demons, and a woman, so it was understandable. If I were seen as a woman, things would probably get complicated, so I had no complaints. I put on the clothes Liz had brought me. A pale green robe, layered over a dark green hooded robe. I didn't forget the 3 amulets on a cord around my neck. I left the hood down, gathering my long black hair and letting it flow over the robe. With the shoulder cloth, mask, and staff, this was the full Lord of Disease ensemble. My amulets, mask, and staff had been badly damaged about 10 days ago and had been repaired or replaced. I'd also received a shoulder injury and had been ordered to rest until today. That was probably why Liz had refused to sleep with me. Being targeted for assassination was part of the job description. It was one of the duties of the Lord of Disease, a supreme commander of the Demon King's army. But I had survived that battle without losing anything. My loyal black goat, my cute assassin, my adorable black dogs, none had suffered any permanent damage. I smoothed the hem of my robe and smiled. The Lord of Disease was back in action. I was the Lord of Disease. Species, human, objective, human extinction. Shall we go, Liz? You're only energetic when it's time to eat, aren't you, Master? Liz, I was being serious just now. Chapter 54. Rebecca's Arrival. After finishing the breakfast Liz had lovingly prepared, I sensed Samarkand moving silently to take his position behind me. He must have been waiting for the right moment. What is it? I have already reported to Liz Sama. I have received a direct order from His Majesty. From His Majesty. Our king, His Majesty the Demon King, while a respectable and generally kind superior, could also be quite demanding and prone to giving his subordinates unreasonable tasks. Opening this letter makes me nervous. I checked the magical seal and the traditional wax seal, following protocol. They knew the magical signatures of the Supreme Commanders. As I touched the letter, the magical seal released. Liz, permission to open, please. Yes. Liz retrieved a letter opener from a small pocket hidden inside her apron. She sliced through the wax seal with a graceful flourish and handed me the contents. I carefully unfolded the letter and scanned its contents. Oh, good news. Yes, we're getting reinforcements. Reinforcements, how many? I'm not sure. What? Liz frowned. I don't recognize this official format. Liz, could you read it? I'm pretty sure it says they're sending someone from the undead army, but is that right? And how many? 1, 2. Yes. But Master, you usually read official documents without any problems. I think so too. My ability to read, write, and speak the language of this world was either due to the fact that they all spoke Japanese, or because I'd been given a convenient language decryption option upon being summoned. I suspected it was the latter, but perhaps this was its limit. But even Liz, a native speaker, tilted her head in confusion. One, or perhaps. The perhaps is concerning, but I'm also not sure what you mean by one. I'm not sure either. This is rather sudden. Tomorrow, Samarkand, you should read this as well. Yes. We were almost wiped out due to lack of guards. Maybe that's why they're rushing this. Indeed, but both His Majesty and Eldritch Sama are taking a risk. She's a veteran. So it's a woman. Is she famous? Yes, Rebecca Stagnant is the chief necromancer of the undead army. A top-class necromancer. Highly accomplished, trusted, and with extensive combat experience. However, she's currently assigned to the rear, stationed at the royal castle, due to her contributions to spell refinement. Liz suddenly looked uneasy. Samarkand, do you know her? I know her name and general appearance. She's quite famous. Do you think it will be all right? Whatever my master does is right. Give me an answer that acknowledges my concerns without your blind faith in master. My master is wise and, despite appearances, adheres to the rules. She clearly distinguishes between right and wrong, and most importantly, she understands people. I don't think there will be any major problems. Do you truly believe that? Yes. Is that not Liz Sama's opinion as well? It is. I'm so happy. Liz, you think I'm wise and follow the rules? Yes. You're very good at pushing the boundaries of the rules, exercising your authority to the limit, and giving orders that are technically within the regulations, but difficult to refuse due to your position. I couldn't deny that, so I simply smiled and changed the subject. But there was something in her tone. What was she worried about? Rebecca Stagnant. I wonder what kind of person she is. The next day, I am Rebecca Stagnant, necromancer, dispatched from the undead army. As I watched her give her introductory greeting in the audience chamber, a rather austere room with only a raised platform, a chair, and a red carpet, my questions were answered. I have been assigned by His Majesty and Eldritch Sama, Commander-in-Chief of the Undead Army, to serve as instructor to the undead forces under the Lord of Disease. She spoke slowly, clearly, and concisely, with the air of a seasoned veteran. However, she looked like a little girl. She was short, so short that our eyes met even though she was standing and I was sitting in the chair. She had unusually pale skin for this world, almost doll-like. Long, pointed elf ears like bamboo leaves. Long, silver hair, almost eerily beautiful. She wore a faded black Gothic-style shirt and skirt with frills, which looked adorable on her. A delicate silver tiara adorned her head, decorated with leaves and vines. A faded black ribbon was tied at the end. "I look forward to working with you." Her voice was calm and soothing, as if she was deliberately lowering her pitch to compensate for her childlike vocal cords. Then she smiled faintly. I nodded. "I am the Lord of Disease. Welcome. I look forward to working with you as well." I stood up, walked towards her, and extended my hand. "May I call you Rebecca?" "Yes, I don't mind." We shook hands. Her small, soft hand felt familiar. But I'd never shaken hands with someone with such small hands before, so I savored the novel sensation. I smiled. "Once again, welcome, Rebecca. We've prepared a laboratory for you in the basement. Your room is on the second floor. Liz will show you around later. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask." "Thank you. Just in case you don't know them, let me introduce you. This is Liz, Lizlet Finnis, and Samarkand. You may call me Liz, that's what Master calls me. You may call me Samarkand. It's a pleasure to meet you both." She bowed her head slightly. What a well-behaved child. "Rebecca, can I hug you?" "Yes, wait, what?" Having received permission, I embraced her without hesitation. Chapter 55, My Master is Insane. She's so small. Having received permission, I bent down slightly and gently hugged Rebecca. Her body was incredibly delicate. While Liz was also a bit shorter than me, she had curves, and her toned physique gave her a surprisingly solid feel. Rebecca felt fragile. Even as she stiffened in my arms, surprised by the sudden embrace, she felt soft, her slightly higher body temperature, typical of children nostalgic. What are you?" "Master, your playfulness." "I got permission." "That wasn't permission." "She's a highly skilled necromancer, one of the best in the undead army. Please be respectful." "All right, Liz." I nodded and released Rebecca. "Rebecca, how well do you understand my work?" His Majesty gave me a brief overview before my arrival. "You are a human summoned from another world, and you utilize that perspective to command the assassination and disinformation units, targeting the domestic infrastructure of the human nations." A concise and accurate summary. Nearly perfect. I'm so glad to have another competent and cute subordinate. Do you understand the importance and the heavy responsibility of this position? "I believe so." "Then this will be quick," I smiled. "This position is constantly lacking in comfort and emotional support, and I require both. Therefore, I expect the same from you." "Master, I just said please be respectful." Liz glared at me. I chuckled. "You have been assigned to my unit. That makes you my subordinate, and I have full authority and responsibility over how my subordinates are treated. Am I wrong, Lizlet Finnis?" "No, Lord of Disease." Liz looked down, defeated. That's enough for now. Liz, please show Rebecca around. Provide her with anything she needs within reason." "Yes, Master." Liz and Samarkand left the audience chamber. "See you later." "SCU, Rebecca." "Why, yes." "Liz, may I ask you something?" "Yes." Alone in the room after the Lord of Disease had left, Rebecca voiced a natural question. Was that really the Lord of Disease I just met? Yes, that was definitely the Lord of Disease herself. Liz wore the same defeated expression she'd had in the audience chamber. "That's a Supreme Commander." "She is." Liz nodded, then averted her gaze slightly. "Well, what she says is strange sometimes." "I can certainly attest to that. Why did she hug me?" "I mean, I suppose it's my fault for agreeing, but..." "No, it's Master's fault. Who would say something like that in such a serious setting?" Liz sighed. "Please be aware of her tendencies towards sexual harassment." "Sexual harassment?" Liz explained the unfamiliar term to Rebecca. "It's unwanted sexual advances. I don't think Master has any malicious intent. None at all, really." "What was that?" "Well, I said sexual. But we're both women, and all she'll ask for is physical affection, sleeping together, and bathing together. As I said, she doesn't seem to have any malicious intent, and she is under a lot of pressure as a Supreme Commander. So, please be patient and indulge her, within reason. I am a woman. Master doesn't dislike men, but she said several times that she likes cute girls." What? I've been told that myself, several times. Ah, so you're lovers. No. She's just joking. And me, do I look like that to her? She did say something about everyone being older than me, so it's perfectly legal in my world, and I find it more exciting when they look younger than me. What? That's just how she is. She's insane. Your Supreme Commander is absolutely insane. I wouldn't deny that. I'd really appreciate it if you would deny that. Hearing Rebecca's outburst, I entered the room. Master, how long have you been listening? Since Rebecca called me insane twice. I see. It's true, isn't it? I told you, I don't lie to you, Liz. Yes, so, what can I do for you? I was just giving Rebecca a brief explanation. How can a simple explanation lead to someone calling me insane? You should know that better than anyone, Master. Touché. She had a point. Well, I won't dwell on that. There's something I forgot to ask Rebecca. What is it? What did you mean by one or perhaps one? That perhaps, an oddly vague phrasing for an official document. Is someone else coming besides Rebecca? The explanation only mentioned one person. The documents included an order to accept the transfer, a brief summary of Rebecca's previous assignment, and a request for a room in the basement to be prepared as a laboratory. That was all that was in His Majesty's letter. I had no idea what the perhaps referred to. Ah, my apologies, my mistake. With everything that's been happening, I forgot. It's partly my fault too, so don't worry about it. That's reassuring, but you're right. Rebecca gave me an intense look. If she weren't so cute, that kind of stare would be incredibly unnerving, especially directed at a new superior. Let's just forget about it. I was also at fault, so let me make amends. Here. Rebecca retrieved a cloth-wrapped bundle from an old-fashioned, square leather trunk and placed it on the desk by the wall. She unwrapped it, revealing a long, yellowish-white object. What is this? A bone. It was intricately structured, curving gently. It resembled a human spine. Chapter 56, The Knight's Spine. Yes, it's a bone, Rebecca confirmed, answering my question. A dark elf spine and a summoning device. Do you see the runes carved into it? Rebecca pointed with a slender finger, and indeed, runes were carved into each vertebra, following the curve of the spine. A summoning device. Actually, I don't know much about it. Eldritch Sama simply said, "Take this, it might be interesting." So that was the perhaps. And Eldritch Sama is that kind of person, huh? Eldritch, Commander-in-Chief of the Undead Army, the Greater Wraith. I hadn't actually had a proper conversation with him. He must have been busy. The Undead Army had a wide range of duties and a heavy workload. The Undead Army was the largest in terms of sheer numbers. This was due to the fact that everyone, except demons, became undead upon death. Not everyone became undead, and even the undead had a sort of lifespan, a limit to their existence. They could also be killed, so their numbers didn't increase indefinitely. However, Dark Knights, Beastmen, and even civilians could be resurrected, and since the Lystria Demon Kingdom didn't allow stray undead, they were all incorporated into the Undead Army. And undead, as long as they were properly supplied with mana, had long lifespans. Thus, the Fourth Army, the Undead Army, was a significant force. If he hadn't supported His Majesty's decision, I might not have become a Supreme Commander. And since I'd requested wraiths as part of my forces, I had a military connection with the Undead Army. Apparently, a veteran of the Undead Army is sealed within. The fact that he'd sent such a potentially useful individual could be seen as a sign of support for both His Majesty and me. That means I have high hopes for this, whoever is sealed in this summoning device. How does it work? You should be able to summon them by holding it and calling their name. Introduce yourself and say, "Answer my summons." I gently picked up the spine-shaped summoning device. "I am the Lord of Disease. Answer my summons." Nothing happened. I'll say it again. "I am the Lord of Disease, a Supreme Commander of the Demon King's army. I have been entrusted with this summoning device by the Commander-in-Chief of the Undead Army. Answer my summons." I tried again, explaining the situation more clearly. But still, nothing happened. Rebecca spoke hesitantly. Perhaps they only answer to those they recognize as their master. Oh, so they don't recognize me as their master. That would be the case. Rebecca nodded. I gripped the spine and brought it closer to my face. All right, I'll ask one last time. Answer my summons. If you don't, there will be consequences. But still, nothing happened. Can we assume there's no response? It seems so, Rebecca nodded. I turned to Liz. Liz. Yes. Let's use this to make stock for today's soup. I offered her the bone, formerly known as a summoning device. Wait, are we allowed to do that? Hold on, wait a minute. That's a rare summoning item. If it's useless, then it's just a bone. I said coldly to Rebecca, who was looking increasingly desperate. I don't think that's appropriate. Besides, who would drink that soup? Naturally, since it's a soup made with such a rare and high-quality ingredient, it's only polite to offer it to my new, cute subordinate. I smiled sweetly. Just to be clear, that subordinate is me. You're learning, Rebecca, that's right. Rebecca snatched the bone from my hand. She leaned closer, pleading. Please, please, just answer the summons. She's insane, she'll actually do it. I'm not bluffing. Such unwavering faith. Even though we've just met, I'm so touched. I think that's a negative kind of faith. It's still faith. Cuckoo. A sudden burst of laughter echoed through the room. The bone in Rebecca's hand vibrated, then floated into the air. Eerie blue-green flames, characteristic of the undead, engulfed the floating spine. I am Harkin, answering your summons. When the flames subsided, a skeleton stood before us. Yellowed human bones, clad in tattered chainmail with an exposed spine, a longsword and a dagger hanging at its hip. Over the chainmail, it wore the remnants of a surcoat, also tattered, bearing the emblem of the Lystria demon kingdom. A skeleton, a moving human skeleton, or rather, a dark elf skeleton, since they'd said it was a dark elf's spine. That said, there was no skeletal difference between humans and dark elves. Things like ear length were irrelevant once you were reduced to bones. A rather interesting master, aren't you? The skeleton, who'd introduced himself as Harkin, rattled his jawbone, laughing. Thank you for answering my summons, Harkin. Now you've lost points for not responding immediately, and I'm afraid you're still a candidate for garden fertilizer, guard dog treats, or soup stock. With that in mind, you may begin your excuses. A mere test of my potential master's character. If I hadn't approved, I wouldn't have minded becoming soup stock, fertilizer, or dog treats. Oh, what about your knightly pride? Feed that to the dogs. I am but a lowly undead, a summoned creature. My life and death are uncertain, so I've decided to live as interesting a life as possible. You're hired. I clapped my hands together. My new master seems quite reasonable. Are you sure about this, master? Liz looked at Harkin uneasily. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Based on what? My gut feeling. Rebecca, do you think this is wise? Don't ask me, I've only just met her. I doubt a supreme commander of the undead army would send someone dangerous. That's true, but we have a prime example of a dangerous supreme commander right here. Rebecca, that was harsh. She seemed to have warmed up to me quickly. I'd like to get to know you all better. Any suggestions? While I lack the capacity for sexual desire, perhaps we could start by stripping that little necromancer naked, and then drenching her in slimy ooze. Precisely. You understand me perfectly, my master. Want to join in? While my gender is fluid, I consider myself male, so I'll refrain from gazing upon my master's unclothed form. All right, I have a demon named Samarkand. Could you join him on patrol? Be nice to him. Understood. I'll get to know my new colleague while we patrol. Liz, I think those two crazy people just hit it off. I think so too. So Rebecca, shall we bond? Sorry, I have a pressing engagement. No, you don't, Rebecca. I grabbed her shoulder firmly. I've made you an offer to bond. However, depending on the nature of this pressing engagement, I might reconsider. Whether it's work-related or personal, I'm willing to listen. I'm a very understanding superior. I see. I'm glad to have such a kind superior. Then, Rebecca smiled, relieved. Of course, bonding is important, so this is just a postponement. Rebecca's smile froze. Now, tell me about this pressing engagement. Rebecca's ears drooped slightly. She looked down, her voice dry. It's no longer pressing. All right, Liz, a little help here for the sake of our shared gender. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. What are you? You know what? Rebecca's face paled. A little girl's despairing face is so cute. Chapter 57, Methods for Bonding with an Adorable Little Girl. Oh, it's the bath. Rebecca, who had been wearing an expression of utter despair, looked relieved when she realized where I'd brought her. That's right, what did you think it was? You said something about getting naked and being covered in slimy ooze. Rebecca blushed, lowering her eyes and ears. How lewd. Ah, are you experienced? I'm a virgin, so please be gentle. Lewd, v virgin. Idiot, you're shameless. Yep, definitely sheltered. No doubt about it. Just like Master. You've gotten good at that, Liz. I've had practice. Just so you know, I'm undead, so I don't need to bathe. Huh, this soft, warm, blushing little girl is undead. You're not a non-dark elf. I once was, but there are no more elves. A flicker of ancient pain crossed Rebecca's face, and her expression turned weary. Humans exterminated them. This was what I was doing. Wiping out an entire race. A sorrow that couldn't be expressed with tears. A grief that remained, even after the tears had dried. That was what I was doing, but humans had already done this. To the race she once belonged to. To a race that had probably been full of cute, fair-skinned, elf-eared girls. They had exterminated them. Those fools who couldn't appreciate the beauty of elf ears, I muttered. Liz, could you explain? I don't understand. I don't quite understand either. One of the things I was happy about when I came to this world was being able to see real elf ears. Ha, there are no elves or dark elves in your homeland, are there? No, only humans. Thinking back, it was a rather simple world compared to this one. No elves, no dark elves, no beastmen, no undead, no demons, no dragons. And no magical beasts like black hound barghists. And yet, it was a world of endless conflict. Even in my world, humans have always been killing each other. I smiled brightly. So, I fully support this nation, for the sake of protecting all the elf-eared girls in the world. Liz, do you understand what I'm saying? I only understand that Master is insane. I see. Me too. I'd truly become accustomed to this world. I repeatedly cast Create Ooze to fill the bath. As I dipped my hand in, channeling mana into the ooze to warm it, I spoke. This mansion has a nice, big bath. I think I would have gotten along with the previous owner. The bathtub was made of marble and quite spacious. They'd clearly spared no expense on the bathing facilities. Actually, I don't think this was meant for personal use. Given the size of the mansion, it was probably designed for the servants and the master to use at different times. The servants would bathe together. Ah, I see. Building separate baths for the master and servants would be a hassle. It's a master's duty to ensure the cleanliness of their servants. My maid is presentable enough to be seen anywhere. I'm not really a maid, though. I know, but it's still an important job. Really? For my mental well-being. Ah, yes. I lifted my arm from the ooze. All right, it's ready. Let's get in. An ooze bath. A common type of bath for demons, where you summoned ooze with Create Ooze and warmed it with magic. From a Japanese perspective, it was incredibly bizarre. Ah. And yet, after a year in this world, I'd become accustomed to this type of bath, even finding it comforting. Especially after being summoned to the royal castle, dressed in formal attire, and maintaining a dignified demeanor as a supreme commander, a bath was particularly enjoyable. It felt like the stress of the day melted away. I hadn't been to the castle today, but I'd been busy with preparations for Rebecca's arrival, and I'd been nervous about meeting her. That tension was easing. Seeing Liz's healthy brown skin and Rebecca's translucently white skin simultaneously in my field of vision further enhanced the relaxing effect. Incidentally, Rebecca was still wearing her tiara, even though she was naked. Rebecca, your skin is so pale. It doesn't tan. Master, do you prefer pale skin? Liz asked, sounding slightly insecure. I smiled at her. I love both brown skin and pale skin. That's good to know. Rebecca, why are you so far away? Rebecca had positioned herself as far away from me as possible in the spacious tub. Is it strange to be cautious? It's fine. I'm used to seeing naked girls younger than me. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Master, what kind of life have you lived? A complicated one. And I'm older than you. Really? You said I was an experienced veteran. My military service dates back to the founding of this nation. I thought this nation was 420 years old. I see, but it's fine. I outrank you. I don't see how that's reassuring, Rebecca said dryly. I've had enough. I'm getting out. No, you're not, Rebecca. You can't leave until you count to 10,000. What kind of custom is that? From my homeland. Master, you told me I had to count to 100. That's another theory. Besides, I haven't washed myself yet. I'm undead. I don't have waste products. You still get dust and dirt on you. The ooze bath is enough. I can't entrust the cleanliness of my cute subordinate to a mere summoned creature. I declared firmly, getting out of the bath and grabbing a towel. Come on, I'll wash you thoroughly. Do I have a choice? Rebecca looked at Liz pleadingly. Liz shook her head apologetically. Chapter 58, if that is your wish. It had been a lovely bath time. I'd thoroughly washed both Rebecca and Liz, and they both looked radiant, their skin glowing. Since the number of residents in the mansion had increased, I'd had the traps in the room with the fireplace disabled. We'd furnished it with a sofa, a low table, and other furniture, converting it into a parlor and common room. Ha! Rebecca sank into the sofa, sighing languidly. She'd changed back into her faded black Gothic-style shirt and skirt with frills. Rebecca, are you all right? Did you get overheated in the bath? Undead don't get overheated. Really, but you have a body temperature. It's maintained at a constant level, a sort of simulated bodily function. That's complicated. Actually, I forgot to ask, if you're not an elf, what race are you? Rebecca's expression darkened. I'm a material ghost. Oh, that sounds cool. Huh. Rebecca, you shouldn't expect this person to have any knowledge about obscure races. How rude. So, do you know what a material ghost is? Material ghost, so, a ghost of an object, not a living being. Essentially, yes. So, why did Rebecca hesitate? I don't know. Ha, Liz sighed. It's a race that's often looked down upon, because they weren't originally living beings. Right. And they're a rare race, small in number and vulnerable. I see. Like the doppelgangers in our disinformation unit. Yes, something like that, Liz nodded. So is there a problem? No. You don't mind. Why would I? Liz said it's fine, I affirmed. This is the Lord of Diseases unit. We're effective, but we're just a ragtag group with a numerical designation, the 6th Army. We don't even have an official name. And I, the leader, am officially classified as species unknown, even though I'm human. I smiled reassuringly. I don't judge my cute subordinates based on their race. Racial traits existed, and perhaps those differences were absolute. I took them into account when formulating strategies. Even so, race should never be a reason to denigrate someone. At least, not in this nation. Not in the Lystria Demon Kingdom, a nation founded on the ideal of coexistence between all races, those labeled simply as demons by humans. I see, Rebecca smiled. I look forward to working with you, Master. Thank you, Rebecca, I smiled back. Let's take a bath together again sometime. Rebecca's smile vanished, her face turned serious. Again. It's a bath. I'm not saying every time, but I like to bond with my subordinates occasionally. Liz, Rebecca looked at Liz. It's either give in or risk your life and position to resist. What about you, Liz? I've given in. Well, she hasn't done anything, too strain. Indeed, just bathing together and being washed. Apparently, bathing is a sacred ritual in Master's homeland. I see, so it's all right. She did say, doesn't defiling something sacred excite you? Should I risk my life and position to resist? Rebecca mused, covering her mouth with her hand. There are jobs at public bathhouses where you wash people. That sounds nice, once I'm no longer a supreme commander. I, too, indulged in fantasies. The salary of a supreme commander was excellent, but being a military commander during wartime was a grim and demanding job. So, I dreamt of fulfilling, community-oriented work. Is there a scenario where Master ceases to be a supreme commander without dying? Well, when we achieve human extinction and there's peace. The 6th Army, under my command, was responsible for targeting the enemy's domestic infrastructure. I assumed it would be disbanded immediately after the war. I think there will still be plenty of work after that. Wait, isn't my job done once humanity is extinct? You're actually quite good at administrative work, so please continue to serve the nation even after peace is achieved. Will you still be my vice commander, Liz? In for a penny, in for a pound, I'll stick with you. Hearing Japanese proverbs in another world always felt strange. If it was a quirk of the translation, I sometimes worried about miscommunication. It seemed correct in context, though. Always. Liz closed her eyes for a moment. Then she opened them, her expression serious. If that is your wish. I smiled. Yes, I want you to be my vice commander, Liz. Thank you, Master, Liz smiled back. This is practically a marriage proposal. Are you done with your delusional statements? Liz's smile didn't waver as she cut me down. You two are quite in sync, Rebecca sighed softly. This is a much more relaxed workplace than I imagined. Chapter 59, A Discussion of Rank with Samarkand. That night, the day Rebecca arrived, I summoned Samarkand to my room. Samarkand, this is about ranks within the organization. Yes, Samarkand knelt, bowing his head respectfully. I understand. I currently hold the 3rd rank. However, Rebecca-sama is a transfer from the Undead Army, and she is responsible for training the undead in the assassination unit, as well as the future bodyguard unit. She also possesses leadership qualities. Therefore, after you, my master, at 1st rank, and Liz-sama, your vice commander, at 2nd, the 3rd rank is suitable for her. As for me, would 4th rank be appropriate? Or perhaps 5th? Even lower, if that is your command. He'd voiced everything I'd been thinking. Yes, I'm considering placing you at 4th rank. It will only slightly reduce your official authority, but your treatment and your position in the bodyguard unit will remain unchanged. He'd also voiced all the things I'd been hesitant to say. He'd joined my unit under unusual circumstances. He'd come to assassinate me, but because he'd ultimately refused, I'd survived. So, I'd created the bodyguard unit and placed him under Liz, who had been my sole bodyguard until then. He was a greater demon, and even if that wasn't ideal for a bodyguard, his combat abilities were undeniable. Hence, his 3rd rank. During the previous attack, the closest I'd come to death as the Lord of Disease, he'd bought us valuable time, even though he'd been outmatched, literally using his entire being as a shield. So, demoting him, even for strategic reasons, weighed heavily on my mind. Is that acceptable? I said I would accept anything. However, allow me to speak freely. Not just one thing, say whatever you wish. The rank you bestowed upon me is my pride. But it is also a title to serve you, and the number itself is a trivial matter. I simply ask for your continued trust. Of course, but I wanted to point out that bestow wasn't a word one should use casually. That is all I require. I shall continue to serve you faithfully as the 4th in command. Thank you, Samarkand. I was relieved that the delicate conversation was over. Please be careful. I will be your shield against any threat to your life. Please be careful yourself too. Of course, I would not be forgiven if I died before fulfilling my duty as your shield. Do you remember what I said when I first called you my subordinate? Yes. You said you are my subordinate. Do not mistake that. You are not a tool. Knowing him, he'd probably remembered it verbatim. Then, with all due respect, my master, you underestimate your own value. Samarkand shook his head slowly. I believe it is my greatest fortune to serve you as your subordinate, to be your shield. You haven't been brainwashed or anything, right? While this was the usual Samarkand, his words were always so intense that I occasionally got worried. That question is meaningless. If I were brainwashed, I wouldn't admit it. However, let me assure you, there is no mind magic that can override my loyalty. That's reassuring. It is my greatest joy. That's a lot. It was nice to be appreciated. I was the Lord of Disease, a supreme commander, a position of considerable power. Only His Majesty outranked me. Beside me were 5 other supreme commanders, and beneath me were my subordinates. Samarkand was one of them, and he held a unique position, having come to assassinate me, then entering into a rather intense employment contract, sealed with a blood oath. The weight of his trust was the weight of my position. So every time Samarkand showed me such unwavering, almost unconditional trust, I wondered if I was worthy of such devotion. Samarkand. Yes, my master. I hesitated. I'd wanted to ask, am I a good master? I'd wanted to hear him say, yes, you are. He would have given me the answer I wanted. It's nothing. I'll do my best to be worthy of your loyalty. So I couldn't afford to indulge in such questions. Yes, my master. I will lend you my strength, however insignificant. He believed in me. He'd come to kill the Lord of Disease, and yet he'd stopped. He'd believed in the possibility. He'd even risked his own life. Thank you, Samarkand. I look forward to continuing to work with you. His trust wasn't blind. Yes, my master, I will dedicate my everything to making your words a reality. It was just, his words were so intense that I wondered if I should suggest counseling. Chapter 60, When Logic Fails. For the next few days, I observed everyone. Not in a creepy way. though I wouldn't deny that I'd been spending a lot of time gazing at Liz and Rebecca. Harkin, a Death Knight, had joined the newly formed bodyguard unit, which had previously consisted of only Liz and Samarkand. Rebecca, working in the basement laboratory as she had in the undead army, was improving existing spells and bolstering the mansion's defenses with her undead subordinates. I was checking to see if the new system was functioning smoothly. I wanted to have a proper conversation with Harkin eventually, but for now, I was relieved that he and Samarkand seemed to be getting along. Rebecca spent most of her time in the basement, but seemed to be doing well, though I wished she would stop looking at me with suspicion every time our eyes met. However, there was one thing. That night, I summoned Liz to my room. "Liz, I have a request." "What is it, Master?" "If it's another one of those requests, the answer is no. Could you at least hear me out before you start insulting me?" "Fine. So, what is this ridiculous request?" "It's not a ridiculous request." "Oh, you don't say." While I had my own thoughts about her attitude, considering my past behavior, I couldn't exactly blame her. So, I decided not to dwell on what she'd been about to say after "you don't say" and began. "Actually, my master, I have brought Rebecca-sama and Harkin do know." I sat at my desk, greeting the two Samarkand had brought with him. "Thank you, Samarkand. You and Harkin may wait outside." Yes, Samarkand and Harkin stepped back, obeying my order. "Now, Rebecca, thank you for coming." "You summoned me. What is it?" "You seem unusually cheerful." "I have something Liz made for you." "Oh, were you actually working as the Lord of Disease? Let's see it then." Ta-da! I held up the item I'd placed on the desk. "What is this?" "Can't you tell? It's an outfit made entirely of Liz's magic cloth. She's so talented. The same design as my current clothes." "Yes, your clothes are tattered, Rebecca. I understand you might have your reasons, but cute girls should look their best. So let's get you changed." "Who are you calling a cute girl?" "Ha," Rebecca sighed dramatically. "I refuse. Is that all? Then I'm going back to the laboratory. Don't summon me again unless you have a legitimate reason." "Samarkand." "Yes." "Full combat readiness." "Release restraints." "Yes." Samarkand blinked, then immediately obeyed. His short goat horns twisted and lengthened. The tips of his black fur shimmered as if connected to another realm. His crescent moon eyes glowed crimson. "Hey, wait a minute. Harkin, you two, don't draw your sword yet, but if necessary, I'll ask you to use it. I apologize for turning you against a comrade. My life has long been yours to command." Samarkand gripped his black scythe, a weapon formed from magic. If it is my master's command, I have no choice." Harkin placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Rebecca Stagnant, I have granted you the rank of third in the Lord of Disease's forces, but I am first in command. You do not have the right to disobey. However, you can refuse my order on your own pride, but be prepared to stake your life on it as well." "Master," I sensed Samarkand releasing his restraints. "What are you doing?" Liz's exasperated voice shattered the tense atmosphere as she entered, opening the door casually. "Liz, Rebecca doesn't want to wear the clothes you made for her. Could you please stop doing stupid things?" Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Liz scolding me, so I continued with my order. Liz lit finis. "This is an order. Restrain Rebecca Stagnant." "Master, are you serious? Are you even sane?" "I'm serious, though I'm not sure I've been sane for a while. Not since I'd accepted this position. Not since I'd taken the name Lord of Disease. This is an order, Liz. If you can't obey, you're free to charge me with treason. You have the authority." "I'm sorry, Rebecca." Liz drew her two large knives, holding them at the ready. Her red scarf wrapped around her arms as her skirt settled from the sudden movement. Liz. She'll probably be satisfied once you put them on." "Idiot, what are you doing?" Rebecca shouted. "I may be assigned to the Lord of Diseases unit, and I may have been asked to cooperate, but I am a necromancer of the undead army, not a dress-up doll." "She's right. But Master is a supreme commander, so we can't have you slacking off. Of course, we also can't have you unable to work because you're restrained. But if Master will be satisfied with this, you understand, right?" "I understand nothing." Rebecca spat out the words. "But she's serious, and Samarkand has a blood contract with her. He'll obey any order, no matter how ridiculous." "What? Wait, a blood contract with a greater demon? A human?" "Yes," Liz nodded solemnly. "It's a bit of a farce, but Harkin doesn't seem inclined to disobey either." Liz glanced at Harkin, then looked back at Rebecca apologetically. I'm very sorry, but my priority is the nation. I, too, put on a slightly troubled expression and addressed Rebecca. So, Rebecca, wait a minute, why am I the one being unreasonable? Rebecca exclaimed, placing a hand on her chest. Logically, I'm the one in the right. Yes, you are, Rebecca. I nodded in agreement. Her argument was so sound. It deserved to be framed. But sometimes, logic doesn't work. I smiled sweetly. Rebecca slumped, groaning in defeat. Damn it. Chapter 61, Cute Younger Girls. There, I'm wearing it. Are you happy now? Rebecca shouted, exasperated. The design was the same as her previous outfit, just made with new, undamaged fabric. A frilled shirt and a triple-tiered frilly skirt, both black, giving her a cute, gothic Lolita look. Yes, you look much better, so cute. Her long silver hair, red eyes, and the delicately crafted silver tiara gave her an ethereal, doll-like beauty. Really? Her slight blush made her even cuter. You really do. Can I hug you? No. Samarkand. I raised my hand, and Liz grabbed it. I turned to see Liz giving me a look. Master, if you do something that's stupid again, I'll be angry. Yes, ma'am. Samarkand, even with the blood contract, you should speak up when necessary. That's what a loyal subordinate does. But I once pointed my blade at her. That was because you blindly followed an unjust order. And then you thought for yourself and chose to disobey. Don't tell me you can't do it again. Yes, Samarkand bowed his head. Harkin, you don't have to go along with this farce. Nonsense, a farce is precisely why I'm here. To think a supreme commander would use her rank and authority for such frivolous purposes. My master is truly a unique individual. Liz pressed a hand to her forehead. But Rebecca, did you really hate it that much? The clothes Liz makes are high quality. Did you have some sort of attachment to your old clothes? I have no complaints about the clothes themselves. I wouldn't say I wasn't attached, but they were quite old, and these are the same design but better quality. Rebecca fingered the collar of her shirt. But I refused because it was an unreasonable order, an abuse of authority. Her red eyes glared at me. I hate that kind of thing. Okay, I'm sorry. Good. Get used to it. Oh, wait. You're not going to change. I am a supreme commander. Liz. I'm sorry, Rebecca. I'll stop her if it gets out of hand, Liz said apologetically. That's why I'm wearing a maid uniform. Really? I was wondering why the Darkling blade was working as a maid. Isn't it a disguise for your bodyguard duties? Partly, the other part is Master's hobby. Can you believe it? When His Majesty asked her what she wanted as a reward, she said, Liz glanced at me. I would like a mansion with a maid. What are you talking about? Are maids that unusual? They're kind of aspirational. I'm from another world. Rebecca's expression turned sheepish. I wanted at least that much. Liz stepped forward. Rebecca, I know this is unreasonable, but please indulge her whims at least a little. She bears a heavy burden, in a difficult position, with no family or friends, no one familiar. Liz, you're making me blush. Is she really that sensitive? Now that you mention it, I'm not entirely sure. Liz, don't give up now. Fine, I'll accept these clothes. Good, I smiled. They suit you, Rebecca. I see. I wonder what I should make her wear next. I muttered in my room and Liz glared at me. Just so you know, she's a valuable asset. Don't push her too far. Of course not. She's my cute subordinate. I'll take good care of her. You seem to have taken a liking to her. You're cute too, Liz. That's not what Liz blushed slightly. Is there a reason? There was. I have a younger sister. I lowered my gaze. I wasn't aware. I had a sister, that much was certain, but I can't remember her name. Not even hers, even though I know I adored her. That was me. I'd lost so much when I came to this world. And one of those things was my precious little sister. I wondered how she was doing. Was she considered missing? Since my parents were still alive, she should be all right, at least materially. But I could no longer see her, and she could no longer see me. And even if we could, how could I face her? I was the Lord of Disease. Many of those I'd ordered to be killed were children her age. A heartless monster. The enemy of humanity. Those titles weren't unearned. So, she just reminds me of her. Master, Liz gently touched my hand. I smiled back at her gentle, caring expression, then took her hand and squeezed it softly. I also just like cute younger girls. Could you give me back the touching moment you just ruined? We don't accept returns on intangible items. Incidentally, Liz, being a dark elf, was older than me, but in my mind, she was categorized as a cute younger girl. Chapter 62. What makes trust? Hey, Rebecca, want to go for a walk? I'd left my room for a change of pace and, running into Rebecca, decided to invite her. Do you have Liz's permission? Well, it's just a stroll around the garden. Fine, whatever. Thanks. Let's go. As we stepped into the garden, a barghest came bounding over, and I scratched it behind the ears before we began our leisurely walk. Black hound barghests, I've heard stories, but are they really safe? They are. Besides, there's only one right now. 10 was considered the safe limit for controlling barghests. However, due to their nature of multiplying by absorbing mana from those they came into contact with, their numbers had increased dramatically while I was showering them with affection, reaching 48 at one point. Now I only had one, but it was this one who'd run to the royal castle for help, saving my life. We walked in silence for a while, then Rebecca spoke. This really is just a walk. It was true, we were just walking in the garden. While I admired the intricate details of Rebecca's tiara, sparkling in the sunlight, her pointed elf ears, and her cute little jawline, which was rather low, considering. Do you find that enjoyable? I met her gaze, her crimson eyes glancing at me. While she too was a source of enjoyment, I answered honestly. Just moving around a bit can improve your mood. If I spent all my time inside, plotting sinister schemes, I'd really become the heartless monster they call me. I think you've already earned that title, and isn't that your job? I suppose, I nodded. I'd never imagined a future where I'd be called a heartless monster, feared, relied upon, and reviled. Besides, Rebecca, you've been here a while, but I've only been in this country for a little over a year. I appreciated experiencing the changing seasons again, especially now, in my second year. Autumn was here, a pleasant season for a stroll in the garden. Autumn was short in this country. There wasn't much time to enjoy it. That's true. Rebecca's demeanor shifted, becoming more serious. She spoke, her tone reflecting my own thoughts. May I ask you something? As long as it's within the scope of casual garden stroll conversation. I'm off duty right now, so I can laugh off most things. How should I trust you? You don't trust me. I tilted my head slightly. Don't misunderstand. I'm your subordinate. I've been given the 3rd rank in the 6th Army. I won't forget my position, and I'll do my job. I'm asking this to build trust between us. I understand, I nodded, but that's difficult. Isn't rank and position enough? Not after you abuse them to play dress-up with me. Sorry about that, I was possessed. Possessed? It's your fault for being so cute, Rebecca, honestly. Beautiful girls are just. Wait, why am I the one to blame? Because cuteness itself is a crime. That's a dangerous ideology. Ahaha, I laughed, then my smile faded, my expression turning serious. I'm like this, but even so, there are people who trust me. People who had called me a friend when I had nothing. Who had appointed me a supreme commander, despite my twisted, almost delusional war plans. Who worked tirelessly for me, as my bodyguard, my vice commander, my maid. Who had come to assassinate me, then pledged their loyalty, becoming my shield. It was because of them that I was here now. I won't betray that trust. We'd circled back to the entrance of the mansion. How's that? Not bad. Shall I switch to work mode and speak as the Lord of Disease now? I walked up the stone steps leading to the entrance and turned around, the hem of my robe swirling around me. Watch me, I declared forcefully. I am the Lord of Disease, a supreme commander of the 6th Army. This name, this position, is not something to be taken lightly. This name was a curse, a name to be feared and reviled. I had to be the embodiment of all the darkness in this nation. Master, you always try to act cool in front of cute girls. Liz appeared, opening the door slightly, her gaze and words filled with amusement. SHHH, Liz, SHHH? I put a finger to my lips, silencing her. Liz sighed, then opened the door wider, holding it open. She stood at my right side, slightly behind me. It felt right. Liz, should I really trust her? Of course you should. Rebecca looked up at Liz, surprised. Liz smiled at her. This is the Lord of Disease, a supreme commander of our Demon King's army. She is worthy of your trust. I see, Rebecca nodded, seemingly convinced. But if she sexually harasses you, tell me, try to refuse, and if it gets out of hand, resist with force. Did you just say she was trustworthy? Rebecca gave Liz and me a dubious look. Let me explain something to you, Rebecca. Supreme commanders are chosen for their contributions and leadership abilities, not for their personality or conduct. I appreciate the suggestion to resign from the army. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. I'm a very reasonable superior, says the walking embodiment of unreasonableness. I wasn't fazed by Liz's sharp tongue. I pay a decent wage, and I don't assign overly dangerous missions, considering the risks and rewards. I explain my orders clearly to avoid misunderstandings, and I make sure all orders and reports are properly documented. Actually, one of the reasons His Majesty favored me was my meticulous paperwork. Of course, that was also thanks to Liz, my competent vice commander. That's important, but I think there are more important things. My current lifestyle blurs the lines between work and personal life. So, I have the right to blur those lines in my personal life as well. That logic is flawed. I'm going back to work now. Rebecca, let's hang out again sometime. I waved and turned to leave. Should I say yes? Probably. You'll get used to it. I don't want to get used to it. You will. Liz's voice had a distant, almost wistful quality, so I decided not to turn around. Chapter 63. The job of petting for the nation. Master, this might be a bit of a hassle, but it's the kind of request you'd enjoy. What kind of complicated request are we talking about? I'd heard her phrase things like, this is a troublesome request, or I have good news. But this was a first. They want you to take in 30 bargists. Accept it, Liz, I nodded. Ask for details. Right, details. They want to temporarily transfer 30 bargists, currently serving as guard dogs, across the nation to your care. Reports indicate that the coordinated efforts with bargists on the front lines have yielded impressive results. So what am I supposed to do? I tilted my head. Liz paused for a moment, then sighed. Pet them to your heart's content. Liz, is that an official order? It's not an order, it's a request. Essentially, they're asking you to train the bargists, given your expertise. So, I can really just pet them. She'd used the same cutesy language I sometimes used. Even for a long-time vice commander, it wasn't appropriate language for conveying official business, especially to avoid misunderstandings. Unless I was actually going to pet them. While I personally find it unorthodox, I can't deny the effectiveness of your methods. I don't know if there will be a second opportunity like this, but honestly, I'll leave it to you. Consider it work, except for important matters. Liz, are you sure you want to give me that kind of permission? It's for the nation. The job of petting for the nation. It didn't sound like the work of the Lord of Disease. All right, Liz. I'm a dedicated Supreme Commander. I'll do my best for the nation. I have no doubts about your dedication, and I understand you're being sincere, but that's the most enthusiastic declaration I've ever heard from you. Liz's eyes seem to have lost their spark. You need more healing. Come pet them with me. Is that an order? You can interpret it however you like. Fine. A few days later, the first batch of bargists arrived. 10 of them for now. They would gradually increase the number, depending on the situation. Then, if you'll excuse me, the coachman tipped his hat and flicked the reins. The empty carriage rattled away. Surrounding us were 10 dark knights in matching black full-plate armor, mounted on war horses. Mounted knights were a rare sight in the Lystria demon kingdom. Simply put, horses were valuable. Land suitable for grazing was scarce, and magical beasts that preyed on livestock were numerous. Most of the horses that were bred were used for carriages and wagons. Only a select few, those with the size and temperament suitable for war horses, were chosen and trained. But even then, mounted cavalry didn't have an absolute advantage on the battlefield, where offensive magic flew and magically enhanced warriors clashed. However, if one could seamlessly integrate strengthening magic with the horse, the armor, and the sword, if one could truly achieve unity between horse and rider. Enhanced mobility, the ability to strike down at opponents from above, and the powerful hooves of the warhorses, capable of trampling unarmored foes. It was a dream, a grand aspiration for many young dark elves, a story told in bedtime tales. That was the heavy cavalry of the Lystria Demon Kingdom's Dark Knights. Their numbers fluctuated depending on the availability of suitable horses, but they were an elite force, numbering fewer than 50. They were usually stationed in the capital, patrolling the nation and dealing with magical beasts. They were, literally, the protectors of Lystria, and 10 of them were here. That meant they anticipated a significant threat. Master, I've said this many times, but I'll say it again. Blackhound Barghists are dangerous magical beasts, and their threat level increases exponentially in packs. That's why we're gradually increasing their numbers. But please be aware that 10 is already pushing the limits of what's considered safe. I had 48 at one point, not noticing that sooner was a near-fatal mistake. I was careful about them decreasing, but I never expected them to increase. I was surprised too when I found out. Don't just say surprised, 10 or fewer is normal. 20 is dangerous, 30 could wipe out a town. That's an exaggeration. I told you, 50 is equivalent to a dragon. Unless there's a hero-class warrior nearby, 30 could easily destroy a town or two. 10 Barghists, freshly unloaded from the carriages, watch me from a distance. What will you do, master? I'll let them get used to me first, all right. I knelt before the Barghist at my feet. Let's play. I ruffled its head and scratched under its chin. The Barghist, the one I'd had before, closed its eyes contentedly. What about the new Barghists? I'll leave them alone for now. They probably wouldn't appreciate being forced to play. So I focused my attention on my Barghist. After a while, one of the new Barghists hesitantly approached. Do you want to play too? It nudged its head towards me. I reached out and gently stroked its fur. The first Barghist rolled onto its back, inviting me to pet its belly. I obliged. One by one, the remaining 9 Barghists approached, and I petted them all in turn. Scratching their heads under their chins, their necks, their backs, their bellies, occasionally stroking their thick paws. This is a surreal sight. It's not every day you get to play with so many large dogs, and they're all black. They're like a family. Yes, well, that's not what Liz, if petting them is part of my job, then napping with their bellies as my pillow is also part of my job, right? Yes. Undeniably part of your job. Liz's tone suggested she didn't want to admit it, but she had admitted it. So, I gently rested my head on the belly of the Barghist that had rolled onto its back again, probably the first one. We both shifted slightly, finding a comfortable position. My hood slipped, and the soft fur brushed against my cheek. I reached out, burying my fingers in the thick fur and slowly combed through it. I withdrew my hand, then plunged it back in, stroking the fur with my palm. The other Barghists gathered around, forming a fluffy black pile. This is truly a surreal sight. Liz, I know we received notification, but what's the meaning of this? Rebecca, Master is currently working with unusual enthusiasm. This is ridiculous, even for her. She's definitely working. So please don't disturb her. Ah, right, understood. Chapter 64, In a Sea of Black Fluff. My workload had increased dramatically. In addition to my usual duties of reviewing regular reports, I was now dedicating my personal time to this new task. It was a rather demanding work environment. I sat behind a Barghist, burying my fingers in its thick, glossy black fur, gently combing through the tangles. I nuzzled its soft fur, the ticklish sensation bringing a smile to my face. This is truly a black company. Liz, who was ostensibly monitoring the Barghists, spoke. Master, how is it progressing? Extremely smoothly. Right, that's good to hear. My face, diligently and sincerely serving the nation, fell into shadow as Rebecca's voice drifted over. I've read the reports, but may I ask what you're doing? I sat up, interrupting my important task of lying on the grass with a Barghist's belly as my pillow, petting the wriggling pile of black dogs. The sea of black fluff stirred, the Barghists disentangling themselves and regrouping around me. I'm working. Hey, no licking while we're talking. One of them licked my cheek. While I definitely felt the lick, the saliva seemed to vanish instantly, leaving behind a strange, refreshing sensation. While enjoyable, it was distracting, so I hugged the Barghist tightly, restraining it. It seemed to enjoy the attention, nuzzling its head against my shoulder, leaning into my embrace. This is a black hound Barghist. To me, it is. I carefully avoided its ears as I petted its head. After a thorough petting session, I released it, and another eagerly took its place. I held out my hand, palm up to the next Barghist, and it offered its paw. I grasped its paw, gently massaging its pads. Is this your method for taming black hound Barghists? Honestly, I don't know if it's a repeatable method. But even if it wasn't, this is what I'd do. As I spoke, 2 more barghists nudged against me, and I wrapped my arms around their necks. That's a lot of work. Indeed, it seems like a rather enjoyable job. Rebecca turned to leave. Rebecca, come here. What? These are the guardians of this mansion, my loyal beasts. Ah, yes. Rebecca nodded, seemingly intimidated by my sudden shift to the authoritative tone of the Lord of Disease. I believe it is essential for you to establish a friendly relationship with them. Master, your talent for making up excuses is truly remarkable. Liz, unaffected by my serious tone, gave me a skeptical look. You're making me blush. That wasn't a compliment. Words change their meaning depending on the receiver. I think you're twisting the original meaning a bit too much. She had a point, so I ignored her. Instead of arguing, I beckoned her. Liz, come here too. Very well, come on, Rebecca. Liz gestured for Rebecca to join us. Huh, what? Liz, her eyes lifeless, explained the reality to a bewildered Rebecca. I don't know what kind of work you did in the undead army, but here, this is also a legitimate jobs. Wah hey, are you sure this is safe? Rebecca, being smaller than me, was quickly swallowed by the sea of black fluff as the barghists swarmed her. Ignoring her panicked cries, I calmly analyzed the situation, concluding that her all-black outfit probably made her blend in with the barghists' fur. The writhing mass of black fluff reminded me of Japanese honeybees using their heat-balling tactic against hornets. Don't worry, I'll guarantee your safety with my life, but you guys, be gentle. Actually, a few of you come over here. Rebecca seemed to be quite popular with the newcomers. I felt a pang of jealousy, but when I called them, more than half came over to me. Delighted, I showered them with affection. Liz had also become quite adept at handling them. It had been a while since she'd hesitantly touched them, remembering her encounter with a pack of barghists, creatures so feared that they were said to be harbingers of death. Now, she knelt gracefully on the lawn, scratching 2 of them under their chins. A truly heartwarming sight. Don't lick and don't bite, don't you dare bite. Rebecca would get used to them eventually. Though right now, she was being swarmed, nearly swallowed by their large mouths, her small hands being licked by their tongues. While I'd guaranteed her safety with my life, and I did believe they were safe, it still looked like they were taste-testing her, which was a little concerning. 2 barghists were with Liz, 3 with Rebecca, and 6 with me, all of us enjoying the petting session. If their numbers increased to 20 or more, this could get busy. One of them gently tugged on my hood, and I leaned back, resting against its neck. I reached out and grabbed the others as they approached, hugging them, sinking into the sea of black fluff. Their method of bonding with Master is unusual. You think so, too. I'm not the only one who thinks it's strange. I was the Lord of Disease, a supreme commander, utterly devoted to the nation. I could confidently say I'd worked tirelessly for the nation today. It had been a very enjoyable job, playing with over 10 large dogs alongside 2 cute girls. Chapter 65. Strange Things Found in Town. I found something interesting in town. Samarkand, Harkin, have you seen this before? No, I haven't, Samarkand replied. Nor I, Harkin shook his head. Samarkand and Harkin, accompanying me on my stroll as my bodyguards, both denied any knowledge of the item. Samarkand was in his usual attire, but Harkin wore a dark brown hooded cloak. This wasn't because he was undead, but because his chainmail and swords were considered too intimidating in town. Ah, customer, is this your first time seeing these? Yes. I didn't know they sold these. I nodded to the friendly dark elf shopkeeper. They're our most popular item. She gestured with a flourish and a wide smile at the neatly arranged photographs. The photos depicted a figure in a very familiar outfit. Layered dark green and pale green robes, a shoulder cloth embroidered with runes, a black mask with ominously glowing orange markings peeking out from beneath the hood, and a twisted staff with a blue gem bound by chains. Bromides of the Lord of Disease, Supreme Commander of the Demon King's army, and Commander of the 6th Army. It was me in my Lord of Disease regalia. They're popular. Everyone's buying them. I'm a fan myself. I bought the first one and displayed it in the best spot in my house. I felt a little embarrassed. I'll take one, please. Samarkand. Samarkand had taken out his wallet. What a brilliant idea, to have such easy access to her esteemed visage. You have excellent taste, customer. It was an interesting idea, but Samarkand. You're her bodyguard, you have close access to her, you even sleep in her bed. Well, whatever, to each their own. I didn't want to be a boss who interfered with their subordinates' hobbies. I'll take one too. Thank you very much. I decided to buy one myself. It felt like buying a novelty item ironically. I'd show it to Liz later. Incidentally, it was rather expensive. Back at the mansion, I cheerfully presented my findings to Liz. Liz, what is it? Your cheerful demeanor makes me suspicious. You can relax. I found this in town. What? Liz snatched the bromide from my hand. What is this? It's a Lord of Disease bromide. They're selling these. I had no idea. Wait, is this unauthorized? Of course it is. Who would approve such a ridiculous thing? They were selling them in town. Really? Liz looked at Samarkand and Harkin, who were standing behind me. My master would never lie to Liz-sama. Indeed. It is true. I see. Wait, you bought this, master, of yourself. I thought it would be amusing. It was quite expensive, though. How much? 1 gold coin. What? 1 gold coin for this. 10,000 deal. The currency was called deal. The Lystria Demon Kingdom and the human nations were on very bad terms. However, due to the history of currency development and circulation in this world, they used the same currency, and the value was roughly the same across different nations and regions. 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin were worth 100, 1,000, and 10,000 deal, respectively. While there were some fluctuations in exchange rates, it was roughly equivalent to the Japanese yen. I'd been surprised that they didn't have 1 deal, 5 deal, 10 deal, 50 deal, or 500 deal coins like in Japan. It seemed like an unnecessary complication. Or perhaps it was just too much effort. But the different colors made them easy to distinguish. Though I had been surprised that everyday items, like food, were often sold in bulk, since the lack of smaller denominations made it difficult to make precise transactions. Well, I usually left that to Liz, so it wasn't a problem. Apparently, it was common practice to share purchases with neighbors. You paid 10,000 deal for this. 10,000 yen for a photo. Whether that was expensive or cheap depended on your perspective. Samarkand would probably say it was cheap. Wait, is this a photograph? A photograph? You don't have those. They probably use special paints and magic to capture the image. The materials are certainly expensive, and it requires advanced magic, so a skilled mage must be involved in the production. But such a product, Liz mused, staring at the bromide. So, you have image output technology from memories. Yes, but as I said, it's advanced mind magic. And the fact that they have an image of you in this attire suggests someone within the military is involved. It seemed popular. Popular. This. Not exactly flying off the shelves, but someone bought one while I was there, and the shopkeeper said they were selling well. I didn't mention that the person who bought one while I was there was Samarkand. But I didn't think they would sell something that wasn't popular at such a high price, so I wasn't lying. That's unexpected. Maybe we should officially start selling them. Officially? That's worth considering, Liz mused, touching her chin. If they're that popular, maybe I should dress up and go into town, be a little more approachable. Absolutely not, we have an image to maintain. Liz was right. Then I had an idea, inspired by similar products from Earth. What about a secret, limited edition version with my real face? I think I'm pretty good looking. That's top secret information. Right. We should investigate this tomorrow. Please wear your formal attire, master. I want to see their reaction. All right, I nodded. Here, this is for you. What am I supposed to do with a bromide of you, master? Well, I'll take it, I guess. Harkin tilted his head. Then, may I have this one? Master gave it to me. Harkin, I gave this to Liz. And you're well paid, so if you want one, buy it yourself. Like Samarkand. Wait, Samarkand bought one. This. Not just as a sample. Why would I accept a salary if I didn't spend it on something bearing my master's image? Samarkand's serious declaration left Liz speechless. That wasn't why I paid him. But while Samarkand's reaction was a bit extreme, maybe they would sell well. Though Liz seemed skeptical. Chapter 66, Portraits of Heroes. On our way to inspect the bromide sales, Liz, in her maid uniform, and I walked through the town. Samarkand and Harkin maintained a discreet distance, guarding us. It felt a little like a date. except for the fact that I was in my full Lord of Disease regalia and people were fearfully parting before me. So, it felt a little like being Moses. When we arrived at the shop, Liz spoke. Seems business is booming. Why, it's really you. The same shopkeeper from yesterday, recognizing me, stammered in shock. The moment she realized I was the Lord of Disease, her reaction was remarkably swift. She fell to the ground in a smooth prostration. I am so sorry. I take it from your reaction that you were aware this was unauthorized. Liz looked down at her, her voice cold. I meant no harm. I'll donate all the proceeds. Just please, don't feed me to your poison insects. I hadn't said anything, nor had Liz. I waved a hand at Liz and she leaned in. I feel like a terrible person. It's inevitable. You should be pleased that the propaganda is working. Liz whispered back, her voice close to my ear. I savored the rare opportunity to hear her whisper. I touched my mask, activating the voice alteration. Raise your head, stand. My voice was a deep, resonant rumble, as if from the depths of hell. Why, yes. Our demand is an immediate cessation of sales and, Liz began, but I interrupted her. We have one demand. Liz, the shopkeeper, and the surrounding crowd all turned to me. You will also sell bromides of His Majesty the Demon King, the other Supreme Commanders, and the Senior Commanders. What? Lord of Disease, what are you? You'll let me go. Oh, do you want all the proceeds? I tapped my staff on the cobblestones. It seems there's a misunderstanding. The shopkeeper flinched. I am the Lord of Disease. I do not know what the rumors say of me, but I imagine they are as my title suggests. Why, yes. However, my power is directed only towards our enemy, the humans. I am not so base as to extort the legitimate earnings of my own people. Oh, of course, the shopkeeper bowed her head again. I feel like I'm in a historical drama. We will obtain official permission, and if necessary, provide you with the source images. We will take a small portion of the proceeds, but only within the bounds of legitimate business and taxes. Of course, of course. Wait, Lord of Disease. Is that clear? Yes. If the Lord of Disease says so. Liz bowed her head. I felt a little bad, but we hadn't discussed this beforehand, so it was my fault. Why are you doing this for us? This war will continue, and it will be a difficult time for our people. This nation was perpetually at war, always anxious. The burden, both physical and mental, was immense. If that wasn't the case, how wonderful this world would be. If all the different races could live together in harmony, utilizing their respective strengths without conflict. How? They need hope to win and to build a better future after we win. That was what I wanted to see. I might not live to see it, but I wanted to fight for it, and that was a good enough reason. That is why we fight. If our images can bring comfort to the people, there is nothing that would make us happier. I clutched the 3 amulets around my neck and lowered my head slightly. It wasn't a lie, but it was a little embarrassing. Lots of people are buying these bromides. Lord of Disease. Her eyes were teary. Yes, I will sell them with all my heart and soul. But wait. Not until you have His Majesty's permission. I understand, thank you so much. We'll be back. We'll be waiting. I turned my back on the cheers and applause. On the way back, once we were alone, Liz, who had been walking 3 paces behind me, caught up and walked beside me. Can I take off my mask? You can. I removed the mask and put it away. Are you sure about that? I am. Everything I said was true. Yes, it was true, but... I'm sorry, though. I should have discussed it with you first. It's fine. We hadn't decided on a course of action anyway, and a little positive publicity wouldn't hurt. The fact that these are being sold unofficially suggests we should change our domestic PR strategy. We had similar products in my world, too. Yes. Any new product ideas? What about randomly, including a handshake ticket with each bromide? What's a handshake ticket? If you get one, you get to shake hands with the person. That's going too far. Okay, then how about a popularity poll for His Majesty, the Supreme Commanders, and the Senior Commanders? Each bromide would come with a voting ticket. That's also going too far. And have you ever heard the word disrespectful? Liz was absolutely right. I was a little curious, though. If it was just the Supreme Commanders, I'd vote for Bridget, no question. If the Senior Commanders were included, there might be some cute new faces, but Rebecca was a strong contender. As a veteran, she'd definitely be a candidate. If Liz was included, I'd vote for her. but as an assassin, she probably wouldn't show her face. As I was contemplating this, Liz muttered, "Your world really is crazy." Whenever she said that, a thought always crossed my mind. Which world is the crazy one? Chapter 67. A Special Photo. I was a supreme commander known for being quick, decisive, and ruthless, so I smoothly handled the various procedures related to bromide sales. Well, I got permission from His Majesty, and then delegated the rest to the people who handled the castle's finances. They gave me a look that said, "What a hassle," but I wasn't the kind of supreme commander who would back down from such a look. Liz often praised me, saying, "You're so thick-skinned, Master." In a way, I respect that. While we couldn't make a fortune, we could definitely give the treasury a little boost. So the project launched in less than a week, and I, seizing the opportunity, used my authority as a supreme commander to acquire the first print run. "Rebecca, we're selling these now." "What are these selling them?" Rebecca looked at me, her face a mask of confusion. "It won't affect our personal finances, so that's fine, right?" "I refuse, and this isn't about money." "Too bad. I already got permission from all the other supreme commanders, from the 1st to the 5th armies." "What?" "Or rather, His Majesty's full support and cooperation." "What did you say?" "His Majesty seemed to enjoy the idea. When you live a long time, you get bored easily, and we're in the middle of a war. Well, it is kind of a fun project." Even I, who hadn't lived that long, found this grim situation mentally taxing and sought comfort and healing whenever I could. His Majesty, who'd been the leader of this nation for 420 years, must have felt it even more. The Beastman army and the Dark Knights agreed to this. "Lathis is at the border right now. But it's fine." "Based on what?" "He doesn't seem like the type to sweat the small stuff, and he likes flashy things." "That's probably true. What about the Dark Knights?" "The commander happened to be at the castle, so I got her permission directly, with His Majesty as a witness." "What?" "The commander of the Dark Knights, what did she say?" "You seem to be doing something foolish, but do as you please." I wanted to properly reconcile with the commander of the Dark Knights, Bridget, eventually. The exasperated look she'd given me, was she still angry that I debuted as the Lord of Disease, selling myself as a ruthless tactician without consulting her? If I were her, I'd be angry. Or maybe she just thought this project was stupid. Yeah, let's go with that. She's given up. "Permission is permission," Rebecca nodded. "Fine, do as you please." Having got her consent, I offered Rebecca 2 of her Rebecca Stagnant bromides. "2 autographs, please." "Autographs?" "Sign your name, make it cute." "What do you plan to do with these?" Rebecca gave me a sidelong glance. "1 for promotional purposes, 1 for my personal collection." Can I refuse? His Majesty has given his full support to this project, which will improve public morale and finances. It's practically an official order. Are you prepared to refuse? "No, fine," Rebecca shrugged. "I don't know about cute. Will a normal signature do?" Rebecca sat down at the table and picked up an old-fashioned quill pen. Quill pens, where you dip the shaft in ink, had long since fallen out of fashion, so this was more of a decorative feather pen. "Just sign it like you're signing a contract to sell your soul." "This really is just a bromide, right?" "Yes, it's just a bromide." I nodded as Rebecca looked up, her hand paused. Then I offered her a bromide. "Here, this is for you." "What's this?" "An official Lord of Disease bromide. Autographed, treasure it." "It might work as a charm against evil spirits," Rebecca said, her eyes cold. "I see. So that's another selling point. Don't take me seriously." Like Liz, who hadn't made the cut because she was an assassin, Samarkand and Harkin weren't part of the initial release. I visited them and foisted, or rather, gifted, autographed bromides on them as well. Samarkand accepted it with silent tears, while Harkin laughed, rattling his jawbone. A study in contrasts, but they'd been spending a lot of time together lately, so maybe they got along. And finally, the last one. Liz, a present, I offered her 2 autographed bromides. Liz took them and exclaimed, "I told you, no secret face version. This one's not for sale, autographed, one of a kind." I'd had the workshop make a single, secret face version of the bromide, with the same pose as the regular version, but without the mask. One of a kind. Yes, and since it was autographed, it was truly the only one in the world. I gave Rebecca, Samarkand, and Harkin the official version, but you're special, Liz. "Only me." "Yes." "Will you accept it?" I always got nervous in these situations. What if she didn't want it? What if my gesture was just an imposition? What if she only accepted it to avoid causing trouble? What if it's just a nuisance? Yes. Your incorrigible master. Liz accepted it with a smile. Incidentally, a few days later, I visited Liz's room. The pirate version I'd given her first, the official one, and the secret, yet official, one, all three were displayed in beautiful wooden frames by her bedside. Chapter 68, A Chat with Harkin. Harkin, I whispered, beckoning to Harkin from around the corner of the hallway. What is it? Since joining the bodyguard unit, Harkin had often been seen with Samarkand. But now he was alone. Got a minute. My master's orders take priority, though I'm only on patrol right now. To be precise, I'd been waiting for Samarkand to leave for the royal castle, so I could catch Harkin alone. I take it this is a conversation you'd rather not have in front of others. Well, yes. Then my private quarters will do. That works. Harkin's private quarters were on the first floor. It was one of the rooms that had been booby-trapped and off-limits before. The traps in the mansion had been significantly reduced, partly because with the addition of Rebecca and Harkin, we were less reliant on traps, and partly because the recent attacks had made it clear that even Liz's specially designed traps were insufficient against hero-class opponents. So, the mansion's security now consisted solely of intrusion detection traps, which also improved overall safety. I'd been strictly forbidden from going near any bushes or the outer walls of the garden, as those areas were still filled with deadly traps, just in case of a surprise attack. It's a rather Spartan room. Harkin's room was almost bare. A spare longsword and dagger hung on the wall, and a can of oil and a folded rag for maintenance were stacked in the corner. There wasn't even a bed, just a small round table and 2 chairs. I'd heard it had originally been a servant's room, and it certainly wasn't luxurious. As a summoned creature, I have no need for much beyond my weapons and armor. You have no complaints about the room. As I said, I am a summoned creature and undead. As long as I can receive guests and maintain my equipment, I have no complaints. Well, that's good. However, I have no tea to offer you. I apologize for my lack of hospitality. Oh no, don't worry about it. I'm the one who barged in. I shook my head and sat down in the indicated chair. Harkin also sat, propping his elbows on the table, his gloved hands clasped. So, my master, what did you wish to discuss? I was just wondering if you've gotten used to your new workplace. Is that all? Harkin tilted his head. The undead often use gestures to express themselves. This was especially true for those with extensive experience working with the living. It was a sign of their consideration, their ability to communicate with those who couldn't read their expressions, and frankly, I appreciated it. Yes. Well, you're very considerate, my master. I was expecting you to order me to assassinate a political rival. What kind of impression do you have of me? I don't do that. My apologies. I had assumed, but Liz Dono is a far more skilled assassin than I. Harkin nodded dramatically. Wait, Harkin, let me clear this up. I don't have any political rivals, and I've never ordered Liz to assassinate anyone. Oh, is that so? I thought you had an assassination squad under your command. That's for official military operations, and only against the enemy. I have never used assassination against my own allies. It was true that Liz had assassinated former allies on occasion, but that had been under His Majesty's orders. I apologize, rumors are unreliable. Don't worry about it, but just for reference, what kind of rumors have you heard? Just that you're a heartless, ruthless monster. Ah, right, well, that's the image I'm cultivating. If you have any worries, you can tell me. I'm good at keeping secrets. I was supposed to be asking you that. Well, as for your question, this is a fine workplace. Liz Dono and Rebecca Dono are both skilled assassins and mages. And Samarkand Dono, while earnest, is quite the conversationalist. Wait, you're on good terms with Samarkand. Enough to make small talk. That was surprising. What did they even talk about? Indeed. He has explained, in 10,000 words, what a wonderful master you are. I'm sorry about that. I averted my gaze. My master has nothing to apologize for. A superior who is adored by her subordinates is a good superior. That's reassuring, but please talk to Samarkand about other things sometimes. I do, but he's at his most animated when he speaks of you. It's so enjoyable, I can't help but listen. Well, as long as they were happy. I was tempted to ask for more details, but I decided to change the subject. By the way, Harkin, where were you stationed before? I don't have your file. I was at Fort Littleside on border patrol, a rear guard, so to speak. Fort Littleside. I'd only passed through, but it was a border fortress I'd visited once, with a larger garrison than even the royal capital. The most heavily fortified point in the Lystria Demon Kingdom. I have been deployed 6 times, I've seen my fair share of combat, I'm no braggart. So why did you come here? Thanks to my master, the border is stable. Eldritch Dono, the commander-in-chief of the undead army, approached me directly. He said I could return if I didn't like it here, so I accepted. And do you like it? Let me answer honestly. I like it very much. Harkin nodded firmly. I am proud to have defended the border 6 times, but from now on, I shall fight to make the 7th battle a mere illusion. Harkin tapped his chest, his gloved hand resting on the embroidered emblem of the Lystria Demon Kingdom. That said, there won't be any combat for a while, right? Right, you're in the bodyguard unit, so there are no scheduled battles. They're always unexpected. That was the same at the border. I've stood sentry duty. I'm used to waiting. You'll be under Samarkand's command, technically, and you'll be 5th in rank. How do you feel about that? I am grateful for your consideration. Samarkand Dono is a capable superior, and I have no complaints about him as a colleague. You haven't been here long, but do you have any complaints about your treatment? None that I can think of, but since you've taken the time to ask, I will come to you if anything arises. Good, I nodded. Discontent was dangerous, but an explosion of discontent was even more so. What was your previous work environment like? I asked casually, hoping to gather some information to improve the work environment here. To put it bluntly, I was a piece of equipment attached to the undead army. What? Chapter 69, What Was Lost? I was listening to Harkin recount his previous work experience when he dropped a rather shocking power word. Property of the undead army. Did you just say property? Indeed. Why? Because I was a summoned creature, sealed within a summoning device. Awaiting a master, I answered Eldritch Dono's summons as a temporary master during border defense battles. I know this is a basic question, but are summoned creatures different from undead? Essentially, they are the same. Some undead are summoned through a medium of corpses and residual soul energy, rather than being naturally occurring. But if an undead runs out of mana, it dies, its existence is extinguished. A summoned creature simply returns to its summoning device. That's convenient. In exchange, summoned creatures must obey their summoner if the conditions are met, and they die if their summoning device is destroyed. It's a rather inconvenient position. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but why are you in that position? Because I was once a Dark Knight. I simply wish to continue fighting after death. You were a Dark Knight. So you might have worked under Bringit Finnis. No, I never served under her. Harkin clicked his teeth. I died shortly after the founding of this nation. What? This was year 420 of the nation's founding. So, you're over 400 years old. If I were alive, yes, Harkin nodded. You're a veteran. Indeed, but I am now a mere summoned creature, your servant. You may treat me as such. I see, understood. I nodded. An older subordinate, but in a military organization, rank should be respected, and it was reassuring to hear him say so. May I ask why you chose to fight after death and how? I cannot tell you how. But before my death, I had a contractual spell surgically carved into my spine. It's a lost art now. Harkin tapped his exposed spine with a gloved finger. This is me. The condition of my body is that I cannot wear clothing or armor that covers this. Thanks to that, I'm better off than an ordinary skeleton. I was wondering why you'd expose your weakness. It is a weakness, but by exposing it, my opponents are more likely to target it. It actually makes fighting easier. The words of a master. As for why, I've never told anyone this before, but perhaps I can tell you, my master. The eerie blue-green will-o'-the-wisps in his eye sockets flickered. There was a woman I loved. Details. Quite the eager listener, but it's a short story. Harkin began his tale. I was a Dark Knight, and she was an ordinary citizen. Even after the nation was founded and its forces gathered, we were a ragtag group. Our numbers were far smaller then. Our chain of command was a chaotic mess, with only His Majesty the Demon King at the top. So, we suffered defeat after defeat, losing territory after territory. Our homeland was one of those territories. That was the beginning of this nation, over 400 years ago. A history of hardship and defeat. I wanted to protect her, and I didn't want to be weak. Were you able to? She probably escaped, but I don't know. You don't know. I died on the battlefield. And I left many of my memories in the underworld. Undead were distinctly different from their living counterparts. They were not the same. Many undead used the same names they had in life. Some even retained their memories. But many memories were lost, and without absorbing the mana of the living, they couldn't even exist. That was what it meant to be undead. All that remained was my swordsmanship and the knowledge that I was a protector of this nation. Harkin's voice was tinged with sadness. Her face, her name, I can't remember them clearly anymore, though I do remember trying not to forget. Harkin. I realized what I felt for Harkin: empathy, sympathy. I must have subconsciously sensed our shared experience of losing precious memories. Don't look at me like that, my master. But what kind of face was I making? At least one that would make him say that, but I understood. Because I knew what it was like to lose something precious from within yourself. To know that something you shouldn't have lost, something irreplaceable, was gone forever. I understood that feeling. It's in the past. When this body died, Harkin, the Dark Knight, died. The me who had been a corporate drone in modern Japan was dead, but even so. But I will still fight. Even if I no longer have a knight's pride, I still have something I want to protect. As he spoke those words, despite his claim, Harkin looked like a knight. No matter what he said, this Death Knight hadn't abandoned his pride. A knight's duty wasn't to some shallow chivalric code from a storybook. And I find you, my master, to be a reliable leader. We must win. By any means necessary. Yes, I nodded, as the Lord of Disease. Harkin, this conversation didn't go as I expected, but I'm glad we talked. As am I, Harkin nodded deeply. As I left Harkin's room, I ran into Liz. Oh, an unusual pairing. Liz. We were just having an enjoyable conversation. Liz gave me a sidelong glance. What were you two doing alone? It's not what you think. I turned and glanced at Harkin. We were just talking. Getting to know each other. Indeed, a new subordinate and a new superior. Harkin rattled his jawbone, laughing. Chapter 70, the job of hugging cute, frilly girls from behind. Rebecca and Harkin had settled in quite nicely. I was now having a meal with Liz and Rebecca. Harkin, being an undead and a summoned creature, didn't require food. Samarkand could eat, and it did provide some energy, but it wasn't efficient and only necessary when he was low on mana. So, I had Harkin and Samarkand take over the serving duties that Liz had previously handled. That said, since our meals weren't extravagant multi-course affairs, they usually just stood by. When Liz had first arrived, she'd said, "I can only make home-cooked meals, so please don't expect too much." And she was probably right, but I had no complaints. In Japan, having a cute maid cook for you would cost a premium, and a cute dark elf that would be priceless. And in this grim daily reality, what I craved wasn't extravagant court cuisine, but simple, comforting home-cooked meals, a taste of a different kind of home. Rebecca also ate, not just to replenish her mana, but to retain a sense of normality. The existence of an undead was said to be not so much a matter of time, but of losing one's sense of self, of purpose, or so Rebecca had said. After breakfast, as we were having tea, Rebecca spoke up. "I'll be out for a day soon. My residual mana is low." "Oh, a mana supply run." "Yes." Almost all undead required mana from other sources. Everything in this world, organic or inorganic, was made of mana, and undead could drain mana from living beings. Or rather, it was a necessity. Without it, they would simply decay. The fact that undead, by their very nature, attacked humans and animals was the human justification for their absolute annihilation. In the Lystria Demon Kingdom, all undead were required to join the Demon King's army. Those suited for combat served as soldiers, while those who weren't were assigned to manual labor, such as mining and logging, tasks that were simple but required strength and didn't involve living beings. The reason undead couldn't be used for farming, except for clearing and leveling land, was that they absorbed the mana from crops and even microorganisms in the soil, killing them. Thus, if a horde of undead were to settle in an area, it would eventually become a barren wasteland, devoid of life and greenery. Even so, their ability to work without rest, food, or sleep made them a valuable workforce for dangerous jobs in hazardous locations. While humans hunted and killed undead on sight, in this nation they were a precious resource, and in return they received mana from the living. I can supply you with mana. You can. I supply the Bargus with mana. Liz gave me a cold look. You just pet them. And it works. Well, skin-to-skin contact is enough, though I have heard a rumor that mucosal contact is more efficient. Wait with Rebecca, so we'd have to do it at night. My mind raced with vivid fantasies. It's definitely a crime, by all appearances. What are you imagining? Probably the same thing you are. However, there were no laws against engaging in such activities with undead. Furthermore, supreme commanders, in the execution of their military duties, were exempt from most laws, and supplying a subordinate with mana was a military duty. I said it was a rumor. Well, that's fine. So I can touch Rebecca as much as I want? I smiled. On second thought, I'll go today. I'll be back tomorrow. Now, Rebecca. I gestured for her to sit as she tried to stand. She reluctantly sat back down. You're also my bodyguard. If you leave, the mansion's defenses will be weakened. As the commander of the 6th Army, I cannot allow that. I laid out the simple facts, one by one, cutting off her escape routes. I'm using logic today. Didn't you say logic doesn't work on some people? Yes, I nodded. I'm one of them. But you're not, are you, Rebecca? If you deny logic, then your own judgment becomes unreliable. Is that what you want? Rebecca gave me a sidelong glance. I was right, and there was a clear difference in rank, so a glare was her only form of protest. I ignored her cute defiance and declared, placing a hand on my chest. My judgment is based on what I find interesting and amusing. That's a terrible standard. Thank you for the compliment. That wasn't a compliment. She glared at me, her gaze even more intense. After a moment, she looked away. Rebecca sighed dramatically. Fine, but don't do anything strange. That makes me want to. May I request leave to go out? No. And I don't want you to dislike me. Liz interjected. Master, I still have permission to kill you, you know. I said I won't. By the way, this is the first I'm hearing of this, though I suspected as much. Liz so casually dropped that bombshell. Yes, I thought it best to inform you now. What do you people think I am? A heartless monster who acts according to her whims. I couldn't argue with that. We were alone in my room. Rebecca was on my lap as I sat on the canopied bed, holding her hands. Normally, holding one hand was enough. You have a lot of mana. I am a supreme commander. I'd expected Rebecca to be more embarrassed, but she seemed resigned to her fate. However, her body was slightly tense, so she must have been a little nervous. I heard you had no magical abilities. I wasn't appointed a supreme commander for my magical prowess. I'd learned all the everyday magic spells, but my offensive and defensive magic were still useless. That doesn't make any sense. I do my best to act like a supreme commander every day. Thanks to my training, I'd become quite good at speaking with authority, making the markings on my mask glow menacingly, and swishing my robes dramatically. This doesn't seem like the behavior of a supreme commander. We agree on that. I don't think so either. Then stop. I can't. This is an important job. I released her hands and wrapped my arms around her from behind. I get paid just to hug a cute girl. It's amazing. You know how terrible that sounds, right? While the pose was sweet, her words were sharp. I was starting to like it. I'll have to get back to work soon, once the reports start coming in. Until then, my job is to stay alive, and for that, I need to supply my subordinate with mana to keep her in top condition. Is there a problem with that? I peered at Rebecca's face. Her crimson eyes glared at me. There isn't, but what do you think mana supply is? A legitimate excuse to hug a smaller, younger girl, of course. You really are the worst. I am the Lord of Disease. I don't think that's the issue here. Rebecca was right. But I was the Lord of Disease. An incomprehensible, terrifying being. So, I was allowed to insist that hugging a cute, younger subordinate from behind and enjoying her childlike presence was part of my job. Probably. Chapter 71, Precious Time. After finishing the arduous, half-day-long task of supplying mana, I left my room with Rebecca, looking forward to dinner. Liz, who greeted us in the dining room, looked back and forth between Rebecca and me, her expression quizzical. Rebecca, your mana seems to have recovered, but you look rather tired. Ah, well, Rebecca, who had been receiving mana for half a day, looked utterly exhausted, and I, who had been supplying mana, was beaming. That was so much fun. My skin is glowing. Why are you so energetic, Master, after expending so much mana? Because I enjoyed Rebecca so much. Ah, enjoyed, Liz glared at me. I nodded, beaming. Yep. Wait, don't misunderstand. So, what did you do? Just hugged her and held her hands. That's what you always do. No, today was official business. Labor is a noble endeavor. I nodded sagely. I feel a sense of accomplishment, and since it was under the guise of supplying mana, Rebecca was very cooperative. I hugged Rebecca from behind one last time. Let's do this regularly. Even a little drop in mana is a good enough reason. Her body tensed for a moment, but she quickly slipped out of my arms, freeing herself. She's learned how to escape my clutches in just half a day. Can I delegate this to someone else? Or, better yet, can't Liz do it? Liz looked apologetic. Samarkand and I could supply you with mana, but the bodyguard unit is small, it's more efficient for Master, who's mainly involved in intellectual work and is usually useless, to do it. Liz, that's a rather harsh assessment of me. I'm not questioning your abilities. I'm just saying you have no combat skills. I know that. The Lystria Demon Kingdom was blessed with skilled warriors, but there was only one Lord of Disease, one heartless monster. My job is to devise strategies and maintain the peak condition of my subordinates. It sounds good when you put it like that. Lately, Liz's words had been piercing my heart like daggers. The next day, at breakfast. Harkin needs mana too, doesn't he? Harkin was an unusual case, being both an undead and a summoned creature. But he still consumed mana simply by existing, and would eventually become incapacitated without a supply, just like a regular undead. Though in his case, he would simply revert to his summoning device, his spine, and become immobile. Indeed, but will you be supplying it, Master? I did it for Rebecca, but I'm not as cute as Rebecca Dono. Before I could respond, Liz nodded emphatically. Of course you will. Right, Master? You wouldn't refuse just because he's not a cute girl, would you? Of course not, I nodded, feeling the pressure from Liz's smiling gaze. Half a day later, I was slumped on the sofa in the parlor. The result of diligently supplying mana to Harkin, with only a short break for lunch. I'm drained. You look tired today. Mana was life force. Supplying it to others was naturally exhausting. I don't dislike Harkin, but it's not the same as hugging a cute girl. Though petting his skull had been enjoyable. My apologies. No, it's fine, you're an important subordinate, Rebecca spoke. You are impartial. I've revised my opinion of you, slightly. Slightly, Rebecca affirmed, but I have to do it for Liz too, right? You should know by now that dark elves can't receive mana supply. I mean the skinship. Before Liz could protest, I jumped up from the sofa and hugged her from the front. Ah, this is so healing, I sighed contentedly, hugging her tighter. Well, if it makes you feel better, Master. Liz sighed in my arms. Her body was completely relaxed. The first time I'd hugged her, she'd tensed up reflexively. We'd both gotten used to it, hugging and being hugged, but familiarity could be dangerous. Complacency, born of familiarity, could get you killed. This happiness I felt now was a familiar sensation. But I couldn't get used to it, I couldn't take it for granted, so I decided to savor my time with Liz a little longer. Master. Yes. How long am I supposed to stay like this? I answered Liz's question in a serious tone. I've been low on Liz lately. Huh, what are you talking about? Liz's body tensed slightly, her temperature rising. Ah, we should probably leave them alone. Indeed, such affection. Samarkand Dono, would you care to tell me more about our master's charms? Of course, Harkin Dono, with pleasure. Rebecca, Harkin, and Samarkand started to leave the parlor. Liz shouted. Wait. You're dismissed. Thank you for your consideration. Liz was second in command. I was first. Therefore, my order held more weight. The door closed with a thud, leaving us alone. So, what is it you want, Master? Liz gently pushed me away, meeting my gaze, her eyes narrowed. It was a novel experience, seeing her up close like this. I just thought, we haven't spent much time together lately. I smiled and released her. I gestured for her to sit on the sofa, and she complied. Just for a little while, I have to prepare dinner. Okay, Liz's words were curt. but in stark contrast, her scarf twitched and moved. A scarf that she could wrap around her arms, channeling her mana through it to augment her movements in close combat. Normally, its red color served as an accent to her navy and white Maid uniform. While I didn't understand the exact mechanics, it sometimes fluttered even when there was no wind, and it twitched. I suspected it moved according to her emotions, but I couldn't be sure. It might not be that simple. Perhaps it was an act, a way to make me happy. Her tone was curt, but her lips were curved into a small smile, her ears perked up slightly, her cheeks faintly flushed. All of it could be an act. Liz, are you a femme fatale? Huh? She frowned, her mouth slightly agape, a look of complete bewilderment on her face. If it was an act, it was a flawless one. Well, I wouldn't mind being deceived by you, Liz, I nodded. I've never deceived you, Master. I'm glad. I took her hand and gently squeezed it, resting my head on her shoulder. I'm glad, if this precious time was free of any deception. Chapter 72. Attack on the convoy. They say it never rains, but it pours. A phrase that perfectly described my life as the Lord of Disease, or perhaps the Lystria demon kingdom itself. Supplies by sea. The regular report presented a new challenge we had to deal with. I listened to Liz's report along with Rebecca, Samarkand, and Harkin. Yes, it seems supplies are being transported by sea from the smaller nations to the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. My basic strategy, the Lord of Disease's basic strategy, was to squeeze the three great nations by disrupting their production infrastructure. Whether the smaller nations were tributing, trading, or aiding, the flow of supplies was, to put it mildly, undesirable. To put it strongly, it was absolutely unacceptable. Land routes are dangerous now, because of us. The smaller nations were just that, 13 small nations. While technically independent, their power paled in comparison to the three great nations, and they were essentially treated as vassal states. I couldn't ignore them, but my precious subordinates were limited in number, and geographically, they were at the opposite end of the continent from the Lystria demon kingdom. I hadn't targeted them, partly to create a sense of disparity, but I had been doing my best to disrupt the export of supplies. On land. So, by sea, I heard the sea was dangerous. It's probably better than the land routes, where we can wipe them out at any time. The sea was dangerous, partly because of underdeveloped naval technology, but mostly because sea-based magical beasts were far more dangerous than land-based ones. Apparently, there were monstrously large sea serpents. I'd heard that a large ship, the only one of its kind, had once been swallowed whole. As a result, interactions with the sea had been limited to coastal fishing, and there had been no exploration of the open seas. With the constant conflict on land, they probably hadn't had the resources to invest in such romantic notions. I knew they were the enemy, but I was giving them a pass. They should have just stayed quiet. I glanced through the report Liz handed me. It contained a lot of detailed figures. Due to the distance, frequent communication was difficult, so they must have prioritized accuracy. While I would have preferred speed, I was grateful for the detailed information. What are your orders? I tossed the report onto the table. Sink them all. What? Rebecca asked. Yes, Liz replied. Their reactions were a study in contrasts. Can the assassination squad sink the ships on their own? If we target them while they're docked, it's possible. Concentrate the assassination squads on the coastal areas of the smaller nations. Kill the sailors, one by one. The fishermen, too. All of them. As many as possible. No exceptions for those who can handle a ship. Once they're in position, give them a 3-day window to kill as many as they can before the enemy raises their guard. And don't leave any families behind. Families, too, Liz, who had been so responsive, hesitated. Yes, let them know what we are capable of. Understood, Liz nodded. Then work out the details. That's your job, Master. Hi. Organizing the assassination squads, assigning them to different regions. You've read the reports, you should have a good idea of what to do. I do, but... Then please. You can do it in a day, right? I think so, but you'll help, right, Liz? Liz neatly stacked the reports and handed them to me. Of course, I'll assist you. I appreciated Liz's assistance, but I'd wanted to delegate the whole thing. Done. I'd spent the entire day, from breakfast until just before dinner, creating the deployment plan. I handed it to Liz and slumped onto the desk. It wasn't a difficult task. My assassination squad was skilled and had high morale. They could handle a bit of a challenge. It was just a matter of concentrating our forces in the coastal areas. Including the Bargists, we had nearly 500, and I had to consider their vacation rotations. Liz took the plan, glanced through it, and smiled. As expected of Master, I'm proud of you. Liz's praise was nice, but I knew it was the carrot part of her carrot and stick approach, but I was still happy knowing that. I straightened my posture and gave my orders. From here on, full authority is delegated to the field operative units. Their safety is the top priority. With that in mind, I expect results. Yes, Liz nodded. I slumped onto the desk again. I need healing. I looked up at Liz from under my lashes. Liz, want to sleep with me? I'm sorry, I have to debrief the field operative units. Oh, right, I continued, my voice muffled by the desk. What about Rebecca? Is she free tonight? Wait, don't push so hard. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Just pretend a Bargist is biting you. Lively voices echoed from beyond the open door. Don't apologize. Explain. Rebecca entered the room, pushed from behind by Liz. Hey, Rebecca, I waved from my seat on the bed. Okay, I get it. Can I go now? You can rest here. Do I have a choice? Liz shook her head solemnly. It's fine, I won't do anything strange. We'll just sleep together. That is strange. Besides, I can ask Liz. I have to debrief the field operative units. I'm sorry, but... Rebecca looked at Liz again. Liz shook her head again, her expression apologetic. Ah, Rebecca is so cute. I see. I'm not particularly pleased to hear that in this situation. I feigned ignorance of Rebecca's languid state and hugged her from behind, pulling her onto my lap. Ah, I feel so energized. It was the same position as when I'd supplied her with mana, but this time, my mana wasn't being drained, which probably contributed to my good mood. How long do I have to stay like this? Until I'm satisfied. And how long will that be? I don't know. I see. I gently guided Rebecca onto the bed, and we lay down together. The sun was setting, but the sheets, warmed by the afternoon sun, were still cozy, inviting a blissful slumber. Can I leave once you're asleep? Just for a little while. I'm going to sleep too. That's fine. Hey, are you just going to fall asleep like that? You'll get cold. My eyes, tired from poring over the detailed figures in the reports, refused to open. My equally exhausted brain had given up on thinking. Honestly, you're such a handful. Just before I lost consciousness, I felt a blanket being pulled up to my shoulders. Rebecca is so kind. I woke up the next morning, having missed one of Liz's meals. Chapter 73. Evil Sorceress. The next day, I handed the sealed orders to the field operative unit, departing to relieve the unit that had just returned. Open these at the designated time, and relay the orders to your respective teams. You can count on us. As stated in the orders, prioritize your own safety. If you believe the plan has been compromised, cease operations immediately and retreat. This isn't as urgent as the Dragon Knight situation, so don't forget that. Understood. Thank you for your concern, Lord of Disease. Be careful, really. Of course, we'll be taking our leave now. Yes. Good luck. 20 of the 31 Bargists, a recent reinforcement, were also heading to the front lines. As I watched them depart in the horse-drawn wagons from the mansion gates, I was lost in thought. The targets of this mission were almost all non-combatants. However, larger towns would have their own defenses. I hope no one dies, at least not on our side. A moment of your time. Rebecca's voice brought me back to reality. Where's Liz and Samarkand and Harkin? They'd all been here to see the unit off. I asked them to give us a moment. I wanted to speak with you alone. Oh, a love confession. I doubt it. She shot me down immediately. Rebecca sighed and spoke. Are you really capable of giving such an order? I am. Sailors are non-combatants, aren't they? And their families. You're too kind, Rebecca. I smiled, cutting her off. Because I'm an evil sorceress. You're a decent person. A little selfish and whimsical at times, but still. You think so? Yes, I've lived a long time. I know how to judge character. Indeed. Her military service and life experience far exceeded my own. Can you bear it? An order like that? I told you, I'm the Lord of Disease and evil sorceress. I was a decent person. Therefore, I acted based on logic. This nation needs someone like me. Someone who will give the necessary orders to win, no matter how ruthless. That was why I had chosen to become an evil sorceress. To destroy all that I couldn't forgive, and to protect all that I wanted to protect. It's all my responsibility. Are we forcing you to take on this difficult role? The field operative units have the more difficult role, but that's why I call myself the Lord of Disease, so that everyone knows they acted under my name, under my orders. I wasn't the one getting my hands dirty. Even if my orders resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands, the number of people I'd actually killed with my own hands could be counted on one hand. So, as a commander, I had to take responsibility for my orders. You too, Rebecca, don't worry about it, I'm well compensated for this. This isn't about money. No, it isn't. Liz and Rebecca are cute too. Wait, that's the issue. It is, to a certain extent. I loved this nation. And one of the reasons was undoubtedly the fact that it was home to cute, beautiful girls like Bridget, Liz, and Rebecca. Would I have gone this far otherwise? Truly, cuteness and beauty were sins. That's well. Do you need a mana supply? We just did that. Or would you rather just take a nap like yesterday? I hugged Rebecca from behind. Well, I mean, if you're all right with it. My subordinates are so cute. I nuzzled her as she stood there, allowing herself to be hugged. Rebecca muttered, "Is this all an act? You're sharp." I stopped nuzzling her and looked up at the sky. The wagons carrying the field operative units and the accompanying bargists had already disappeared over the horizon. I won't deny that I'm forcing myself to act cheerful, to fool myself. But as I do, I start to wonder if this is who I really am. Is that healthy? You should talk to someone. I often thought Samarkand needed counseling, but perhaps I was the one who needed it more. Oh, I'm the Lord of Disease, a supreme commander of the Demon King's army, but I'm actually a human from another world, and it's difficult for me to order the deaths of my fellow humans, so what should I do? I didn't say you had to say all that. I laughed. It is difficult for you, isn't it? It would be a lie to say it wasn't. I wasn't so broken that I could order someone's death without feeling anything, but I've made my decision. And if necessary, I would do it. I could do it. Besides, compared to the ruthlessness of my orders, my own suffering was nothing. I knew now that hatred alone didn't kill people in this world. I decided. No one ordered me to, I said it myself. To His Majesty, I can bring about the extinction of humanity in 3 years. You're reckless, Rebecca sighed. I will do it. I see, then I too shall fulfill my role. I'm counting on you, Rebecca. I hugged her one last time, then released her. So, when are we sleeping together? Wait, were you serious about that? I nodded. I'm always serious. Chapter 74, The Sea That Rained Ash. It was a recent memory for the residents of the coastal towns and villages of the smaller nations, when a sudden influx of wealth had brought them to a boil. They dispatched a large number of medium-sized ships, sailing as close to the coast as possible to deliver their cargo. Of course, there were risks. The sea was a hostile domain, teeming with large, aquatic magical beasts. The only safe way for humans to interact with the sea was through small-scale fishing, close to the shore, during the day. And the smaller the ship, the safer. While very small ships were at risk of capsizing, even children knew the story of the one and only attempt at a large-scale voyage into the open sea. It had been swallowed whole by a great sea serpent the moment it left the bay. Apparently, large ships were considered prey, or perhaps enemies. Since then, large ships hadn't even been designed, and the term large ship now referred to medium-sized ones. And even those were occasionally targeted and sunk by the great sea serpent about once a decade. So, transporting cargo, especially at night, was a gamble. But land transport had long since become an even worse bet. The Lord of Disease. That abominable mage was currently a force of nature, devastating the 3 great nations. But perhaps due to their low priority, or perhaps due to the mage's limits, the towns and villages of the smaller nations had yet to be attacked. However, if they formed a caravan to sell their surplus goods under the guise of aid, about 1 in 3 would be brutally annihilated. Thus, they'd arrived at the conclusion of sea transport. The sea serpent was preferable to the Lord of Disease. And they were right. Compared to the Lord of Disease, the legendary Great Sea Serpent was far more merciful. Celesteon, the largest port town among the smaller nations. Just a few days ago, the merchants who owned the ships and the sailors who manned them had made a fortune selling food and other supplies at high prices. So, anyone who had seen it then would have found the current scene unbelievable. The world was red. The sea was on fire. Not just the medium-sized ships waiting to be loaded, but everything from small fishing boats to one-person dinghies. All of them had been set ablaze, becoming torches illuminating a cruel reality. The merchants' mansions, the sailors' registration office, and their homes, all of them were now empty. There were no residents to notice the flames and rush to the scene. No firefighters to extinguish the flames, no guards to maintain order, no sailors to protect their precious ships, not even any onlookers. Sparks from the burning ships drifted onto a house, and the thatched-roof wooden structure was slowly consumed by flames. And still, no one came out. The fire spread, one house after another burning to the ground. Their residents had all been cut down by blades, torn apart by fangs. They were all dead. Sparks and ash, carried upwards by the heat, drifted back down to the ground as they cooled, then were swept up again, scattering. The sparks that fell into the sea were extinguished, and the ash that fell into the sea turned it a milky white. And so, the land turned black and white, and the sea turned white. The historic town of Celesteon was reduced to ashes. No one witnessed its demise, and no one would live to tell the tale. But those who saw the ruins would tell the story. They would tell of the terror etched into their hearts, a terror that would never fade. They would speak, more eloquently than the great sea serpent had, of the folly of sea transport, of how it was a provocation, an act of madness, like offering one's neck to the grim reaper's scythe. And now, building a ship, setting sail on the sea that would be a gamble only those who didn't value their lives would take. That is all, Your Majesty. Liz concluded her report. Indeed, we can assume that the supply route has been cut off. Well done. It was my duty. I bowed my head. We had attacked the coastal towns and villages of the smaller nations, but the objective had been simply to sink the ships and kill a reasonable number of sailors. We didn't have the time or the budget for a thorough investigation. It was far easier to simply attack the homes of those who seemed to be sailors and then withdraw. The only exception was the port town of Celesteon, the most famous port town among the smaller nations, a hub for resupplying ships, and the linchpin of this sea transport operation. This large-scale sea transport had been made possible through the cooperation of the Celesteon Merchant Guild and the port towns and fishing villages of the smaller nations. Therefore, I had chosen total destruction. It was the only target where I'd ordered them to leave no survivors. There had been one miscalculation. The fire had spread and burned down almost the entire town. My plan had been for visitors to Celesteon to discover the anomaly, to go from house to house, finding the gruesomely decomposed bodies, a scene straight out of the opening of a horror movie. That was the hellish vision I'd sought for this plan. Of course, the sight of the ashes would convey a message, but fire was clean. The psychological impact of finding a town full of dead inhabitants, their homes still standing, would have been far greater than a flattened, burned-out ruin. And yet, Celesteon was destroyed. The beautiful plan, born mostly of self-interest, but also of love, to send supplies to the nations fighting tirelessly to eliminate the demon threat, was crushed. Now, many would understand that even extending a hand to a fellow human was an act of hostility towards the Lord of Disease. They wouldn't be so quick to act out of self-interest anymore. Well done. I'll have to think of another reward for you. No, it's our job. However, I would like to report that those who participated in this operation received a substantial hazard pay. Of course, His Majesty nodded. Then let's consider that additional funding a reward. That should quell any complaints. Yes, thank you. If there was one concern, it was that some of the younger members of the Dark Knights and the Beastmen army, frustrated with the current defensive strategy, were eager for a chance to win glory in a flashy battle. For them, the Lord of Disease's forces, who were achieving brilliant results through their offensive operations, were an object of both envy and jealousy. Lathis would keep the Beastmen army in check, and I trusted Bridget to do the same with the Dark Knights. But that kind of discontent wouldn't disappear easily. No matter what I said, my words wouldn't reach them. To them, I was, whether they wanted to admit it or not, a war hero. No matter what I, who had already achieved so much, said, my words would have no impact without the weight of their own experience. Rank Kingdom was the most accessible target, sharing the longest border with us. And now that they no longer had their dragon knights, we could probably defeat them. But if we did that, we would lose our absolute advantage. We were the defenders. Defenders required fewer troops than attackers. Provided, of course, that their fortifications and supply lines were secure, which the Lystria Demon Kingdom had. And now that the Dragon Knights were gone, there was less risk of our secrets being revealed through aerial reconnaissance, or of our weaker points being exploited. It was best to let the enemy choose the more difficult path. And yet, some still dreamt of conquering enemy territory, a strategy that would put them at a disadvantage, forcing them to defend their newly acquired land. I intended to deal with them, eventually. It was best to let the enemy choose the more difficult path. Even if a decisive battle was inevitable, now was not the time. Your Majesty, then, if you'll excuse me. Very well. I bowed to His Majesty and left the room. Chapter 75, a meeting disguised as a tea party. A few days after we'd wiped out the small nation's sea supply route, including the coastal port towns and fishing villages, Liz, not Samarkand, had gone to the royal castle today. Now that we had more guards, I no longer had to stay in the basement while she was out. Welcome back, but hugging her when she returned hadn't changed. Whoa, you're as over the top as ever, Master. I'm happy, but what's wrong, Liz? You look down. Did something happen at the royal castle? Master, what did you do to my sister? Your sister, you mean Bridget. I didn't do anything. Liz gave me a sidelong glance, but this time I was innocent. I have Liz after all. I don't understand what I have to do with this. You really don't. I placed a finger under Liz's chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. She shook her head, brushing my hand away. I don't. And this isn't that kind of relationship. You see, you do understand. Be quiet. What's all this noise? Rebecca, we spoke in unison. How lovely, but could you two have your lovers' quarrels in the bedroom? It's quite noisy out here in the hallway. Rebecca said, her tone flat, as if she were exasperated. We're not having a lover's quarrel. Right, Liz just has something she wants to say. Liz nodded. Rebecca, you should join us, no? Let's get Samarkand and Harkin, too. This concerns all of us in the Lord of Diseases unit. I brought a tea set and sweets into the parlor and prepared for our meeting. This is how a meeting should be. We didn't actually have a table large enough for all of us, so everyone found a seat where they could. Or at least that was the plan. Samarkand stood behind me like a shadow. I told him to sit wherever he wanted, but it seemed he preferred to be near me, even if it meant kneeling on the floor. Incidentally, Samarkand had declined, and Harkin didn't require food or drink, so there were only 3 cups of tea and 3 plates of sweets. Why is this like a tea party? It didn't seem like a particularly urgent matter. It's not, but this is still a meeting, a decision-making body. I hate stuffy meetings. I prefer a more relaxed atmosphere, where we can chat over tea. I petted the Bargus that had rested its head on my lap, and it flattened its ears and closed its eyes. The gentle wagging of its tail was adorable. How elegant. I wouldn't have expected such words from the Lord of Disease. The Lord of Disease, you know, is my public persona. I'm well aware of that. I'm telling you, this is a relatively formal meeting. We're also acquaintances, in a private capacity. Who's an acquaintance? You and I are superior and subordinate. Don't forget that. What? Even after we bathed together and slept in the same bed? You're hurting my feelings, big sister. That was work. Rebecca cut me down. I slumped dejected. So, I was the only one who thought we were friends. Huh, is friends okay? What? Oh, did you think I was going to say lovers? I tilted my head, and Rebecca looked sheepish and cleared her throat. Well, if it's just friends, I suppose that's fine. Thank you, Rebecca, I hugged her. Idiot, don't just hug me like that, Rebecca scolded, her face turning red. She grabbed my shoulders and pushed me away, then glared at me and reprimanded me. Besides, you have Liz, don't you? I'm just her subordinate. Huh, you're not lovers. We're not, I denied it before. And what makes you think that anyway? Well, you know. I told you we're not. Why would I be with someone so ridiculous? Liz, I've never been ridiculous. That statement itself is ridiculous. I'm just seriously playing within the limits of my authority to find some comfort. I think most people would call that being ridiculous. It seems we have a serious communication breakdown. My master, while your playfulness is amusing, perhaps we should get to the main topic. Samarkand, who had been watching, finally spoke up. You're right, Samarkand. Rebecca, Liz and I are officially superior and subordinate and in private friends. I nodded sagely. Though that might change. How so? What if Liz became the superior? I don't think that's likely. Liz averted her gaze. It was true, I was a supreme commander. The only one who outranked me was His Majesty, the Demon King. And if I were to be stripped of my rank, it would probably be under grim circumstances, and Liz wouldn't become the superior. I might not even be alive, but it was fun to imagine a role reversal. My master, were we not going to stop playing and get to the main topic? This time Harkin spoke. You're right, Harkin. Liz grumbled. We really shouldn't have meetings in the atmosphere of a tea party. Chapter 76. A letter from the commander of the Dark Knights. Liz clapped her hands together. All right, the meeting will now begin. Please be serious. All right, Liz. I'll be serious. What's the agenda? I've received a private letter from the commander of the Dark Knights. Private? Regarding that, there are two things I need to report concerning the Dark Knights. First, a request for a joint training exercise, and second, well, what is it? Is it classified? It was rare for Liz to hesitate. No, but it's just something I don't want to tell you, Master. And you've called a meeting for this. I couldn't help but tilt my head. Yes, but Master, are you a patient person? I smiled reassuringly at Liz's hesitant question. Yes, patient enough to plan a 3-year extermination of humanity. Isn't that a bit short? That's one way to look at it. I nodded seriously at Rebecca's exasperated comment. Will you listen without getting angry? It depends, but I don't think I'd get angry at you, Liz. If you got angry at your subordinates for bringing you bad news, they'd stop bringing you bad news. And that was far more terrifying than only hearing good news. I think I read that in a business book once, or maybe it was an ancient Chinese philosopher. Well, it seems there are some, mostly younger members of the Dark Knights, who doubt your abilities, Master. They want the Lord of Disease to participate in this joint training exercise. Of course, that's not explicitly stated in the request, but there's a faction that's eager to unmask the Lord of Disease with their swords. It seems the incident with Lathasama, the leader of the Beastmen army, has been misinterpreted. I see. You're not angry. I'm tired of hearing about it. I waved a hand dismissively. I wouldn't be able to serve as the Lord of Disease, no, as a supreme commander, if I got angry over every little thing. I see. Liz breathed a sigh of relief. What did Bridget say? Bridget? You mean Bringit Finnis? Rebecca raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's what I call her. I heard you two were on bad terms, but it seems you're actually quite close. Am I? I couldn't help but wonder. Am I still her friend? Liz spoke. It's complicated. You haven't had a proper conversation in over a year, have you? But she said it was okay to call her a friend. Wasn't that just a social nicety? But she said it in private. And then you made her angry, and you're on bad terms now, right? I did, but... What did Bringit-sama say? As Liz pressed me, my voice trembled and tears welled up in my eyes. Samarkand came to my rescue. The commander said to humor them, to let them blow off some steam. She's leaving the method entirely up to the Lord of Disease. Oh, I regained my composure and smiled, a hint of defiance in my eyes. Accept it, Liz. Are you sure? I'm sure. This was the perfect opportunity to crush the arrogance of those upstarts. You've already formulated a plan, haven't you? Indeed. My master is a brilliant strategist. I declared to a marveling Samarkand and Harkin. I'll figure it out as I go. I admire your decisiveness. A truly admirable recklessness. Liz, is she always like this? Pretty much. Well, some of her ideas aren't bad, but it's usually up to us subordinates to make them work. Well, that's probably the most important part. But why did you decide so suddenly? Bridget still thinks of me as a friend. I don't understand. You don't have to. It's a secret. I put a finger to my lips. Master, you and my sister, there's nothing going on, is there? Liz looked at me, her eyes filled with suspicion. It's not what you're thinking. She was leaving the method up to me. My method. How could I not take that as a sign of her trust as a friend? What if she was just counting on the Lord of Disease's ruthlessness? Just give me the materials. I'll think about it seriously. I'd appreciate it if you'd look at the materials before making a decision, as your subordinate. Now that she mentioned it, I think I'd thought the same thing when I was a subordinate. I'm sorry, but I trust all of you. We are grateful for your kind words. Samarkand's lips curled into a satisfied smile. If it is my master's trust, I must not fail to meet it. Harkin rattled his jawbone, laughing. That's not fair, master, Liz chuckled, exasperated. I'll do my best. Master, Rebecca smiled sarcastically, now that I thought about it. I wanted to work in a place full of smiles. I'm counting on you. I smiled back at everyone. Chapter 77, Fortress City Littleside. The Fortress City of Littleside. It was named Littleside because it was near the Little Mountains. The simple, easy-to-remember name was a testament to the fact that it was a planned city, built with a clear purpose. However, it was also a city that had grown organically, in a way. The fortress was deliberately constructed, but the city itself had developed on its own for several reasons. One, it was more convenient to have farmland nearby to feed the large, stationed army. Two, a market was established to supply daily necessities to the soldiers and farmers. And three, houses were built for the families of the soldiers, farmers, and merchants. And so, the city had gradually grown, becoming a representative city of the southern region of the Lystria Demon Kingdom. The southern defense, the front lines. Always in danger, but in a way, the safest place to be. 70% of the Demon King's army was stationed here at all times, and the dragons of the First Army, the Little Mountains themselves, were a shield for this city. Dragon fire rained down from above, while a hail of offensive magic and arrows greeted any who dared to approach the city walls. It was a classic defensive strategy, and the only counter was an equally classic, equally brutal, human wave attack, regardless of the cost. But even so, this was the northern part of the continent. No one with any economic sense would want to conquer this land, not at the risk of devastating their own nation. And yet, the war continued. Because it was a war of extermination between different races. And yet, Littleside was peaceful. For nearly 400 years, since its construction, humans had learned that this was a difficult place to attack. That was why they had built Fort Garnalk, why they had devised an offensive strategy centered around the elimination of the dragons with their dragon knights. But Fort Garnalk was gone, and the dragon knights were no more. So now, the humans had no choice but to attack this fortress head-on, with a large army and a human wave attack to secure their supply lines. The problem was that it was theoretically possible. The Lystria Demon Kingdom was far inferior in terms of national power and overall military strength compared to the human alliance against demons. But I knew how unreliable the word, theoretically, was. A plan that was theoretically successful was often riddled with practical flaws. In other words, while it was theoretically possible for the 3 great nations and the 13 smaller states to unite, to disregard their losses, and to wage a large-scale war for nothing more than the peace of mind that came with the extermination of the demons, it was unlikely. Even on modern Earth, if all the member nations of the UN got along and lived as one big happy family, many of the world's problems would be solved in an instant. In fact, aside from environmental issues, there probably wouldn't be any problems at all. Indeed, race was not a reason to trust. But the same could be said for the multiracial Lystria Demon Kingdom, especially since the armies were organized by race for operational efficiency. And yet, the demons had built this city. A city built by the combined efforts of dark elves, beastmen, undead, demons, and dragons, a city they had maintained for 400 years. A time before the city walls. An endless defensive war against the neighboring nations who saw the newly founded demon nation as a threat. They had built the city walls while fighting, to protect everything behind them. The southern defense, built by their ancestors, forged in the crucible of what was said to be the most grueling of the 6 battles of Littleside, the First Battle of Littleside, a city that symbolized the ideal of the Lystria Demon Kingdom, of different races joining hands. That was the fortress city of Littleside. We, the Lord of Diseases unit, were currently on our way to Littleside by carriage. It was a simple, 2-horse carriage, but the horses were not ordinary horses, they were skeleton horses. Slightly less powerful than ordinary horses, but far more fuel-efficient. However, if something were to happen, they would be useless without a necromancer. Though the same could be said for ordinary horses, which were even more delicate and required a knowledgeable handler. But this time, we had Rebecca, a skilled necromancer, so we were in good hands. There were 4 of us inside the carriage and 1 coachman outside. Samarkand had volunteered for the role. Before we left, I'd asked him, "Are you sure you'll be all right outside the whole time?" And he'd replied, "What is a cold wind compared to the trust of my master?" I'd explained that trust couldn't protect him from the cold, but he'd insisted that greater demons were a resilient race. Besides, the coachman's seat could accommodate too, so Harkin was keeping him company, and they were both on guard. While Harkin also wasn't bothered by the cold, he'd said, "The 3 of you should relax inside," when I'd asked if he was sure he wanted to be outside. He and Samarkand seemed to be enjoying themselves, so I decided to accept their kindness. Inside were myself, Liz, and Rebecca. Along with the 2 outside, we were the top 5 in the Lord of Diseases unit. Liz and I sat side by side, with Rebecca in front of us. A wonderful arrangement where I could see a beautiful girl whether I looked to my side or straight ahead. The remaining seat was occupied by our luggage. Since Rebecca and Harkin were new, I was hoping this trip would be a good opportunity for everyone to get to know each other, but we'll see. We're almost at Littleside. We've just passed the 10-kilometer marker. The small window near the coachman's seat opened, and Samarkand's voice drifted in with the fresh air. "I see, we're almost there. Stay sharp, Samarkand. As you wish. If any foolish enough to target my master appear, they shall become an offering to the earth." I was just worried about the road conditions. The road from the capital to Littleside was unpaved, but well-maintained and packed down, so it was actually a smoother ride than the cobblestone streets of the capital. A normal carriage, without a mage, would take about 7 days at a comfortable pace. That wouldn't change much with skeleton horses, as their strength was in their consistent speed. But we would arrive in 2 days. We had traveled from morning until night on the first day, covering as much ground as possible, and stayed at a town along the way. And today, the second day, we would arrive around noon. The reason we were so fast was mainly thanks to Rebecca. Her specialty was support magic for the undead, and she'd been using it on the skeleton horses. Furthermore, Rebecca and Harkin didn't require regular supplies. The same was true for Samarkand, so we'd packed light. And with everyday magic, we didn't need to worry about things like changes of clothes. We could always buy them in town if necessary. So we were traveling much faster than a normal, fully loaded carriage. This time, we were going on official business, a joint training exercise requested by the Dark Knights. I hoped it would be a good trip. "Master." "What is it?" Liz tilted her head, noticing my cheerful expression. "Oh, I'm just a little excited. We're not going sightseeing." "I know, Liz." "Good. Let's eat delicious food, stay at a nice hotel, and make some fun memories." "You don't understand at all. We're not going sightseeing." Chapter 78. Unforgettable Memories. We were almost at the fortress city of Littleside. As I thought about the largest city in the Lystria Demon Kingdom, even larger than the royal capital, I spoke. "By the way, Liz, there was some important information missing from your report." I'd been studying up on Littleside, reading Liz's report and a book Rebecca had recommended. "I apologize, was there something I missed?" Liz bowed her head. "I believe I covered the climate, geography, history, and station forces." "That part was perfect, thank you." "Then what was missing?" "You forgot to mention the local specialties." "Please take back my apology." "Is that really necessary?" Liz and Rebecca spoke at the same time. "What are you talking about?" "I may be on official business, but is it so wrong to want to enjoy some local specialties and revitalize myself in my free time?" "It's not wrong, but I don't think it constitutes a missing detail in the report." "Indeed." "Well, that's true. You're really treating this like a vacation. A complete sightseeing tour. I'll be serious when it's time to work." "So, what are the local specialties?" "Specialties, Rebecca, do you know? It's a fortress city. Even so, the walls are only on the border side. I'm not sure about any specific specialties, but I've heard that one of the watchtowers is open to the public as an observation deck." "That sounds nice. But you're going to the fortress, Master, so you'll probably be able to see as much of the scenery as you want." "Oh, right. What about food?" "Food, everything is delicious. I know a few places." "Nice, let's all go. Is there anything particularly special to Littleside?" "The fish dishes from Lake Kagan are quite good. It's a lake fed by the snowmelt from the Little Mountains. The The scenery is beautiful, and an acquaintance of mine has a restaurant on the shore. You seem to know a lot about this, Rebecca. I've lived a long time. I've been to Littleside before. As part of the undead army. Yes. As part of the garrison. In total 80, 90, well, just under 100 years, I think. The last time I was there was probably about 10 years ago. I was stationed there for 20 or 30 years at that time. Isn't that a long time? And why are you so vague about it? It's a long time because I've existed for a long time. And I'm quite skilled, so I was often used for various tasks. Littleside is an important base, so I was often sent there for short-term and medium-term missions, even when I wasn't officially part of the garrison. And even when I was part of the garrison, I was often called away to other places. It's not surprising that my memories are a bit hazy. Rebecca smiled, a hint of weariness in her eyes. Besides, it's normal for the undead to let go of the past, especially when you've lived for a long time. I looked into Rebecca's eyes and spoke. Will you forget about me too? Rest assured, Rebecca smiled sarcastically. In all my years of existence, you are the most bizarre individual I have ever met. I couldn't forget you if I tried. You're making me blush, Rebecca. That wasn't a compliment. I smiled. It's nice to be remembered. I see, Rebecca smiled, though it was a bit wry. Master, will you forget about us? Liz tilted her head, her ears drooping slightly with worry. I'm human, so I'll probably die before I forget any of you. Now that you mention it, you are human. Rebecca, what's that supposed to mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Don't worry about it. I am a little worried, but fine. I nodded and declared firmly, I won't forget. I'd lost so many precious memories when I came to this world. But in this world, I'd made new memories I didn't want to lose. I see. Liz smiled, and her long ears perked up slightly. The phrase, a smile that bloomed like a flower, was surely meant for moments like this, to describe her adorable expression. Besides, it would be inhuman to forget such a cute dark elf maid and an elf-feared little girl. You're the one who's inhuman, Master. Liz's ears drooped again. Indeed, no normal human would say that. Rebecca sighed softly. I'm honored, I grinned. I am the Lord of Disease. One cannot take that name without being a little inhuman. That's true, but I think you're inhuman in a different way. I decided to ignore Liz's comment. Chapter 79. Welcome to Littleside. My master, Littleside is in sight. If you open the window, you should be able to see it. Following Samarkin's words, I opened the window and gasped. Whoa. The view was breathtaking. A city wall nestled between two mountain ranges. Beneath it, a sea of red-tiled roofs. From the mountain on the right, a river flowed through a coniferous forest, its surface sparkling in the sunlight, feeding into a shimmering lake. To the right of the road, several large windmills turned slowly in the breeze, surrounded by golden fields. To the left of the road, a wooden fence enclosed a pasture, dotted with brown animals. A white flock in the distance, sheep, perhaps. And in the gaps, vibrant flower fields bloomed, their sweet fragrance carried on the wind. A white line, like a contrail, streaked across the sky, a dragon. One of the dragons of the Little Mountains. The knowledge I had of this place merged with the scenery before me, forming a complete image of Littleside in my mind. Incidentally, the excellent view was due to the angle of the road. It was designed to be curved, allowing for early identification of approaching cargo. And this carriage displayed not the emblem of the Sixth Army, but the emblem of the Lystria Kingdom, indicating that we were simply part of the Demon King's army. While we were renting a royal carriage, horses and all, it was also to avoid unnecessary trouble. After a few more turns, the road straightened out, leading directly to Littleside. Our carriage followed the road into the city. We arrived at the hotel. A beautiful, 3-story wooden building with dark brown beams contrasting against the white plaster walls and a charming red-tiled roof. Staying at the fortress would have been free, but I'd chosen a private hotel, paying out of my own pocket for 3 reasons. 1, I wasn't sure how far I could trust the lower-ranking members of the Dark Knights. With my current security detail, I would be safe from any trouble caused by low-ranking soldiers. But what I feared was accidentally killing them in a scuffle. And what if they came to the hotel? Well, weeding out the fools who would attack a civilian hotel was part of my job. 2, it was an opportunity to contribute to the local economy. An economy stagnated when people stopped spending, and I was the enemy of the economy. I earned a Supreme Commander's salary, but with few opportunities to spend it, it just kept accumulating. This was partly because my days were filled with the simple joy of doting on my cute subordinates. So it was my duty, my obligation, to loosen my purse strings on occasions like this. That was probably an exaggeration. 3. Since I was here on business, I wanted to do some sightseeing. No explanation needed. Supreme Commanders had a great deal of autonomy. Unless they were under direct orders from His Majesty, they had the authority to devise their own strategies, command their own troops, and act independently, as long as their actions were not deemed detrimental to the interests of the Lystria Demon Kingdom. We had plenty of time, and I fully intended to use it to devise my own strategies, command my own troops, and act independently. Staying in military barracks wasn't exactly conducive to sightseeing. I checked in, dressed in my casual attire, my Lord of Disease regalia, minus the mask, staff, and shoulder cloth. Well, Liz handled the check-in. The polished wooden floors were immaculate. My Japanese instincts compelled me to check the corners for dust, and they were spotless. While my attention was mostly on Liz, the receptionist was also a polite, beautiful woman. It was worth it, indulging my selfish desire to stay at a nice hotel. Liz led us to our rooms. "Master, we'll be in this one. We're right next door, so don't hesitate to call if you need anything." "Understood," I nodded to Samarkand and Harkin. I followed Liz and Rebecca to my room. "This is the best room." "I see." It was indeed a nice room. Spacious, with a plush carpet, upholstered sofas, and rather luxurious furnishings. As someone who lived in a mansion and had stayed in the royal castle's guest rooms, I was less impressed by the luxury and more charmed by the exposed wooden beams of the ceiling. In any case, it was a nice room. By the way, there's only one bed. It was a large bed, though without a canopy. The white sheets were perfectly taut, a testament to the pride and dedication of the housekeeping staff. "Yes, you're the only one staying in this room, Master." "Liz, you know what I'm about to say, don't you?" "Yes, I do. I've been the Lord of Disease's vice commander for over a year, after all. I'm still new, so I'm not sure." Liz looked at Rebecca with an expression of pity, as if gazing at an innocent lamb about to be slaughtered. Or perhaps I just knew exactly what she was about to say. "Master is going to order us to sleep with her." "What?" "Liz, your understanding is shallow." I shook my head. My apologies." "Is that so?" Liz looked at me, her expression one of utter disbelief. "That's right. You're overthinking it, Liz," I said to a relieved Rebecca. "What I am ordering my second and third in command is to provide close quarters, round-the-clock protection, prioritizing the safety of the first in command." Am I the only one who thinks Liz's understanding was perfectly accurate and profound? "I see." "Then, Rebecca, the method is up to you. Provide a solution that fully satisfies the aforementioned conditions. Liz and I sleep with you, in the bed." Indeed, that would significantly increase my safety." "Liz, what do you think of her proposal?" I asked, my tone serious. Liz cut me down with a single word. "This is a farce, isn't it? If you put it that way, this conversation is over." "It can be over. And..." "Oh, so we're continuing," Liz sighed. "Rebecca, if you want to risk your life and position to resist, I'll support you. It's not worth risking my life over something like this." As expected of Rebecca, "Well, I'll go cancel the other rooms." "I'll do that. And it's unnecessary." "Why?" "We've booked the entire hotel." "Wait, what about the bill?" "It's covered by the 6th Army's budget, with a subsidy. And we got a discount for booking the entire hotel and foregoing some of the services. It's about the same as a normal stay." "I see, this is a big hotel. What are the room assignments?" I decided not to worry about the money. I'd left all the arrangements to Liz, and besides, the luxury of being doted on by my personal maid was priceless. That was what my Supreme Commander's salary was for, and I trusted Liz's judgment. Rebecca and I have a room, and Samarkand and Harkin have another. Booking the entire hotel was mainly for security reasons, but the disinformation unit will also be using it in rotation. So I'm alone. How lonely. You could try to be more aware of your position as a Supreme Commander. If being a Supreme Commander means being lonely, I wouldn't be here, Liz. I was a Supreme Commander, commander of the 6th Army, but even so. Before that, I was a human who loved cute girls. Besides, I'm the type who dies of loneliness. You really are a delicate little bunny, aren't you, master? And always in heat, just like a bunny. Rebecca, how can you speak to your superior, who is demanding you sleep with her under the guise of bodyguard duties, with such insolence? Did you just say, guys? Master, if you lay a hand on Rebecca, I'll be angry. So, it's okay if it's Liz. No, that's not what I said. I'd like you to recall the fact that I can kill you in less than a second. I've never forgotten. I sat on the bed. I know I'm the weakest. Then I smiled. But I'm still a supreme commander, and I'm tired from the journey, and I'd like a little comfort and healing. You're incorrigible, master. Indeed. Liz and Rebecca sat down beside me. I wrapped my arms around their waists and hugged them both. Chapter 80, The Restaurant on Lake Kagan. Lake Kagan, a mountain lake, fed by springs and the snowmelt from the little mountains, its waters always abundant. Surrounded by a verdant coniferous forest, it was just below the timberline, making the air noticeably cooler than in the lowlands, practically winter by Japanese standards. But my robe had a warming enchantment, and it felt good to walk in the crisp, clean air. Not wanting to attract attention, we'd paid the fare and taken the public carriage that ran between Lake Kagan and the town below. We'd walked along the shore, a leisurely stroll to a single restaurant. Like the hotel, it was a beautiful building, with dark brown beams contrasting against the white plaster walls and a charming, bright red roof. And it was built right on the shore, on a stone foundation extending over the lake. The large, luxurious plate glass windows, seemingly crafted with magic, practically screamed, "Enjoy the lake view." Since the construction of Fort Littleside, the Lystria Demon Kingdom had never been invaded. That was why it was so peaceful. Then, my master, we shall take our leave here. Indeed, enjoy yourselves. Samarkand and Harkin bowed. Yes, but are you too sure? I do not require food. And it wouldn't be right to leave Harkindono alone. Undead and demons don't frequent these kinds of establishments. I see, but don't let that bother you. You are my subordinates. You shouldn't hesitate to go wherever you please unless a particular establishment explicitly refuses you for some reason. Yes, indeed. A kind and worthy master. Samarkand bowed his head respectfully, and Harkin laughed, rattling his jawbone, his tone teasing. Well, see you later. Yes, indeed. After seeing them off, I turned to Rebecca. Is this the restaurant you recommended? Yes, it's my first time here, but I confirmed with an acquaintance that a chef I know is working here. He assured me that the food is as good as it used to be, no, even better. That sounds promising. The interior was a perfect blend of luxurious and cozy, ideal for enjoying a special occasion while still feeling relaxed. The service was impeccable. It was definitely a high-end restaurant, but according to Rebecca, not so expensive that only the very wealthy could afford it. I left the ordering to Rebecca. Or rather, I gave her a budget and let the chef decide. While I'd considered ordering the most expensive thing on the menu, as befitting a supreme commander, I decided to go with a more modest option. I'm looking forward to this. After finishing our main course, as we waited for dessert, I spoke, my expression serious. Rebecca, could you call the chef? Is something wrong? There's something I want to tell him. Master, we're incognito. I know. Don't worry, Liz. All right, please, Rebecca. Liz nodded to Rebecca, who then spoke to a passing waiter. It's been a long time, Rebecca-sama. The chef who approached was an elderly dark elf. His hair and mustache faded to white. His white chef's uniform and hat suited his brown skin. Yes, are you well? Yes, the Demon King's army has been very good to us. I see, I'm glad to hear that. So, you didn't just call me over to reminisce, did you? No, my current superior has something she wants to say. Your current? I heard a rumor you were transferred. Could it be? Rebecca held up her hand, then added a finger, indicating the number 6. The 6th Army. The infamous legion led by the villainous war hero, the Lord of Disease. Master, he's an old acquaintance of mine. If he's caused any offense, please allow me to take responsibility. What are you saying, Rebecca-sama? If a customer is dissatisfied, the responsibility lies with me, the chef. I will hear what she has to say. Tension filled the restaurant. The other customers, sensing the change in atmosphere, turned to look at our table. Offense? Not at all. I shook my head. It was absolutely delicious. Huh? The chef blinked. The trout was perfectly cooked, the butter sauce complemented it beautifully, and the crayfish were so crispy you could eat them shell and all. The salad was full of fresh, seasonal vegetables, and the bread was moist and fluffy, even when it cooled down. I'll definitely be back before I leave Littleside. I'm so honored. Please enjoy your dessert. The chef's face broke into a smile, and he bowed perfectly. Do you have any preferences? Do you have anything with chocolate? Yes, we do. However, our chocolate desserts are a bit pricey, and I was told you were on a budget. You can forget about that. I'm prepared to empty my wallet to enjoy your culinary skills. As you wish. The chef bowed gracefully and disappeared into the kitchen. The curious stares from the other customers vanished. Instead, a pleasant, lively buzz returned to the restaurant. Excuse me, do you still have that trout and crayfish dish? I'll have the trout and crayfish as well. Can I get a side of crayfish? I said I didn't want bread earlier, but I'd like some now. I'll have the chocolate dessert. I, too, am prepared to empty my wallet to enjoy the chef's culinary skills. It seemed I'd whetted the appetites of the other diners. They were no longer looking at our table, but at their menus and the dishes before them. Rebecca whispered, her voice still low, "That was nerve-wracking. Did you think I was going to do something to a civilian?" Well, no, but... It's fine, that's the image I cultivate. But remember this. I paused my perusal of the menu and looked around the restaurant. This is what I want to protect. A nice restaurant, a pleasant atmosphere, enjoying a meal that was more than just sustenance. A precious, fleeting moment. We were at war, but that didn't mean we couldn't have moments like this. Only soldiers should have to fight. At least in the Lystria Demon Kingdom. Are you all right with that? The ones you ordered to be attacked? I silenced Rebecca with a finger to my lips. I know, but I won't let the people who want to destroy all of this win. I had ordered the destruction of this kind of happiness. Or rather, the farmers in the human nations, while varying in their treatment by their respective governments, were at the bottom of the social ladder. In a world with magic, farmers with no magical ability and no access to education had almost no chance of improving their lot in life. In other words, I had ordered the end of lives filled with a more modest, simple happiness than this. That's why I'm here, in this position with this name. The Lord of Disease, Supreme Commander of the 6th Army, of the Demon King's army of the Lystria Demon Kingdom. If I was called the enemy of humanity, a heartless monster, it was because humanity had made a mistake. I had been robbed of my ordinary happiness, and I had no intention of letting it be taken from me again, nor would I allow the happiness of the nation I belonged to be taken away. That was why I had taken this name. I feel the same way. Yes, Master, please allow me to continue to serve by your side. I smiled at Rebecca and Liz. Of course. I'm counting on you both. I looked up as the chef returned, a silver tray in his hands. Dessert is here. The cube-shaped chocolate cake, dusted with powdered sugar, and the small cup of black coffee were both exquisite. And just a little bittersweet. Chapter 81, Honey-Colored Happiness. Liz, can we get that? After lunch, as we were leaving Lake Kagan and heading towards the fortress, strolling through the streets of Littleside, I spotted a charming food stall in a small square. Samarkand and Harkin had already gone on ahead to the fortress as our vanguard. You just ate, and you splurged on that fancy dessert. That was then, this is now. The stall was selling honey toast, toast with butter and honey. But my gut was telling me it was definitely delicious, and therefore I must loosen my purse strings. It might have just been tourist trap magic. Fine, I'll join you. You're getting one too. Yes. What about you, Rebecca? It's been a while since I've had street food. I think I will. All right, 3 honey toasts, please. I ordered enthusiastically from the stall owner, a wolf beastman with light brown fur, a different vibe from Lathis. The owner in his dark blue apron grinned, baring his fangs. Sure thing, that'll be 6 copper coins, 1 more for double the honey on each. What'll it be? Why would you even ask? Double, of course. Right. Sure. Wait, are you paying, Master? We can pay for our own. I shook my head at Liz. Treating cute girls is a girl's dream. Have you ever heard that, Rebecca? From a man's perspective, maybe. So 3 toasts, all with double the honey, please. You got it. Just a minute. He toasted the bread to order. The thin, beautiful white slices of bread sizzled on the grill, a lovely golden brown color spreading across them. It's fine, I'm Japanese. We have a tradition of waiting an hour for grilled eel. I can wait, it's fine. Master, calm down. Yeah, it's fine. I can wait, it's fine, I muttered. Are you all right? Thanks, Rebecca, I'm fine. Your head, I meaned. She was worried about a different kind of fine. The few minutes we waited for the toast to be ready after I'd paid felt like an eternity. He spread butter from a tub on the beautifully toasted bread, and as it melted, he drizzled honey from a pot, one spoonful, then another, for the extra serving. A golden sea of honey pooled on the toast. First one's ready. Here you go, miss. Ah, please give them theirs first. Sure thing. Thank you, Liz accepted the toast. Hold on, yours will be ready soon. Did I look that hungry? He efficiently handed the second toast to Rebecca, and then the third to me. Liz, who had been waiting, took a bite of her toast and then spoke. Master, may I have a bite? Yes, Liz, say ah. I smiled, offering her the honey toast. A heartwarming, everyday scene to an uninformed observer. Liz gave me a sidelong glance, then opened her mouth obediently. Ah. She took a bite, including some of the butter, and closed her eyes, savoring it. It's delicious. Really? Good, I'll have a bite of yours later. Sure, Liz went back to eating her toast. You girls are so close, but they all taste the same. The stall owner laughed heartily. Liz gave him a vague, silent smile. I too remained silent, but my smile was radiant. Well, it's good that you're close. Yep. The owner continued to nod. Incidentally, this was poison tasting. I had initially been resistant to the idea of poison tasting, of putting my subordinates' lives at risk. But Liz had been firm. There is no orally ingested poison that can kill me in a single bite. A nostalgic memory. After that, whenever Liz requested a bite of something I hadn't prepared myself, as a poison test, I'd said, I'll offer it to you while saying ah. If you don't accept, I won't accept your poison test. Naturally, she'd said, I don't understand. And I'd peacefully, yet firmly, used my rank and the unspoken threat of an order to get my way. And here we were, a nostalgic memory. I could see her protesting with her eyes, but she seemed to have gotten used to it. I quickly took a bite of my still warm toast. I bit into the butter, already indented with Liz's cute teeth marks. A satisfying crunch, and my cheeks relaxed in contentment. Littleside was on the front lines, but as I'd been told, it was a prosperous region. The food was delicious, not just at the high-end hotels and restaurants, but even at the street stalls. You really enjoy your food, makes me happy to see. You're not from around here, are you? I glanced at Liz. No, we're here from the capital on business. Liz answered for me, a vague yet truthful explanation. Is that so? Well, enjoy Littleside while you're here. There's lots of good food. This bread, the butter, the honey, it's all from Littleside. Really? Rebecca spoke up, adding. You saw the flower fields on the way here, right? That's where most of the honey comes from. While pollination is important for the orchards and vegetable gardens, beekeeping for honey is a major industry here. Wait, those are for business. What did you think they were for? I thought they were decorative flower beds. That's a rather luxurious assumption. Indeed, I thought I'd gotten used to this world, but it seemed I still had a modern Japanese mindset. By the way, can you harvest honey in the fall? I always thought of it as a spring thing. Spring and early summer are the peak seasons, and while the harvest isn't as large in the fall, with a field that size, you still get a decent amount. They don't just grow one type of flower. They cultivate several different varieties so that something is always in bloom. You know a lot about this, miss. Well, yes, I've lived here before. I see. The stall owner beckoned to me. I approached, wondering what he wanted, and he whispered, How about some buttered potatoes from that stall over there? What a wonderful suggestion. Chapter 82, Golden Happiness. I'd just been recommended a potato stall by the beastman selling honey toast, despite his tough exterior. My wife runs it. Potatoes after sweets might seem strange, but a fluffy potato, split open, seasoned with salt and pepper, with a pat of butter melting in the middle, it's heavenly. Let's go, Liz. The potatoes are calling to me. Wait, you're still eating. We still have time, but... Liz, I came here with a purpose, and I intend to fulfill that purpose. The purpose isn't sightseeing. For me, a little sightseeing is part of the purpose. Are you sure you're not just blinded by the thought of buttered potatoes? A little. But there's still room for one potato, right? I suppose, and I am a little curious. Me too. Liz and Rebecca's honesty was admirable. We're on the same page. I smiled, First, Liz, can I have a bite? Go ahead. Say ah. Yes, ah, I opened my mouth, and she placed the remaining piece of toast on my tongue. The crispy texture, the sweet combination of butter and honey, it melted in my mouth. Then I noticed a smear of honey on Liz's fingertip. Liz, you have honey on your finger. My apologies, I'll just... Slurp. Before Liz could reach for a handkerchief, I took her brown fingertip into my mouth. Master. I licked her finger clean, then released it. Liz's ears turned bright red, and she glared at me. What was that for? It was sweet. You two are so close. Indeed. Rebecca nodded in agreement with the stall owner. Liz glared at her, then she glared at me again. Master, please don't do such things in public. So, it's okay in private. That's not what I meant. There's a certain way to behave. Are you two important people? It's better not to ask. Right, I'm just a humble stall owner. I won't pry. The stall is just across the square, you'll see it. Thank you, and thank you for the toast. I waved goodbye. 3 buttered potatoes, please. The honey toast stall owner recommended you. I ordered enthusiastically from the beautiful, black-haired woman with black cat ears and tan skin, though not as dark as a dark elf's. Oh my, you're energetic, little miss. 2 copper coins each, 6 for 3, 1 for each of you. Yes. Do you want me to do it, or will you? I froze, not understanding what she meant. Rebecca nodded for me. I'll do it. All right. Hold out your hands. Like this, I held out my hands, and Rebecca's small hand rested on mine. I reflexively grasped it. That's not necessary. Rebecca sighed softly. Well, I suppose, enchanted resist fire. A faint red light enveloped my hands, then faded, absorbed into my skin. What's this? Fire resistance, or rather heat resistance. It's a weak spell with a low mana cost, but it's useful. You can touch hot things with your bare hands. So, I can have a hot kiss. Rebecca looked at Liz. Liz, do you have any spells that work on the brain? If I did, I'd be using them. Ahata, you two are on fire? The black cat woman laughed as she took a potato from the steamer and split it open. No, it's not me, it's her. Oh, really? Rebecca, please stop saying such things. I don't think it's inaccurate. What do you mean, not inaccurate? While Liz and Rebecca were bantering, the woman deftly sprinkled a blend of salt and pepper on the split potato and placed a pat of butter in the middle. I placed the copper coins on the edge of the counter. Here you go, thanks for coming. My husband sent you, right? No, the potatoes called to me. Ahata. I took the golden potatoes from the laughing woman and handed them to Liz and Rebecca. I held the steaming hot potato in my bare hands, skin and all, but all I felt was the fact that it was hot. It's true, it's not hot. The inside of your mouth is still normal, so be careful. Wait, it's only for my hands, I asked Rebecca, and she tilted her head. Do you want to eat a cold potato? Good point, thank you. Feel free to eat the skin. If you don't like it, there's a trash can over here. If I can, I'll gladly eat the skin. Then, master. Yes, I smiled and offered my potato to Liz, who had just taken a bite of her own. Liz, who had learned that resisting would only prolong the inevitable, hesitantly opened her mouth and took a small bite. I want a bite of yours, too. Whoa, I grabbed Liz's slender wrist and took a bite of her potato. Ouch, hot. That's what you get for being so aggressive. I ignored Liz's exasperated look and chewed on the potato and butter, then swallowed. But it's delicious. The sweetness of the butter really soaks into the fluffy potato. Yes, yes. Then I grabbed Liz's wrist again. Another bite. That's not another bite, that's the whole thing. I finished the potato, licked Liz's fingers for good measure, and then smiled, offering her my own. Liz, I've realized something. You feed me, then I feed you. Isn't that the most efficient and rational way to do this? Your logic is often leaps and bounds beyond reason, master. Liz grumbled, then grabbed my wrist and took a bite of my potato, finishing it in one go. Hey Liz, I didn't say ah. I don't need that. Are you two sure you're not a couple? Apparently not. Rebecca chatted with the black catwoman while eating her potato. Rebecca, please stop just going along with it. Chapter 83, Golden Happiness. After our snack at the 2 food stalls, the 3 of us, myself, Liz, and Rebecca, resumed our journey towards Fort Littleside. It wasn't far, but our little culinary detour had delayed us. We still have time, right? Well, arriving early wouldn't be a problem. Do you want to get more food? No, I'm good. Then I saw a group of feline beastmen drinking a golden liquid, which I assumed was beer, from large mugs at a bar. Gulp, hail is that? Absolutely not, this is a military assignment. She shut me down immediately. Rebecca spoke up. Besides, you probably shouldn't drink beer anyway. Why? Is the beer in Littleside bad? Not at all. Then why? Rebecca tilted her head, a look of genuine confusion on her face. Would you be able to tolerate a beer that's been tasted by someone else? Sorry, you're right, I couldn't. That was a critical point. Since Liz wouldn't allow me to eat anything she hadn't tasted herself, unless she'd prepared it. Then an idea struck me. What about a whole keg? That's out of the question, regardless of poison tasting. All right. You understand. Then another idea struck me. What about mouse to mouse? It seems the fumes have already gotten to you. She seems normal to me. Well, I'd give up for now. Maybe next time, if I saw some in a bottle. But there are so many wonderful golden things. Coincidentally, the honey toast, the buttered potato, and the beer were all golden. Today's golden things have all been food, but are you not interested in gold jewelry? I don't dislike it, but I don't really want any. I don't look good in accessories. Really? If you wanted some, Liz, I'd buy you anything you wanted and shower you with jewels. No, thank you. My vice commander was not a materialistic person. Rebecca muttered, exasperated. Don't waste your money on a bad woman. Shouldn't that be bad man? But there is one accessory I want. Then you should buy it. You have a supreme commander's salary, and you hardly ever use it. I shook my head. It's not something money can buy. Is it that valuable? Liz's eyes widened in realization. Wait, you're not talking about a crown, are you? That hadn't occurred to me, don't worry. I knew how much trouble His Majesty went through. While my title had the word king in it, I had no desire to be a real king. I wouldn't irresponsibly abandon my subordinates, but the position of Supreme Commander was already a burden. Then what is it? A ring? I watched Liz's expression carefully. Oh, she had no idea. Rebecca sighed softly. Master, it seems our second in command is a bit dense. How rude. You understand, Rebecca? Well, yes. Tell me. I wouldn't be so tactless. What do you mean? Our third in command seemed to be quite perceptive. Liz, I took her left hand. I gently traced her ring finger with my own. How about something for here? Are you an idiot? Liz blushed, hiding her face with her arm. Master, when the time comes, let me know. I'll arrange for a skilled jeweler. Thank you. You're very resourceful, Rebecca. I've lived a long time. No, there's something wrong here. Master and I are both women. Well, it is Master we're talking about. Such mysterious faith. I don't think gender matters, as long as there are feelings. Rebecca, say something. Just get together already. Rebecca, are you trying to push Master on me to reduce your own burden? I am, Rebecca sighed. Even I, who has only just arrived, can see that our Master is in love with you. As she teases Rebecca too. Rebecca looked at me and shrugged. Well, there you have it, Master. Liz is worried. You should stop. Her face is so cute when she's like this. Please stop using me as a pawn. Your face is cute too. Please stop in every sense of the word. Chapter 84. An agreement. First, I would like to thank you for accepting our request for a joint training exercise. It is only natural, as comrades in the Demon King's army. I stood opposite Bridget, dressed in my Lord of Disease regalia. However, I had entrusted my staff to Samarkand, and I wasn't wearing my mask. We were in a room in Fort Littleside, discussing the upcoming joint training exercise between the 6th Army and the 2nd Army, the Dark Knights. Liz stood at my right, slightly behind me. Rebecca, Samarkand, and Harkin were lined up behind her. Behind Bridget, a row of Dark Knights stood at attention, clad in black armor. She, too, wore her crimson armor, her silver ponytail a striking contrast. The sense of intimidation was immense. Bringit Finnis, the Blood Knight, commander of the 2nd Army, and a supreme commander of the Demon King's army of the Lystria Demon Kingdom. Along with the 3rd Army, the Beastmen, and the 4th Army, the Undead, the Dark Knights were a symbol of the nation's military might, and she was at their helm. So, the sense of intimidation was to be expected. We continued our discussion, standing. The exercise will take place in 1 week. It will be a series of mock battles using wooden swords. Any objections? None, please continue. We will each select members to compete. Our request is, Bridget glanced at the knights behind her. One of them, the youngest looking among them, a man with platinum blonde hair slicked back, stepped forward and bowed. Dark elves aged slowly, so he was likely older than his apparent 20-some years. But he was undoubtedly young, relatively speaking. I would be honored to test my skills against the Lord of Disease herself. I wish to see the abilities that have earned her the command of the 6th Army. His tone was a perfect example of insincere politeness. So transparent. Of course. However, Bringit Finis, I would like to make a slight alteration to your proposal. Which part? Bridget raised an eyebrow. I placed a hand on my chest and declared, I will be the only one to fight. What? Bridget frowned. 10 opponents should suffice. You may select them from among your younger, more dissatisfied knights. I wouldn't say dissatisfied. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. I responded to the young knight's insincere politeness with a tone of my own. I will face you with all of my abilities. As expected of the Lord of Disease. I am not a supreme commander for nothing. I gave him a cold look. Even a fledgling can chirp its dissatisfaction. I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Fledgling, us. If you disagree, prove it with your swords. I chuckled softly. I shall face you honorably according to the rules. I gestured with my hand. Liz stepped forward, holding a document, the rules for our little exercise. I have taken the liberty of setting the rules. Of course, if you have any objections or questions, we can discuss them. Though I trust the proud Dark Knights will have no complaints. Of course not, the young knight exclaimed, stepping forward. Bridget raised her gauntleted hand. Enough, let me see. Her gaze was sharp. I appreciate your high opinion of us. But if the rules are clearly disadvantageous, I will not hesitate to request a change. Of course, I nodded. As expected of Bridget, she doesn't rise to the bait. However, I must admit, I'm surprised by your appearance, Lord of Disease. And as for this one, I glanced at the young knight, then sent a mental message of pity and sympathy to Bridget. The Dark Knights are a large unit. She must have her hands full. Why don't you just ask if I'm human? So it's true. There's no point in hiding it anymore, at least not within the army. I said dismissively, then smiled. Consider this an opportunity to train against a human. I considered Bridget a friend, and I wanted to help her. But I wasn't a Dark Knight, so there was only one thing I could do, make my declaration a reality. I will be waiting in the room you've provided. If there are no problems, we will use oath magic to swear by these rules. Samarkand, you will act as liaison. Yes, my master, commander. May I wait outside the room? You have my permission. We'll need about 30 minutes, perhaps more. Of course, then I look forward to an honorable battle. The oath magic was successfully cast. After the oath magic, we returned to the hotel. The Lord of Disease was training with Harkin in the courtyard, with Samarkand on guard. And Liz, alone with Rebecca, clasped her hands together and confessed, facing the direction of Fort Littleside. Oh, Bridget Nisama, I'm so sorry. Liz, what are you apologizing for? Rebecca tilted her head. 10 of the Dark Knights are about to be thoroughly and disappointingly defeated, and the aftermath will be a lot of work. What? Master said so, didn't she? Liz's voice was filled with conviction. Even if they're just fledglings, they're still the Dark Knights. Master has no chance of winning with a wooden sword. Rebecca stated the obvious. Isn't this supposed to be an honorable way to let them blow off some steam? Honorable? Liz's smile was cynical. Our master, the Lord of Disease. With complete conviction, she explained the reality to Rebecca, who had yet to fully grasp her new master. Our master, a sore loser of the highest order, a coward, a monster who lives up to her name, a supreme commander-class villain would never engage in an honorable battle she has no chance of winning. Wait, what are you saying? Rebecca still looked confused. Is she planning to defeat the Dark Knights with a sword? She has no intention of losing. But the rules, she'll have to fight them head-on, honorably. I don't know the full plan, but I can say one thing. Liz sighed, a mixture of resignation and trust in her voice. She's a true villain. Chapter 85, Honorable Rules. There are no irregularities. Bringit Finis, commander of the Dark Knights, said, having reviewed the rules that were to be bound by oath magic. All of you check them as well. Oath regarding the joint training exercise. The undersigned swear to abide by the following rules and will accept the designated penalty in the event of a breach. Penalty: Defeat in the training exercise. Killing a training opponent is not permitted. Wooden swords shall be used as weapons. Representatives from both sides may inspect the wooden swords beforehand. There are no regulations regarding length, but the tips must be rounded and the lethality minimized. Armor is not permitted. Physical enhancement magic is permitted. All offensive magic is prohibited. One member from each side shall enter the designated training area and engage in combat until a victor is determined. Attacking an opponent who has yielded is not permitted. A declaration of surrender shall be considered a defeat. Losing consciousness shall be considered a defeat. Leaving the training area for any reason after the match has begun shall be considered a defeat. There is no time limit for each match. After the match has begun, a defeat or a draw may be decided by mutual agreement. Bathroom breaks after the match has begun are not permitted. The Dark Knights, having read the rules, voiced their opinions. What is this? They actually wrote all this down. But the rules are strangely detailed. Surprisingly, and I say this with all due respect, honorable. So, she's facing the Lord of Disease alone. What can a mere human do against a Dark Knight with a wooden sword and no offensive magic? We're being underestimated. Commander is the Lord of Disease, strong. I don't know. Based on these rules, she can at least use physical enhancement magic. And she's definitely human. As far as I know. What about the training area and the wooden swords? We've designated the training grounds of Fort Littleside as the training area. We'll also be providing the wooden swords, but if they bring their own, we'll just have to inspect them. After a brief Q&A session, they finished reviewing the rules. Commander, let us show the 6th Army, who only know dishonorable tactics, the true strength of the Dark Knights. The dark elf with the slicked-back platinum blonde hair stepped forward and smiled fearlessly. Yes, you're right. I'm counting on you. The oath magic was successfully cast. She stood on the ramparts. Bring it, Sama. Some trouble, I presume? A familiar female archer, her silver hair cut short, addressed her without taking her eyes off the wasteland that served as a buffer zone. Sorry to disturb you. No, not at all. Let me stay here for a while. This is about the joint training exercise in a week, isn't it? Is it already a rumor? Yes, the fortress is buzzing with it. They say the Lord of Disease herself will be participating, and that she'll be taking on 10 of our Dark Knights, elite. You haven't left your post, have you? Don't underestimate an archer's eyes and ears. Besides, everyone's been talking about it. What? Honestly, the familiar archer sensed her swallowing the words, those idiots. What do you think? They'll lose. Who? We will. Why do you think so? Assuming the rumors are true, and I'd like to confirm this, you're both bound by oath magic to abide by honorable rules, correct? Yes. There were no irregularities. If everyone says so, then I suppose there are no irregularities in the wording of the rules. What are you talking about? I may be a Dark Knight, but I am an archer. Therefore, I have no use for chivalry. What does that have to do with anything? I have a knack for sensing my own kind. A meaning. You should probably forget about the word honorable. How with those rules? They can only use wooden swords. I don't know the specifics, but you shouldn't trust the rules set by your opponent. If they are confident of victory and you don't understand why, it's safe to assume you will lose. She stated it as a simple fact. Besides, I hear she's human. Even that. Yes, though everyone seems to be skeptical. No, it's true, she murmured. That much was certain. She placed a hand on the rampart and gazed at the distant, blackened ruins. The remains of Fort Garnalk. It had been a cloudy day then, too. After a moment of silence, the archer's flat voice broke the silence. Humans do not possess the keen senses of a beastman, nor do they possess the high magical power or long lifespan of a dark elf. Needless to say, they lack the demonic power of a demon or the wings and scales of a dragon. And they consider their undead brethren enemies. What are you trying to say? The strength of humans lies in their numbers. But she intends to fight alone. If she is confident she can win, then. The archer, her gaze still fixed on the horizon, continued in a quiet voice. There is no room for the illusion of honor. Chapter 86. Effort to crush effort. In 1 week, I would face 10 Dark Knights in a mock battle with wooden swords. If I fought a Dark Knight, even a low-ranking one, in a one-on-one, honorable duel with wooden swords, I would lose 100% of the time. That was a simple fact. Therefore, I needed a way to overturn that simple fact. Ouch. Let me see my master. And now, in the hotel courtyard, I was being beat with a wooden sword by Harkin. I'd removed my amulet with the physical defense enchantment, so the blows landed with their full force. According to Harkin, feeling the blow and the pain it inflicts is also part of training. He had a point. Samarkand rolled up the sleeve of my robe and inspected my arm where I'd just been struck. It will bruise, but the bone is fine. I see, so we can continue. Yes, but please don't overdo it. We're trying to bend the rules to our will. We have to do everything we can. Effort was a noble thing, but sometimes effort wasn't rewarded. If you were competing against someone more talented, that was the end of it. There were moments when effort was meaningless, when the efforts of the untalented were crushed. That was why I was working so hard now, for the moment when I would crush the efforts of the talented. I shook my arm, and the sleeve of my robe fell back into place. My apologies, my master. It is for training. It's fine, Harkin. Like you said, it's just training. I raised my wooden sword, facing Harkin, who was also holding a wooden sword. Come. Thank you. So, will that last-minute training be enough? No. Rebecca and Liz watched the training from a distance, keeping an eye on the surroundings. Then what's the plan? As far as I can tell, that's just for the finishing blow. The finishing blow. Master's sword skills are no match for a Dark Knight. Right. So, we'll make it so she can win, even with her current skills. Is that honorable? To Master it probably is, Liz sighed. I have to get back to work. Rebecca, I'm counting on you. All right, leave it to me. And please don't spoil Master too much. Leave it to me. Even though I was in Littleside, I'd only done some sightseeing on the second day. It couldn't be helped since I was on official business. The highlight of my day was pampering Liz when she returned from work in the evening, seeing her reactions. And today was the day before the joint training exercise. The training was light, so as not to be exhausted for tomorrow. As a final touch, I was repeatedly blocking Harkin's sword, swung with just enough speed and force that I could barely block it if I reacted correctly, while wearing my defensive amulet. In between, he would show me obvious openings, and I would practice striking at them. It was a charade, but a very serious one, and in a way, that was the essence of training. I swung my sword horizontally, aiming for Harkin's torso, or rather, his spine. You have endured this week of rigorous training well. Harkin easily blocked my final blow with his wooden sword and declared the training over. Thank you, Harkin, I smiled, thanking the teacher who had been so patient with such a hopeless student for the past week. By the way, how strong am I really? About as strong as a new recruit after a week of training. Reality was harsh. You've come this far in a week. You have no special talent, but you have no bad habits either. If you train for another 80 years, you might even reach a level worthy of being called a master. Harkin, I'm human. That's impossible. In 80 years, I'd be an old woman, or, more likely, dead. I'd heard that humans with high magical power had longer lifespans, but there was no magic to extend one's lifespan in this world. Those with high magical power, regardless of their faction, received preferential treatment as mages, so they likely led more comfortable lives. The long lifespan of modern Japanese people was also largely due to their living environment, rather than their race. That said, it wasn't unheard of for a human mage to live beyond 100 years. Whether they were still functional was another matter. So the average lifespan of a mage might be longer than on Earth. But my master, I've only been told of my role, and I'm still concerned. The Dark Knights are the elite of this nation. Considering your current skill level, to challenge them with a sword is, to put it mildly, insane. I agree with Harkin Dono, my master. Even with wooden swords, there are no absolutes in this world. I am concerned for your safety. Harkin Samarkand, I might lose. As you said, there are no absolutes in this world. I stated the obvious. But let me declare this. It is because you think it's insane that I will win. Ahem. You should understand, if you consider your roles. I will fight with a sword, but that's not the main issue. This time I would fight alone. But until then, I was not alone. Harkin and Samarkand were directly assisting me, as were Liz and Rebecca. Liz, in particular, was working behind the scenes to ensure my plan didn't leak. And with Rebecca, magical surveillance would be impossible. It was a bit much, to be so cautious against our own allies, but it was better to be safe than sorry. There were no absolutes in this world, and yet I made my declaration. I will win, that's why I've come this far. Chapter 87, A Chat with the Temporary Maid. I sat on the sofa in the waiting room provided at Fort Littleside, chatting with the maid beside me on the day of the joint training exercise. However, she wasn't Liz. For today, she was a temporary maid, transferred to the 6th Army. I wore an amulet that disguised me as a dark elf, and of course, I hadn't revealed my true identity. So she wasn't wary of me because of my race or rank. We chatted pleasantly. She was a simple, rustic girl with freckles, her silver dark elf hair braided and draped over her left shoulder. Oh, so you have a crush on someone in the Dark Nights? Yes, a childhood friend. That's so sweet. He's a lucky man to have such a cute girlfriend. Oh, but I'm not his girlfriend. Her cheerful expression clouded over. You're not. No, the Dark Knights are the elite of the Dark Knights, so they're very busy, and it's a popular profession with the girls. Maids are popular too, have some confidence. And a maid stationed at Fort Littleside would be highly skilled, not just an ordinary servant. In the current situation, where large-scale battles were infrequent, maintaining morale during peacetime was an important job. Despite their powerful image, armies were supported by non-combat personnel like her. I had requested her as a temporary maid for a reason, and she was trusted enough to be assigned to the special guest participating in the joint training exercise. I reached out and playfully tugged on her braid. He's a fool to keep such a cute girl waiting. What? All right, that's enough. Liz knocked on the wooden door, which had been open for some time. She gave me a cold, sidelong glance. Lizletsan. Master, are you sexually harassing the new girl? This is also part of my job. I wasn't lying. Sexual harassment is not a paid job. There are plenty of unpaid jobs in this world. I nodded sagely. It was a harsh world. I'm sorry if I said anything strange. And no, actually, when I heard the guest was from the Lord of Diseases unit, I was expecting a horde of monsters. While I was glad she'd warmed up to me, her honest assessment made me tilt my head at Liz. Liz, are we really that disliked by our own allies? It's complicated. Oh no, I don't dislike you, but the rumors, well, it probably didn't matter whether they were true or not. But it's a little painful to be thought of as a monster by a girl I've never met. It's a sign that the propaganda is working. W8, I mean we're relying on you. We've been so anxious that we'll lose the war and this nation will be destroyed. I couldn't tell her age, as was common with dark elves, but she had undoubtedly been born during the war. And if she was from Littleside, she must have lived with the constant threat of attack. That will be killed. I declared firmly. I won't let that happen. That's what the Demon King's army is for. A faint smile returned to her dark face. Please tell the Lord of Disease that I thought she was a monster, and I still do know that's not right. I never thought the day would come when a maid would call me a monster to my face, even if she didn't know it was me. That there are people who are saved by your actions. And I never thought the day would come when I would hear those words. Could you paraphrase that for me? Make it sound nice. Yes. I'll make sure it's conveyed in a positive light. I smiled and nodded. It had already been conveyed. To the Lord of Disease, I mean. You're very important, aren't you? Actually, yes. Then, if you'll excuse me. I have a request for you later. Could you wait in the other room? Samarkand, please escort her. I called out to Samarkand, who was stationed outside the door. As you wish, this way, please. Why, yes. Understood. As the door closed, Liz sat down beside me on the sofa, her gaze intense. The sofa bounced from the force of her sitting. You must be pleased, Lord of Disease. Yes, she was very cute. A flicker of anxiety crossed Liz's face. Am I cuter? I instinctively hugged her. Of course, you're the cutest, especially when you're being so sweet. Who's being sweet? You're not aware of it, I tilted my head. Of course not, she was a natural femme fatale. A knock sounded on the door. It's Rebecca, excuse me. What are you doing? Rebecca entered, closing the door behind her and gave us a cold look. I was just talking to the temporary maid. I released Liz and explained. She praised me. Well, not just me. She said, there are people who are saved by your actions. I'll have to tell Samarkand and Harkin later. I see. Rebecca's lips curved into a small smile. We were soldiers. That was our job. to pledge loyalty to the Lystria Demon Kingdom and His Majesty the Demon King to protect the nation and its people. We shouldn't expect any reward beyond our regular pay. But that kind of gratitude, it kept us going. But it's still difficult for people to understand each other. The image of the Lord of Disease is too negative. Well, that's the image we've cultivated. While we're slowly changing our approach, it's a sign that the propaganda department is doing its job. Well, that's fine. The preparations are complete. Harkin and I have inspected the wooden swords they provided. They're the same type we've been using for training, which is to be expected since we lent them ours. We'll inspect them again right before the match, but there shouldn't be any problems. Thank you. So, what were you doing with the temporary maid? And why do you need a temporary maid in the first place? You have Liz. We were just having a pleasant chat. She was practically drooling. Don't make a move on an ordinary maid. You have Liz. Why do you always bring me into this? Because I love you, Liz. And I didn't make a move on her. But you have something to discuss with her, right? Yes, in private. Don't worry, Liz, it's just work. You expect me to believe you when you call sexual harassment unpaid work. She had a point, but at the same time, her words. Are you worried? Hi. Is there a reason for you to be worried about me being alone with the temporary maid? Liz froze. Don't push her. All right, I nodded at Rebecca and hugged Liz gently. I felt her tension ease slightly, then released her. I took her hand and looked into her eyes, smiling. It's really just work. You're my only maid, Liz. You're incorrigible, master. Rebecca, looking away, muttered, and you're an incorrigible vice commander. Liz glared at Rebecca, but there was no force behind it. I savored her rare expression and mentally applauded Rebecca. Chapter 88, Joint Training Exercise. There were many ways to win. And even within the seemingly strict rules of today's exercise, I could think of plenty. Therefore, I had prepared 10 different ways to win. Strictly speaking, I only needed one, but that would be boring. Today, I had to win, but winning alone wasn't enough. I could win against the Dark Knights with a wooden sword honorably. But even if they were forced to accept their defeat by the rules, they wouldn't truly accept it in their hearts. They would call me a villain, a coward, and, ignoring their own lack of understanding of the rules, they would condemn me. So I would crush their spirits thoroughly. If my methods seemed villainous, if my methods seemed cowardly, I would make them see that they were the fools for not noticing. If it wasn't interesting, I would win again and again with a variety of methods until it was interesting. That was my courtesy to Bridget, who had trusted me, and my full-throated support for her difficult position. I stood in the training grounds of Fort Littleside, a field of stone paving. A square, roughly 50 meters on each side, one of several such squares arranged at regular intervals. And one of these squares was today's stage. At opposite ends stood the Dark Knights and the Lord of Disease's unit. The other armies stationed at Fort Littleside surrounded us, watching. There were even spectators on the ramparts and in the watchtowers. I'd instructed them not to slack off on their watch duties, but I was starting to worry. I was unmasked. We were planning to gradually reveal my identity, starting with the military. While I was still officially species unknown, what else could I be without long ears, beast ears, black fur, a skeletal body, or a translucent form? Human. The rumors were true. That's the Lord of Disease. The air was filled with murmurs. The large crowd was making me nervous, but the nervousness was a spice, adding to the excitement. It's time. Now let's teach these fledglings, still in their shells, the harsh realities of the battlefield. I swished my robes and declared, my voice amplified. I didn't often get to cut loose like this, so it was a little fun. Practicing the amplification spell had been worth it. In an instant, the air around the Dark Knight seemed to freeze, or perhaps it was the sound of veins popping on their foreheads. Master, are you sure you'll be all right? What about a training accident? I turned to Liz, who was speaking from behind me, and smiled. Watch me, Liz. Today I will fight honorably. Incidentally, today's sub-goal was to show Liz how cool I am. Ah, yes. I believe in you. Thank you, I'll be going now. I turned and walked forward. In a way, I decided to ignore the words Liz muttered behind me. The enhanced hearing from the physical augmentation spell was a double-edged sword, though Liz probably meant for me to hear it. All right then, today we have a joint training exercise with the Lord of Disease. A representative from the Beastmen army, acting as a neutral party, was emceeing. A cute girl with floppy brown dog ears and a matching short haircut, her voice clear and pleasant even without the amplification spell. I waved to the crowd. A light cheer went up. Oh. I'd been expecting a more hostile reception, but they seemed surprisingly friendly. The veteran members of the Dark Knights seemed to be taking a wait-and-see approach. It seemed the problem was limited to some of the younger members. "I'll tear off your mask." The first of the young Dark Knights was full of spirit. He had the refined features of a dark elf, but his face was contorted with rage, making him look less handsome. "This is just a training exercise, remember. The Dark Knights have been known to have fatalities, even with wooden swords. Please be careful." I don't need your name." "What?" "I'm afraid a Supreme Commander is too busy to remember such trivial information. Of course, if you can defeat me, I'll remember it, but you can't." I was provoking him thoroughly. I thought I heard the air crack again. The temperature dropped locally, and in contrast, the crowd's excitement grew. "A mere human woman, fine. I'll teach you a lesson. It seems you're unaware that there are no racial or gender requirements for becoming a Supreme Commander of the Lystria Demon Kingdom's army. I'd hoped for a little more ambition, for you to aim for the top. Truly, it's a shame." I shrugged, then narrowed my eyes, my playful tone shifting to one of ice. "And watch your mouth. While we are in different chains of command, I am still your superior." Then I smiled again, "But it's fine. This is for you to question my abilities. The fact that you've limited yourself to that, should I praise your wonderful, gentlemanly conduct?" "That's enough, Lord of Disease." Bridget's clear voice cut through the noise. "My apologies. You have my sympathies, bring it Dono, to have such a promising young subordinate. You too, stand down, she is your superior." "Yes, but..." I said stand down. That sword may be wooden, but it's not for decoration. That's what this is for. I felt Bridget's gaze on me. "Do as you please." "Yes." I felt like she'd been talking to me, so I smiled. "Come, you upstarts of the Dark Knights. The Lord of Disease herself will be your opponent." I raised my wooden sword, the amulets at my chest swayed, and the hem of my robe fluttered. I declared, "I will be your opponent." Chapter 89, The Word for Surrender. The first match. Let the joint training exercise begin. The moment the match was declared, the Dark Knight charged, sword raised. And before his blade could reach me, I declared loudly, "I yield." "What?" The Dark Knight froze. The dog-eared referee hesitated, then declared, Then the first match goes to the Dark Knights." And as was my right, I objected. "Wait, that's not in the rules." Doesn't saying I yield mean you lose?" "No. You are welcome to review the rules, submitted in the name of the Lord of Disease and approved by the Commander of the Dark Knights, to which we are both bound by oath magic." "Shall I say it again?" I grinned, baring my teeth. "That's not in the rules." "Oh," the dog-eared referee's face paled as she reread the rules. "Attacking an opponent who has yielded is not permitted, and a declaration of surrender made with the intent to surrender shall be considered a defeat. So, saying, 'I yield,' only means you can't be attacked, But this is..." Her bewildered voice was broadcast throughout the training grounds. A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. Hey, is it even possible to set a trap in the wording of the rules? It's definitely not a Dark Knight tactic, but it's definitely a Lord of Disease tactic. Is it possible? It's Master, so she apparently worked out the details with the disinformation unit. Thanks to my enhanced hearing, I could hear Rebecca's exasperated voice and Liz's resigned tone. But there was nothing wrong with what I'd done. The rules had been drafted by me and the 6th Army's renowned disinformation unit. Is there a problem? I'll say it again. These rules were submitted in the name of the Lord of Disease and approved by the Commander of the Dark Knights. We both swore to uphold them, faithfully to the letter. But this isn't a match or a training exercise. I smiled at the teary-eyed referee. It is, because I can attack as much as I want. Eventually, you'll either lose consciousness or surrender. I smiled and walked towards the young Dark Knight. He took a step back, his face contorted in a grimace. Bridget's sharp voice cut through the air. "Say I yield." "What?" "Hurry." I raised my sword. I yield." Oops. I stopped my downward swing, just short of his neck, as expected of the Commander of the Dark Knights. A little quicker on the uptake than her subordinates. Now we're on equal footing. A clever trick, but you'd better retract this absurd rule. The young knight's words, spoken with a newfound confidence, were met with my derision. Equal rules were meant to be equal, but these were my rules. A amusing joke. I have made every preparation for this day. I had fought until today to win all 10 matches under these rules. Today, all of that would be tested. Me. And this fledgling, equal. A hush fell over the crowd. Well then, do you have a way to win? Do you have no knightly pride? None whatsoever. Hold on, he shouldn't have a way to win either. Do you really think, Commander, that I, who created this situation, would stand here without a way to win? I smiled at Bridget. Bring it Finisdono, you know the name I go by, don't you? The Lord of Disease, right? Yes, that's right. Now tell me, did you take extra precautions with your meals today? What? The silver spoon, the mana detection spell, the detoxification spell, the poison taster. Surely, you wouldn't be so careless as to neglect your meals on the day of a battle. Of course, they hadn't been cautious. This wasn't enemy territory. For the Dark Knights, it was closer to their headquarters than the royal capital, the most heavily fortified point in the Lystria Demon Kingdom, Fort Littleside. And this was just a joint training exercise with their allies. Bridget's face fell. You poison the food. I am the Lord of Disease, the King of Disease and Poison, the most vile and evil of all mages. Curse your own foolishness for not being cautious enough. Damn. That said, I'm not so villainous as to poison my own allies. Oh, I see. I apologize for doubting you. No need to apologize. I simply slipped a mild laxative into your food. What? Now, if you think you can maintain your knightly pride while soiling yourself, let's have a prolonged battle. The Dark Knights were undoubtedly elite. They were a knight order, but many were soldiers, not knights, but I knew of no hero who could defeat the urge to urinate. Cleansing could clean up the mess, but that was all. The ability to hold it in, to not leak, was a realm that even magic had yet to conquer. He could use some magic, and detoxification was likely among his repertoire. But Liz had assured me that a simple detoxification spell, a step above everyday magic, wouldn't be effective, so I was confident. Time was on my side. The young knight began to fidget. My timing was perfect. I need to use the restroom. Oh, sorry, the rules state, bathroom breaks after the match has begun are not permitted. You can go after you surrender. Referee, he just said surrender. He said it first. He loses. I delivered the cruel reality to his bright, hopeful face. Unfortunately, you have to say it with the intent to surrender. A knight fighting with words instead of a sword. What happened to chivalry? As his face fell, I continued. By the way, I'm wearing an adult diaper, so I can fight a prolonged battle. A new type of spell with a significantly improved absorption rate, almost 100%, a popular item in both field hospitals and among civilians. Do you have no pride as a woman, Lord of Disease? Bridget's voice was filled with exasperation. Of course I do, but to sacrifice even pride for the sake of victory, that is the way of the Lord of Disease. Do you understand now? She sounds cool, but fighting a duel in a diaper, that's a first. Our master's willingness to weigh her own shame against victory is truly remarkable. A dazzling display of self-sacrifice. Liz, Rebecca, Harkin, and Samarkand all chimed in. Whether they were praising me was debatable. Say, surrender, Bridget said to the young knight. Be but. Say it, she has the upper hand. Do you have a way to win? And no. Then don't embarrass yourself further. Trust in those who follow. Yes, I surrender, he said, his voice weak. Winner, the Lord of Disease Sama. The dog-eared referee declared the victor. She'd hesitated on the Sama. Was she considering not using it? There was no applause, no cheers, but it was a victory I'd snatched by overturning the rules. The referee looked at me, her gaze weary, and spoke. A request to amend the rules from the 6th Army, I yield, will now be considered the same as I surrender. Accepted. Then prepare the revised version. I nodded. Yes, will a verbal agreement suffice? No, I have the revised oath here. Hi. Oath magic won't be in effect, but it's a written, signed oath. Declare before everyone that you will apply this rule under the authority of the referee. I gestured, and Samarkand gracefully retrieved a piece of paper and handed it to her. How many of these do you have? These amended oaths. I smiled, as many as I have ways to win. Chapter 90, The Sleep Demon at Our Feet. The venue was still buzzing. The main topic of conversation was the Lord of Disease's villainous victory. Normally, training exercises were arranged verbally. Formalizing the rules in writing and binding them with oath magic was, in itself, unusual. And so, the rumor before the match had been that the Lord of Disease intended to defeat the Dark Knights in an honorable duel. Except, of course, among the Lord of Disease's unit. For the sake of absolute secrecy, not even Liz knew the full extent of my plan. And the risk of me being subjected to mind magic had been mitigated by the round-the-clock protection of my second and third in command. And yet, those closest to me knew that if I fought honorably, I would lose. I hadn't been appointed a supreme commander for my combat skills, but still, no one in my unit doubted my victory. Therefore, anyone belonging to the 6th Army knew that I intended to give it my all. The second match of the joint training exercise will now begin. I expect an honorable battle. I could tell the dog-eared referee was directing the latter part of her statement at me. For the honor of the Dark Knights. Of course, in the name of a supreme commander. I smiled, and the glares I received in return were sharp enough to pierce me. But a mental fortitude that could withstand such glares was a requirement for the commander of the 6th Army, and I was a commander who met that requirement perfectly. Now! The second young knight raised his sword and slowly closed the distance. Then he stopped, swayed, and collapsed. What? The dog-eared referee's voice was filled with bewilderment. It was probably a sentiment shared by everyone, except for a select few, including myself. HMPH. How pathetic to be unable to resist, I said coldly. He's lost consciousness. I win. Is this? Sleep trap. Bridget, her voice bitter, identified the magic trick that had just knocked out a Dark Knight without so much as a touch. A trap, Lord of Disease, Sama. She hesitated on the Sama again. Oh, how unfortunate. Did someone conduct trap-setting training on these grounds? That's a clear violation. A clear violation. A violation, I laughed, brushing off the jeers from the Dark Knights. Then please read the rule that was violated. The dog-eared referee carefully reread the rules. I waited politely. Of course, there was no mention of prohibiting the use of traps. Besides, the Dark Knights designated this training ground, did they not? I trust the Dark Knights. This was an unfortunate accident due to inadequate maintenance of the training grounds, I declared, my voice ringing with authority. But let me say this, utilizing the terrain is a fundamental tactic, and the choice of battlefield is crucial. No one said a word. Because I was right. It was just that was a skill not typically required in a training exercise with wooden swords. Curse your own negligence. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bridget Nisama. You set this up. A trap set by Liz Dono would be undetectable by a mere novice. As expected of Liz Sama. Truly a work of art. A magnificent display of support for our master. I could hear Liz apologizing to Bridget. The trap had been Liz's design, the spell itself Samarkand's. Incidentally, this particular trap was designed to be ineffective if resisted, so by my standards, it was perfectly honorable. It was his fault for not being able to resist. I had been confident that they wouldn't be able to detect Liz's trap, nor resist Samarkand's powerful sleep spell, so if they had, I would have gracefully conceded the second match. Lord of Disease Sama. I swear I won't hold it against you, so please answer honestly. Are there any more traps on the training grounds? To be honest, yes, there are many more. I had 40 of them set up, so they could be triggered no matter where you stepped. Of course, they were all disabled during the first match. Please disable them all before the next match. We can't have any more unfortunate accidents. Understood, Liz, if you would. Yes. I'll trigger them all. Right, I walked over to her, clearing the training ground. The collapsed young knight was dragged away by his comrades. Liz crossed her arms. Then she swung them in a cross shape. Create Phantom Dagger. Countless translucent daggers flew through the air. A low-power, low-mana cost offensive spell with a wide area of effect, often used for feints and diversions, but also perfect for disarming traps. 39 daggers struck the stone floor, and the traps, forcefully triggered by destruction rather than their intended mechanism, emitted a faint white light. Then the translucent daggers, too, dissolved into shimmering white particles, a beautiful, surreal sight. That many in an instant. She knows where all the traps are. Her accuracy is on a completely different level. She's dressed as a maid, but who is she? Her mana signature is so faint. Could I even dodge that in a real battle? HMPH. I puffed out my chest with satisfaction, hearing the comments about Liz's magic. Why are you so proud? Because my vice commander is being praised, I'm proud of her. I'd prefer to be praised in a different context. But Liz's red scarf twitched, a sign of her slight pleasure. One last time. Are all the traps on the training grounds disabled? The dog-eared referee's eyes were filled with suspicion. Of course, Liz, you got them all right. Yes, in the name of our commander, the Lord of Disease. Then I can assure you, all the traps on the training grounds have been disabled. The cleanup took a little while, but that was 2 wins, 8 more to go. Chapter 91, A Peaceful Method of Attack. The third match. My opponent was on high alert, but my plans were not so simple as to be thwarted by a novice's caution. Please, please fight honorably, Lord of Disease. Yes, of course, I will fight honorably. And you can tell your Dark Knight that he should prepare to lose honorably. I continued my taunts, but the Dark Knights who weren't participating in the training exercise looked weary, as if they hadn't expected such a villainous battle. Perhaps my propaganda campaign hasn't been effective enough. I was the Lord of Disease, a heartless monster who slaughtered the masses under the banner of human extinction, a being who craved to be hated as the enemy of humanity. Let the match begin. The match began honorably, meaning I didn't immediately yield, nor did my opponent collapse into a deep sleep after a few steps. I dodged his attacks with ease. In close combat, distance was everything. It was all about creating a situation where you could attack while remaining out of your opponent's reach. Weapons with longer reach, a sharp lunge armor that could withstand a blow, these were the answers to that question. My answer was, if I can dodge my opponent's attacks, then I don't have to attack at all. In other words, I wasn't engaging in close combat. Even as a novice, it was easy enough to keep a large distance between us. He countered by lunging, closing the distance aggressively. Then, using his speed, he unleashed a powerful downward strike, one that my novice guard couldn't possibly block. I didn't use my wooden sword to block it. Instead, I held out my left arm as if in fear. A light crack echoed through the air, like a thin branch snapping. A blue arc of lightning coursed through the dark night. How pathetic. You should have seen that coming, and yet you couldn't even resist. At my cold words, he collapsed, the smell of singed hair in the air. His eyes had rolled back before he even hit the ground. He was unconscious. I slipped off the long, trap-laden glove on my left arm and tossed it aside. I retrieved my usual black leather gloves, the ones that covered my skin completely, from an inner pocket of my robe and put them on. Lord of Disease Sama, the dog-eared referee called out to me, her voice filled with a bewildered exasperation, as if she'd just witnessed the impossible. Yes, I wouldn't normally reveal my tricks, but since this is a training exercise, I'll be happy to answer any questions. That was another trap, wasn't it? A keen observation. As expected of a referee. Thank you, wait, that's not what didn't you say all the traps on the training grounds were disabled? I did, I tilted my head. Then, I may be asking this a little late, but why are you defeating your opponents with traps? He seemed to be lacking in counter-magic training. This is a training exercise with wooden swords. Oh, I'm surprised you had that impression. I shrugged dramatically. You can do that on your own, can't you? You invited the King of Disease and Poison to participate in a training exercise. Therefore, I assumed that all manner of trickery was permitted. Bridget had even written it in her letter. The method is up to you. I was fighting my way, but isn't a trap cowardly, and isn't that offensive magic? It's a peaceful method of attack, utilizing the backlash of a defensive spell, I declared. Incidentally, the backlash from a defensive spell could be lethal, depending on its intensity. But this one had been carefully calibrated by Rebecca. The key was to make it just weak enough to be broken by a wooden sword. The long glove had a thin branch imbued with a defensive spell, designed to break first. The glove itself was also enchanted to provide some protection against the wooden sword. But you said attack. I didn't say offensive magic. The dog-eared referee, though brushed aside, persisted. But you did say that all the traps on the training grounds were disabled. What about that? Do you think the inside of my clothes is the training ground? No, never mind, she glared at me. No more traps from now on. All right, I have a revised set of rules. Please review them before the next match. I'd like to ban all actions that go against a warrior's pride or chivalry. I'm afraid I can't agree to that, as the definitions of warrior's pride and chivalry are too vague. And as I've said many times, we are both bound by oath magic. And have I suffered the penalty of the oath magic? Oath magic was currently considered a reliable form of magic, but it might fall out of use eventually. As long as the wording of the oath was adhered to, it wouldn't activate, and one could come up with any number of dishonest oaths. You haven't. The dog-eared referee conceded grudgingly. I smiled at her. So, I don't actually have to agree to any rule changes that would put me at a disadvantage, do I? That wouldn't be a training exercise. I nodded and shouted. That's right, now on to the next match. Chapter 92. A battlefield without pride. The fourth match, but before that I whispered to Liz. Liz, that thing. I squeezed her hand, our bodies closed together, to prevent anyone from hearing or seeing what she was about to give me. And of course, to absorb some energy to get through this grueling training exercise. Master, are you sure about this? Liz pressed that thing into my left hand. Of course. That's why we prepared it. I tilted my head, as if to say, what kind of question is that? Master, and I say this as a friend, rules aren't just about what's written. There are unwritten rules, too. Liz, that's a dangerous way of thinking. Rules have no more binding power than what is written. To think otherwise is a dangerous ideology. A world where legal interpretation, the reading between the lines, was paramount. No matter how correct it might seem, that world was flawed. We had to strive to improve the rules to make them explicit, without misunderstanding, without excess or deficiency. We had to work towards creating rules that would allow everyone to live in peace, simply by following them. Today, I intended to be the perfect counterexample. You're one to talk about dangerous ideologies. Liz, let me tell you something. My actions may be dangerous, but my ideology is sound. Liz tilted her head. Isn't someone who can act dangerously with a sound ideology the most dangerous kind of person? You're quite a rational person for an assassin. A rogue assassin is the last thing anyone needs. Liz was right. But if that were the case, then not only assassins like Liz, but the entire military would be unfit for service if they weren't the most dangerous kind of people. Whether that was good or bad was another matter, but that was what I believed. I squeezed Liz's hand one last time, drawing strength from her. All right, I'm off. Yes, do your best, though I'm not sure doing your best is the right way to put it. That didn't feel like a cheer. I faced the fourth Dark Knight, a lamb to the slaughter in the training ground. The dog-eared referee gave me a stern warning. Lord of Disease. No traps, all right? The amended rules aren't bound by oath magic, but as the referee, I'll be the judge. Of course, I nodded. Then, we both raised our wooden swords. Let the match begin. The moment the words were spoken, I casually closed the distance between us. My opponent flinched, then stood his ground, cautiously assessing me. When I was about 5 paces away, I dropped my wooden sword. The fourth young knight reflexively raised his sword to attack. I threw that thing at his face, switching it from my left hand to my right. He reflexively cut it with his wooden sword and inhaled a cloud of green smoke. He began to cough. Cough, guh. He collapsed, a pained cry escaping his lips. I waited for him to go still, then spoke, my voice cold. You're all the same. Insufficient training. Do you have no resistance to poison? I conveniently ignored the fact that I had none either, as expected of Liz, and Rebecca, too. They were both incredibly skilled at pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable to use against their own allies. Didn't I say, no traps? It wasn't a trap. It was a smoke bomb laced with a sleeping poison. That thing. A special creation of Liz's, a sleeping smoke bomb. A special creation of an elite assassin who had risen to the rank of the Royal Guard. It was a grenade, not a trap. Even with physical enhancement, my long-range control was unreliable, so it was recommended to be used at close range, where I, too, was at risk of inhaling the poison. A double-edged sword. My own poison resistance was probably 0, but it wasn't a lethal poison, and my usual amulet had some poison resistance, so I was safe. Just to be clear, you don't consider this a rule violation, do you? I placed a hand on my chest and spoke. my voice and expression solemn. I am the kind of supreme commander who listens to the opinions of her subordinates. So, please, if I am wrong, correct me. Tell me, when did I violate the rules? I would be grateful if you could point out the specific rule that was broken. The dog-eared referee, who had been searching for words, looked at me with a distant expression and muttered, You really have no pride, do you, Lord of Disease? Her words, though a mutter, were amplified by the magic, echoing through the now silent training ground. That's my specialty, I smiled, confirming her assessment. As I declared to Bridget, I was prepared to sacrifice even my pride for the sake of victory. In other words, that was my pride. 6 more matches. I only had 6 more opportunities to teach these aspiring heroes a lesson about reality. But that was enough. I would win 6 more times, all while following the rules perfectly. Chapter 93. An Illusion of Victory. The 5th match. The atmosphere in the venue was already funereal. If I had to put it into words, it was as if everyone was thinking, what on earth are we watching? Spectating was optional, not a mandatory event. I placed a hand on Rebecca's shoulder before the match and smiled. Well, Rebecca, I'm counting on you. Do we really have to do this? Rebecca asked, her voice filled with reluctance. If we don't, I'll just get beaten to a pulp, you know. Do you know what the word blackmail means? You think this is blackmail. The only one who would suffer would be me. So, if she thought this was blackmail then, Rebecca averted her gaze. You're still my superior. I'd appreciate it if you didn't use the word still. So, you're really going through with this? Of course, we came here to win. I know that, but do your best for me, okay? The one doing their best is me, isn't it? See you later. I patted her shoulder one last time, waved, and walked towards the training ground. The dog-eared referee glared at me. Lord of Disease, no traps, no poison, understood. Of course not, I would never use poison. That's what I thought. Well then, let's begin. We both raised our wooden swords. All right. Let the match begin. Go, Dark Knights. It seemed a sense of camaraderie had formed between those stationed at Fort Littleside. The match began, normally. I focused on evasion, just as I had in the 3rd match. The 5th young knight, with his sharp sword swings, drove me into a corner of the training ground. We clashed once, and the heavy blow sent a jolt of pain through my arm. And then I was easily cornered. And he started swinging his sword at thin air. What are you doing? The dog-eared referee and Bridget cried out. Screams erupted from the crowd. That's not her. Idiot. What are you doing? After a series of sharp lunges and sword flashes, he struck a triumphant pose, a broad smile on his face. I win. That's what he says. I smiled sweetly at the dog-eared referee and tilted my head. Out of bounds. Therefore, the victor is the Lord of Disease Sama. What are you talking about? Leaving the training area for any reason after the match has begun shall be considered a defeat. What are you talking about? The dog-eared referee pointed to his feet, her expression pained. Check your position. He was standing completely outside the training ground. Impossible, but I cornered her honorably and pushed her out of bounds. He covered his face with his hands, his words choked and fragmented. I smiled at him. You fought honorably, I can guarantee that, and that is why you lost. He had fought honorably. That much was true, but honorably wasn't a magic word that guaranteed victory. Illusion magic. Bridget's voice was bitter. I nodded, correct. Lord of Disease Sama, please tell us what you were thinking. Why did you use illusion magic? I shook my head at the dog-eared referee's overly polite, yet sarcastic question. I didn't. Then, the rules do not prohibit magical interference from outside the training ground. All eyes turned to the Lord of Disease's unit. My apologies. It was me. Rebecca raised her hand, her expression one of resignation. Rebecca-sama, you of all people. The dog-eared referee's eyes widened. Rebecca-sama, you mean the living dead princess? No, the walking army. Wasn't it the will-o'-the-wisp of the battlefield? No way, I was a fan. Using illusion magic in a one-on-one duel, that's so villainous. From outside the training ground, I walked over to Liz and whispered in her ear. Is Rebecca famous? I told you she was a veteran. She's highly trusted by her superiors, but more importantly, she has the absolute trust of the soldiers. To be both respected and feared by your subordinates and others is no small feat. the living dead princess, the walking army, the will-o'-the-wisp of the battlefield. She's the only one in the Demon King's army with multiple titles. I was just called different things in different places. Because I was always moving around, Rebecca muttered, slightly embarrassed. I see, I can't afford to lose her trust. Master. I walked back to the center of the training ground. Listen, I shouted, my voice carrying throughout the venue. She was only following my orders. In the military, rank is absolute. Therefore, orders are absolute. She had no right to disobey, and she did the right thing. If you want to blame someone, blame me. A hush fell over the crowd. A second later, it erupted in a roar of anger. Villain. Truly a villain. To make Rebecca-sama do something so cowardly. I knew something was wrong when I heard Rebecca-sama was involved. Rebecca, you're so loved. Both men and women were shouting insults at me. She truly was trusted. Even though it had been a while since she'd been stationed at Fort Littleside. Some things didn't fade with time. I was so happy that I waved and smiled at the cheering crowd. Thank you for your support. The venue fell silent again, and then the hearts of the crowd became one. We're not supporting you. Chapter 94. It's a sad thing not to be able to trust people. The 6th match. We were past the halfway point of the 10-match series. The heated atmosphere had cooled down after a bathroom break. I, too, had lowered my hood, taken off my gloves, and was relaxed. I sat in the chair Samarkand had provided, nibbling on some sweets. The honey toast from the stall was delicious, but yours is even better, Liz. Sweets were wonderful. And unlike the toasted bread with honey, this was a moist, pre-soaked version which I also enjoyed. Thank you. Sugar is a quick source of energy. That was a universal truth, and knowing that was important. By the way, Master, we haven't been told about your next winning strategy. I'm done, right? I smiled reassuringly at Liz and Rebecca. It's fine, I won't do anything dangerous. Rebecca, magic from outside the training ground is prohibited from now on, so you can just watch. What about your honor, Master? I'll do that. Master, what are you planning? This is the Southern Defense, the most important base for border defense, Fort Littleside. I stood up from the chair, took my gloves from Samarkand, and my wooden sword from Harkin. The hem of my dark green robe billowed in the wind. The defense of the Lystria Demon Kingdom will be made impregnable. Everything today is for that purpose. I understand. Then I won't ask, but please be careful. Liz smiled as she saw me off. Rebecca spoke. But you're going to do something dishonorable, aren't you? I am. I stood in the training ground, listening to the dog-eared referee's announcement. Her gaze was locked on me. Now, let the match begin. No traps, no poison. No magic from outside the training ground. Understood? You're absolutely sure. Of course, there is no one more law-abiding than I. Ha, the dog-eared referee gave a dry laugh. Then let the match. Wait. What is it now? I have something to say to him before the match. The dog-eared referee looked at the 6th young Dark Knight. He nodded. Fine, but be brief. I heard you have a crush on someone. A maid at Fort Littleside, a childhood friend? I smiled, thinking of the temporary maid I'd spoken to before the training exercise. That has nothing to do with this. He frowned, pointing his wooden sword at me. Yes, it does. I didn't even raise my wooden sword. Instead, I used my voice as my weapon. I have her in my custody. Whoa. Wait, what did she just say? A truly villainous individual. My master does no wrong. Liz, Rebecca, Harkin, and Samarkand all reacted in their own ways. Why, you? His shocked expression turned to one of fury. It's fine. I haven't done anything to her. She's just a temporary addition to my staff while I'm in Littleside. I said, my voice gentle and reassuring, but I continued. But it's a temporary measure, but I had her officially transferred. She is now part of the 6th Army. My subordinate, in name and in fact. And as a supreme commander, I have full authority over the treatment of my subordinates. I was just stating the facts, the military regulations. By the way, I'm sure you know, but I am the Lord of Disease, the supreme commander known for being generous and kind to her subordinates. No one said a word, no one but me. I spoke with her. She's a cute girl. You're a lucky man to be loved by someone so cute. Yes, I wouldn't do anything terrible to her. I spoke slowly, my words like dripping poison. Damn. Nothing at all. I smiled, a slow, deliberate smile. It wasn't hard to imagine how it looked to those who didn't trust me. Well then, shall we have an honorable duel? I declared, my expression shifting to a bright, cheerful smile. He squeezed his wooden sword tightly, then his grip slackened. Clang, clang, the sound of the fallen wooden sword echoed through the silent venue. And then, he declared, his voice a choked whisper. I lose. Should I be cheering, as her vice commander? I'm a little taken aback. How hot? My master always has a way to win. There was no rule violation. I could hear the voices of Liz, Rebecca, Harkin, and Samarkand. Amidst the spreading murmurs, I looked at the dog-eared referee. He has forfeited. I believe the rule. After the match has begun, a defeat or a draw may be decided by mutual agreement applies. Lord of Disease, Supreme Commander. Yes. Do you know what the word blackmail means? I do. It's a shameful act. Is she really in your custody? She is. What would you have done if he hadn't forfeited? It seems there's a misunderstanding. I never said I would do anything. But it's a sad thing not to be able to trust people. I hadn't said I would do anything. He had been defeated by his own fear, by the image he'd created of the Lord of Disease. Incidentally, she wasn't actually in my custody. I just sent her on an errand to buy some honey in Littleside. And I'd given her a generous tip, telling her, use this to have a nice time with him later. I was sure she would comfort him gently. Chapter 95, a chat during the match. By the 7th match, the restrictions were becoming increasingly strict. Before each match, the dog-eared referee would give me a stern warning. Lord of Disease. No traps, no poison, no magic from outside the training ground, and no blackmail. Understood. Of course. I've used other methods, but I haven't resorted to blackmail. If I deem it blackmail, you'll be disqualified. Very well. I will accept your judgment if you can provide a sound reason. And who, exactly, has to be convinced? Me, of course. Rest assured, I'm a supreme commander known for my ability to engage in rational discourse. Incidentally, those were His Majesty's own words. In a fantasy world with an absolute monarchy, I wasn't so incompetent as to neglect a proper explanation for my one and only superior. The dog-eared referee fell silent. Let the match begin. I expect an honorable battle. My opponent was a serious-looking knight with silver hair, cropped short, revealing his forehead. According to Liz, he was as earnest and sincere as he looked, and he was likely participating in this exercise to keep his more impulsive colleagues in check. Like the childhood friend of the temporary maid, not everyone was participating out of hatred for the Lord of Disease. Some were here to test their skills, to experience the strength of the 6th Army firsthand, to seriously participate in the joint training exercise. So, I intended to be relatively gentle with them. We both raised our wooden swords and slowly closed the distance. At the right moment, he lunged, his sword held forward. And before his wooden sword could reach me, I quickly pulled something from an inner pocket of my robe. His movements froze. What I'd pulled out was a single piece of paper, and with that single piece of paper, he'd stopped. Let's have a chat. I'm listening. Lord of Disease. No villainous remarks. The definition of villainous is too vague to accept, but I am confident that what I am about to say is not. I waved to the back, and I gave an order to my loyal black goat. Samarkand, display the image. Yes, the magic Samarkand used was a type of illusion magic. An image was projected into the air. The same piece of paper I'd taken out, spinning in the air. More precisely, a rectangular piece of paper with someone's image on it. Even more precisely, an enlarged image of Rebecca's autographed bromide. A bromide of Rebecca. My autographed. Hearing Liz and Rebecca's murmurs, I smiled at the 7th Dark Knight. Yes, an autographed Rebecca stagnant bromide. A super rare item, only 2 in the world, one for promotional purposes and one a gift to me. Wait a minute, are you going to give it to him? Rebecca shouted from behind me. Ha ha ha, Rebecca, I told you, didn't I? Sign it like you're signing a contract to sell your soul. Rebecca pursed her lips and looked away. By the way, aren't you feeling a bit unwell? I see, the Dark Knight nodded. Now you understand, don't you? I lose, I surrender. The Dark Knight lowered his wooden sword. I'm glad you're so understanding. Declare the winner. He has conceded defeat due to personal reasons. Yes. The winner is the Lord of Disease, Sama. Yes. The dog-eared referee's voice was filled with resignation. Then, The Dark Knight held out his hand. I tilted my head, feigning innocence. What? Surely not. What? I was just chatting during the match, bragging about my personal collection. His expression turned to one of utter shock. I promised Rebecca I'd treasure it. I looked back at Rebecca and smiled. Then I turned back to the Dark Knight, my voice turning syrupy. Of course, the reason you've forfeited without a fight is because you're unwell, right? Or is it that a Knight of the Dark Knights would throw a match for a bromide of a cute girl, who is, admittedly, my proud subordinate? Surely you wouldn't do something so foolish. Of course not. His eyes were a little teary, but pretending not to notice was the samurai's way. I wasn't a samurai, though, and I certainly wasn't a knight. I'm starting to feel sorry for him. Indeed. Our master truly understands the human heart. To control the hearts of men with a few words, to win without fighting. This is the true essence of a commander. Liz, Rebecca, Harkin, and Samarkand all voiced their opinions. Liz and Rebecca were still sympathetic to the opponent, Harkin was amused, and Samarkand was in full agreement with me. The image projected by Samarkand was still on display, and taking advantage of the crowd's attention, I decided to change my plans slightly. And now, a word from our sponsor. Bromides of the Demon King's army's supreme commanders and senior commanders are now on sale at officially licensed shops. All at the low price of 10,000 deal. Get yours today. More specifically, I was throwing in an unscheduled commercial. Did you see them in Littleside? No. So, they're selling them in the capital. Even the other commanders and supreme commanders. 10,000. So 1 gold coin, that's cheap. Yes, Rebecca-sama's cute. I mean, esteemed visage is well worth 10,000. It seemed Rebecca was popular with both men and women. I decided to send a ghost pigeon to the capital tonight. The message: start selling the bromides in Littleside as soon as possible. My 10-second plan was to send a first batch with the regular supply and trade carriages, sell them at the Demon King's army's shop in Fort Littleside, create a sense of scarcity, then slowly open an officially licensed shop in the city. Judging by the reaction, the others would sell well too, but I'd tell them to print more of Rebecca's. Maybe I should tell them to print fewer of the Lord of Diseases. As I was contemplating this, the dog-eared referee gave me a sidelong glance. Lord of Disease, do you have no shame, no pride? No, did I blackmail him? No, it was more like bribery. That wasn't my intention. He imagined a convenient scenario and acted accordingly. And reality doesn't always conform to fantasy. That's all. She sighed, exasperated. No more of this from now on. I'll do my best. 3 more matches, the real show was just beginning. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 96, The Triumph of Chivalry. The 8th match, a stagnant air hung over the training grounds. I could feel a certain trust from the crowd. A trust that I would undoubtedly win the next match with some villainous tactic. Lord of Disease, you understand? No traps, no poison, no magic from outside the training ground, and no blackmail or bribery. The rules keep changing. The referee's voice is starting to sound dead. Liz and Rebecca looked at the dog-eared referee with a mixture of sympathy. I declare this, I will not use traps or poison. I will not use magic from outside the training ground. And while I have not engaged in blackmail or bribery, I will refrain from doing so now. Let's talk about what I will do, not what I won't. I paused, drawing their attention, then declared, in this battle, I will win by the sword. I swung my wooden sword, the air whistled, and a murmur went through the crowd. Really? Lord of Disease? The dog-eared referee's face brightened. Yes, I would never lie. I smiled, trying to comfort the girl who had been placed in this rather unenviable position. I have trained diligently for this day. I glanced back at Liz, Rebecca, and Samarkand, a genuine smile on my face. I cannot show myself to be a disgrace as a supreme commander. Then I turned to my opponent. Let the match begin. A cheerful atmosphere filled the training grounds. I kept my smile as I tossed my wooden sword into the air. Then I pulled a yellowed spine from my robe and threw it to the ground. The markings on the bone glowed red, then the entire spine began to glow with a blue-green light. Answer my summons, my knight. As you command. The one who caught the falling wooden sword was a skeleton. It wore chainmail and the tattered remains of a surcoat, embroidered with the emblem of the Lystria demon kingdom, the dragon with a serpent's tongue. The armor, gloves, and boots covered most of its body, but the rune-carved spine was completely exposed. Eerie blue-green flames burned in its eye sockets. Harkin declared solemnly, "Victory for my master." Summoning magic, Bridget's hoarse whisper reached my ears. "Our referee, that should be prohibited. The rules state a one-on-one duel." The eighth young Dark Knight protested. "Actually, the rules don't prohibit the use of a summoning device within the training ground." But you said you would win by the sword." His voice trembled. "Did I ever say I would be the one to wield it? Lord of Disease, this villain, I was a fool to believe her, even for a moment." The dog-eared referee's eyes and voice were even more dead than before. The human heart died when its hopes were crushed, but I felt a pang of guilt for putting her, a non-Dark Knight, under so much stress. So I offered her a few kind words. "Don't be so pessimistic. My Harkin is a proud Death Knight, the embodiment of chivalry." True to my words, Harkin began to speak, his voice resonating with authority. "As a summoned creature, you have no chance of victory with a wooden sword. Therefore, how about this? If you can make me drop my weapon, you win. And me. No, your defeat conditions are as stated in the rules. You lose if you surrender with the intent to surrender, leave the training ground, or lose consciousness. And by weapon, you mean this wooden sword." "Of course. And this time, I do not intend to fight with words. Forgive my presumption, my master." "It's fine, Harkin. I am fighting honorably, according to the rules. You should do the same. Referee, I entrust the outcome of this match to my Harkin. I request that you accept this change. I will interpret the rules for this match, and I will be the judge. Is that clear?" I nodded. "Of course. Harkin, fight to your heart's content." "My thanks." Harkin bowed his head slightly to me, then turned to the Dark Knight, taking a light stance, his sword at the ready. "Come, don't have to tell me twice." The Dark Knight charged at the still Harkin, swinging his wooden sword. Even to a novice like me, his movements were not bad. But Harkin's movements were simply beautiful. The wooden swords clashed, and in an instant, the Dark Knight's sword was deflected, as if caught in Harkin's and sent flying into the air. But his defeat conditions were surrender, unconsciousness, or leaving the training ground. He instantly balled his fists and lunged at Harkin's exposed weakness, his spine, an act of courage worthy of praise even from an enemy. Harkin spun on his left foot, deflecting the blow, then swept his leg, tripping his opponent. The Dark Knight stumbled and fell, his face hitting the stone paving. He was still trying to get up, a testament to his fighting spirit, despite the blood pouring from his nose. But Harkin was not so merciful. He kicked him in the chest, sending him sprawling, then stomped on him as he tried to get up, using the rebound from the impact to rise. "Gah!" From the gentle, almost kind, kick to a sharp blow that forced all the air from his lungs. The spinning wooden sword was caught by Harkin. He held the enemy's sword in his left hand and his own sword at the enemy's throat in his right. "Now, if you wish to continue, I am ready, but how?" The Dark Knight, who had been coughing, laughed weakly. "To be so outmatched, and yet be shown such consideration, I am utterly defeated. I surrender." "That's it, winner, the 6th Army's Harkin. I would like to request another training session, sometime. If my master permits it." "She probably will." The victor offered his hand to the vanquished, and they shook hands firmly. A constructive discussion of future plans. If only all battles could end like this. And if I and my comrades were victorious, all the better. For the first time today, the venue was filled with sincere applause and warm cheers. Well, this time he fought honorably. Harkin, I mean. Yes, by the way, what would you have done if Harkin had lost? I glanced at Liz and Rebecca, who were discussing the match. "Liz, I have complete faith in my subordinates." "A truly worthy master." Harkin laughed, rattling his jawbone. "My name is Harkin, a mere summoned creature who has offered all his flesh and blood to the Lord of Disease." "You're a skeleton. You don't have flesh and blood." I tapped his chest with the back of my hand. You got me there," Harkin said, then pulled out a rib and offered it to me. "Hey ha ha ha." As Harkin and I laughed in unison, the crowd, apparently deciding it was a joke, joined in with a light chuckle. "Oh, they're laughing." Well, the Dark Knight's laughter was a bit dry, and a few of them seemed to have burst out laughing involuntarily. The path of comedy was a difficult one. You think that bloody effort was just for this. I saw Master practicing this banter with Harkin during their training sessions. I thought it was just a break, but I never thought it was for this. Wait, she even prepared a post-match comedy routine. Almost certainly. I think it's a rather embarrassing display for a supreme commander. What is there to be embarrassed about, to put one's own body on the line for a laugh? Her willingness to work hard and prepare is, in a way, divine. Samarkand's praise was, as usual, excessive. But he was right. One should never neglect effort and preparation. And laughter was something to be pursued, even if it meant putting your body on the line. Chapter 97, Fluff in the Sleeves. The 9th match, the end was in sight. Harkin had done well. Now, it was my turn to captivate the audience. Lord of Disease, please fight as honorably as the Death Knight did. Of course, I always conduct myself with the utmost honor. Then, let the match begin. She'd brushed me off. She must have learned that it was pointless to argue. It wasn't easy for people to learn. Everyone had their own normal. There was a saying that one's common sense was the prejudices one acquired by the age of 18, but there was no real difference between prejudice and common sense. Therefore, learning was sometimes painful, and a lesson without pain was probably meaningless. That was why I was striving to make this as painless as possible. That said, I smiled. I'll show you my best trick. No more tricks. Come. I lifted the hem of my dark green hooded robe and swished it. A black, shadowy mass slithered onto the training ground. The amorphous mass immediately took a single form. Glossy black fur like the deep shadows of a summer day. A fluffy, adorable tail. Long, pointed, adorable ears. A single black dog. Allow me to introduce my cute black dog. A black hound Barghest. Master, what is that? Hey, what did you just do? Liz and Rebecca cried out in succession. The venue was filled with uneasy murmurs. Lord of Disease? Is that The dog-eared referee, her face pale, slowly backed away from the Barghest. I smiled reassuringly. It's a black hound Barghest. You seem to know of them, but it's fine. It obeys me. After the last match, I thought we agreed that summoning summoned creatures with a summoning device was prohibited. When did I summon it? I looked around, my smile unwavering. When did I use a summoning device to summon a summoned creature? Then what is that? It seems it likes me so much that it accidentally hid in the shadows of my robe. It can't be helped. I nodded sagely. That's enough of this farce. You've gotten good at that. HMPH. Well, I'm complimenting you. This is a Barghest under my command. Of course, hiding a Barghest in my robe is not an offensive spell. Just to be clear, is there a rule that prohibits the use of a subservient magical beast? Of course not, just do what you want. Well, there you have it. I've told them not to use their fangs, so you have a better chance of winning than you would have against Harkin. Good luck. It's just a mutt, the young Dark Knight shouted. A mutt. I was annoyed. My apologies, I lost my composure. It's too late for that, I'll take it down and... Come, all of you. I grabbed the hem of my robe and shook it. Slither. Slither, slither. What? The young knight choked out. I continued to shake my robe. Slither, slither, slither. Finally, I shook my sleeves. Slither, slither. Let me teach you some basic manners. You don't insult someone's pet. You won't have the right to complain if you get eats. I shook 12 Barghests from my robe, and they surrounded him. A Barghest was a mid-level magical beast. Even an ordinary soldier couldn't defeat one, but a Dark Knight had a good chance. Since this was a training exercise with wooden swords, I'd ordered them to only use their fangs on the sword. So, it was probably a 50-50 chance. It was a training exercise, and I was giving him a chance to win. But with more numbers, the situation changed. The threat level of Black Hound Barghests increased exponentially with their numbers. 10 was the safety limit for mental control, but it was also because any more than that was too dangerous. What is this? The Barghests moved in unison, taking a step forward, closing the distance. Their pack coordination was likely magical. Liz's words came back to me. I felt a distinct connection. Because I was the alpha of this pack. You might have had a better chance against Harkin. He's a gentleman, kind enough to hold back in a training exercise. A Barghest was a mid-level magical beast. They were pack creatures, with a magical coordination ability that stemmed from their lack of a strong individual identity. Canines hunted in packs. Even ordinary dogs and wolves displayed impressive coordination, but the Black Hound Barghests was a work of art. and they were also feared for their ability to assess their opponents. They only attacked when they were confident of victory, and they fled when they were at a disadvantage. They were intelligent magical beasts, rarely attacking settlements for fear of retaliation, which was a saving grace. One against many was a Barghest's way of fighting, and against a single opponent armed with a wooden sword. Even a Dark Knight was just prey. Ah, you guys, I told you not to use your fangs. Scratch that. The Barghests bared their fangs in unison. Hey, the dark elf's brown skin turned pale. I surrender, I surrender. And I said I surrender. I ignored his desperate cries and repeated my question. And that's not what I want to hear. Hi. You called my cute Barghest a mutt. Another step, in perfect unison, the circle tightened. That is an insult to all who belong to the 6th Army. And my apologies, yes. My apologies. How condescending. Another step, the circle tightened. They didn't even growl, they didn't even look at each other. They just tightened the circle. Ah, so you surrendered. That means the training regulations prohibiting killing no longer apply. It would damage my relationship with the Dark Knights, but if His Majesty doesn't make an issue of it, I won't even be charged. Is your single life worth the position of a mere human supreme commander? Shall we find out? No one said a word. Everyone was watching, holding their breath. Please. He knelt, placed his sword before him, and bowed his head. A perfect knightly bow. I apologize on my knightly honor for insulting the magical beast under your command by calling it a mutt. It may seem condescending, but this is the highest form of respect I know. Please accept my apology. He looked up. And if you cannot, please, deal with this as a matter unrelated to the Dark Knights. He has a good face, I smiled. I cannot accept that. The tension in the crowd reached its peak. You are here, representing the Dark Knights. The Barghests broke formation and returned to my side. I stroked the necks of the wagging dogs as I spoke, ending the tension. I accept your apology. The tension broke, and a murmur went through the crowd. He bowed his head again. Thank you, Lord of Disease. You should thank the ones behind you. Your commander and your comrades would have intervened if I had refused. They would have fought 12 Barghests with wooden swords, without hesitation. He looked behind him, startled. Bridget had only placed a hand on the hilt of her sword, but the others were all in combat readiness. Even for the Dark Knights, fighting a Barghest with a wooden sword was no easy task, but they would have fought to buy him time. He looked back at me and bowed his head deeply. One more to go. Chapter 98. Dragged into the shadows by 2 cute subordinates. Samarkand, Harkin, hold down the fort. Rebecca and I need to have a word with the Lord of Disease. Before the next match, Liz and Rebecca grabbed my hands and quickly pulled me into a secluded corner. Incidentally, I'd put the Barghests away. What are you going to do to me in this secluded corner? We don't have time for your jokes right now. Liz's gaze was colder than the indoor air. So, Master, what was that? I'd like to know as well. What kind of magic was that? Where and how were you hiding the Black Hound Barghests? There was no magical signature until the moment they appeared. You too, Rebecca. You too, Liz. Yes. To slip past the magical detection of both of us? Impossible. And we were on high alert for any unexpected developments during the training, Liz muttered, her hand over her mouth. Both of you. This could fundamentally change our security standards. Now tell us the truth. Well, I asked if they wanted to come with me, and they nodded. You did say you were bringing the Barghests, but I thought the plan was to have them run behind the carriage and wait outside Littleside. They came inside my sleeves, or rather my robe. What do you mean? They came inside. Liz, don't say it like that. You're making it sound so lewd. I told you, we don't have time for your jokes. Master, this is no time for jests. What's the limit? How many? 12 fit, but I'm not sure about any more. I tilted my head. Isn't there a magic for that? Or that? You know, for storing things in a pocket dimension. What kind of convenient magic is that? Never heard of it. Now that they mentioned it, if such a convenient magic existed, it would probably be used in logistics. Can you put them away and take them out at will? Not at will, and I'm not doing anything. What do you mean, you're not doing anything? I'm leaving it all to the Barghests. Rebecca, have you ever heard of this? Now that you mention it, I've read about them, ambushing from the shadows. Now that you've shown this to everyone, they'll know how dangerous you are. Won't they target you for this? I doubt they'd target someone. without knowing how the Barghists are being hidden. So it's safe for now. As long as the Barghists are safe, the two of them began a serious discussion. Since they were ignoring me, I let a Barghist slither out from my sleeve and began to pet it. It closed its eyes contentedly. They both looked at me. Wait a minute, Master. I thought we were discussing the Barghist's safety. But see, they listened to me. More importantly, how did you command them just now? Did you speak? I can command them with my mind. What did you just say? What did I just say? Hi. Please repeat that verbatim. I can command them with my mind. Liz frowned, repeating my words. I can command them with my mind. Liz, can Master use advanced mind magic? This self-proclaimed evil sorceress, Liz snorted. Right. Yes, it's a mistake to expect any magical abilities from our Master, aside from her villainy. That's a bit harsh. And besides, it's impossible to command Barghists properly. But I'm doing it. It's generally considered impossible. You don't so much command them as restrict their attacks. You register a certain number of magical signatures and then enhance their aggressive instincts to their limit, forcing them to attack anything within a certain range that doesn't have a registered magical signature. That's how you use Barghists. Even with advanced mind magic, they're just very poor quality guard dogs, aside from their combat abilities. Yes, which is why they're difficult to control. 3 or fewer is recommended for safety, and the danger increases with each one. Considering the possibility of them breaking free, 10 is the safety limit. Any more than that, and they become uncontrollable, right? Right. Is that how they were treated? How cruel. I massaged the Barghist's neck. It nuzzled my arm, and I stroked it under its chin. Mind magic was a broad term. It could be used to calm oneself, but using it to control another's mind was an act of pure violence. Master, do you realize you're the Lord of Disease? More than you can imagine. So much that there's none left inside. How rude, Rebecca. I'm a kind-hearted superior. You've done much worse. That was against the enemy. I smiled, as the Lord of Disease. I have never done anything terrible to those who believe in me. They both smiled. Do you realize the stress you put on your vice commander, your maid, your bodyguard, your assassin, and your necromancer subordinate? I smiled and hugged them both. That evil sorceress must have been quite a handful. I loosely hugged Rebecca's shoulder and wrapped my other arm around Liz's waist, nuzzling her neck, careful of her long ears. Why, you won't get away with this. No, this is the pattern where you do get away with it. And indeed, with the next match approaching, the matter was left unresolved. Chapter 99, My Battle Dress. The 10th and final match. Having recharged, unexpectedly, I was full of energy, a stark contrast to how one should feel at the end of a long series of battles. This was the final battle. Lord of Disease. As this is the final match, I will reiterate. In addition to the initial rules, I yield and I surrender will be treated as the same. No traps, no poison, no magic from outside the training ground, no summoning of summoned creatures with a summoning device, no using magical beasts to fight in your stead, and no winning through blackmail or bribery. That's unusually long. She's not kidding. Liz and Rebecca's brief comments were filled with a world of meaning. Is that clear? Of course. This is the final match, after all. I will win honorably by the sword. Ha ha ha, I don't believe you. Then see for yourself, and believe, I smiled. I am the Lord of Disease, I swear on my name. I will win honorably, with the sword I wield. Can I really believe you? I don't lie to those who believe in me. What about before? It's unfortunate that the skill of reading between the lines is so often overlooked. All right, I believe you. You're going to do something villainous, aren't you? Did you not hear me say, I'm going to fight honorably? The air in the venue was tense. A mixture of hope that I would keep my word and the certainty that I would resort to some villainous tactic, as I had before. Dark Knights, are you ready? Of course. We will tear off her mask with our swords. If she resorts to villainous tactics now, it will be clear that she is unworthy of the rank of Supreme Commander. I smiled silently at the slicked-back Dark Elf, the 10th young Dark Knight, the leader of the upstarts. He was confident in his abilities. I was confident of victory. We took our positions, a reasonable distance apart, and raised our wooden swords. Let the match begin. And now then. No talking, the Dark Knight charged, kicking off the training ground floor. If I don't let her talk, she's just a novice. He was fast, His movements were sharp, and before my sword could reach him, his struck my shoulder. "You've underestimated me." It had struck me, but that was all. My swing wasn't for defense. If I didn't have to guard, I had plenty of time to counter. Gah! My wooden sword slammed into his side, not a fatal blow, of course. Nothing that would prevent him from continuing the training. But as he jumped back, out of my reach, his face was a mask of shock. For him, that blow was an impossibility. He'd intended to take me down in a single strike, not be countered. I am the Lord of Disease. Did you really think this outfit was just for show? I smiled. The wind, which had picked up as the sun began to set, caught the twisted shoulder cloth, and I swept it aside with my finger. No one said a word, waiting for me to speak. I broke the silence, my voice cutting through the sound of the wind whipping at my robes. This is my battle dress. A high-density magic cloth robe, woven by my second in command, who always prioritizes my life, and a collection of the finest, defense-focused magic items. A work of art, befitting the king of disease and poison, designed to prevent the various enchantments from interfering with each other. I didn't use offensive magic, nor did I need to enhance my weapons, so as I'd said, it was focused on defense. I had been wearing this outfit ever since Liz had given it to me, the night before my investiture. In private, I didn't wear the shoulder cloth, staff, or mask, and usually not the gloves. But in public, I was always in this, my Lord of Disease attire. So, everyone thought it was natural. Perhaps even Liz, Rebecca, Samarkand, and Harkin. Even with some skill, do you really think you can get through this with a wooden sword and no offensive magic? That was the purpose of the rules. Wooden swords shall be used as weapons. Wooden swords may be inspected by representatives from both sides beforehand. There are no regulations regarding length, but the tips must be rounded and the lethality minimized. Armor is not permitted. They had either forgotten or been unaware that this was a magic item far more durable than a Dark Knight's armor. They had lost the moment they'd failed to object to me wearing it. Now, shall we fight until one of us loses consciousness, though your chances of winning are 0. I pointed my wooden sword at him. Cowardly. Your own commander could undoubtedly win, even with these rules. A training sword was still a wooden sword, a club. And even defensive magic wasn't perfect. It was maintained by my mana, so it wasn't infinite. But in a bare-knuckle brawl, I had the advantage, almost 100%. That said, if he was stronger than Liz and I had anticipated, that would be the end of it. If he was as strong as the commander of the Dark Knights. This is a training exercise. Honorably? Yes, fight honorably. Have you not trained for defeat? Remember this, fledgling. The word honorably is impressive when spoken by someone who can crush the unreasonable with their own strength. It's not a word to be used to cover up your own lack of skill, to create a battlefield where you can win. Honorably was a twisted word. The abilities people were born with were different. There were gaps that couldn't be bridged by effort. In this nation, your superior might be of a different race. Someday, someone would lament, resent, curse the race they were born into. Someday, someone would envy, hate, curse another race. Someday, someone would use their race as an excuse. This nation was a coalition of disparate groups, united against a common enemy, the human race, to win, and to not fight among themselves after they won. They needed to be taught that honorably was not a panacea, not a guarantee of equality, but a cruel, unreasonable word. And they needed to be taught that we had gathered to not fight among ourselves, to not exclude those who were different. I have fought honorably. What are you talking about? Where was the honor in today's matches? The entire venue nodded in agreement, but I declared, I have provided all of you with a means to win. What? I recounted today's battles, explaining slowly, one by one. You could have noticed you were poisoned, or detoxified yourselves. You could have resisted the sleep magic. You could have withstood the backlash of the defensive magic. You could have trained to resist poison. You could have resisted the illusion magic. You could have protected your loved ones yourself. Or you could have trusted my words. You could have resisted temptation and fought. You could have defeated Harkin with a sword. You could have defeated the Bargists one-on-one without insulting them. And even now, you could have the skill to break through this defensive magic with a wooden sword. This world was unreasonable, cruel, and unequal. So, perhaps, to fight with all your might in spite of that was what it meant to be honorable. That's not necessary. Everything is necessary on the battlefield, and we are at war. Wherever the Demon King's army is, that is the battlefield. And there is no equality of numbers, no balance of power. The enemy we fight is a human race that far surpasses us in national strength. I declared, we are the protectors of Lystria. What is required of us is not the ability to win an honorable, well-mannered duel on equal terms. What is required of us is everything necessary to overcome every disadvantage and to resolutely protect everything behind us. I smiled and raised my wooden sword again. Now let me educate you, I said, my voice gentle, as he took a step back, not even raising his wooden sword. I won't tell you to surrender. You might be able to win if you fight until I lose consciousness. You are a Dark Knight, and I am just a human woman. And then I smiled. By the way, I haven't forgotten that you tried to attack me before I could even properly greet you. Hi. Before we settle this with wooden swords, how about a little exposé? I have about 3 secrets of yours. Which one should we start with? Maybe the one that I personally find most distasteful. What? His bewildered words were probably the sentiment of the entire venue. Chapter 100. In the midst of applause and cheers. Exposure Tournament, Lord of Disease. May I request a detailed explanation? The dog-eared referee asked, her smile strained. What? I'm simply a well-prepared Supreme Commander, with a multitude of competent subordinates. A little more detail. I decided to win today. While it's true that I provided my opponents with a way to win, I was also prepared to play my trump cards, if necessary. Could you be more specific? I conducted a thorough investigation of all participants. In the process, I came across a few secrets that they would probably prefer to keep private. What? This was why Liz had only been involved in the trap and grenade creation. She'd been working with the disinformation unit, gathering intelligence. And with the infiltration and intelligence-gathering skills of an assassin of her caliber, laying bare the private lives of ordinary knights was child's play. As a very kind Supreme Commander, I thought I would help you all get to know him better by exposing his secrets. Blackmail is prohibited. I don't recall agreeing to that as a formal rule, and it's not blackmail. My victory is already assured, and I'm not demanding anything. If anything, it's just a way to blow off some steam. That's even worse. According to the rules. No problem. Please don't, I'm begging you. The all-back young Dark Knight, who had been listening to our conversation, his face growing paler by the second, cried out. You picked a fight with the wrong person. I considered giving him a cold look, but decided to smile instead. I am the Lord of Disease, commander of the 6th Army, and a Supreme Commander whose feelings have been slightly hurt by the doubts of you young Dark Knights. The venue fell silent. I surrender, I surrender. Yes, I understand, I win. He looked visibly relieved. Now, shall we begin the exposure tournament? No, I surrendered, I'm surrendering. I never said you had to surrender, nor did I say I wouldn't expose you if you did. That would be blackmail. I glanced at the dog-eared referee, and she looked away. Besides, what are you afraid of? His expression brightened for a moment, as if there was a glimmer of hope. You're good at gossip, aren't you? His expression turned to one of despair. Honestly, my intelligence-gathering team was so offended by your careless remarks that it was a real hassle to calm them down. Apparently, they'd been saying a lot of careless things, enough to make Liz, her eyes devoid of their usual light, say, "Can I just assassinate about 10 of them?" Well, it's inevitable that a Supreme Commander would be the subject of some rumors, gossip, and complaints, but there's a limit. I'd had to carefully explain that the Dark Knights, despite their problematic ideology and behavior, were an elite force and a shield for the nation. And then, under the guise of comforting her, I'd hugged her. Liz's face had turned bright red, and she'd said, "All right. I get it, I'm fine now," and I'd been able to dote on her, so I wasn't really angry. In fact, I was even a little grateful since I'd gotten to see a different side of Liz. I apologize. On my knightly honor, I apologize. Knightly honor is a convenient phrase. Can you use it to apologize for actions that defile a knight's honor? Tears streamed down his face as he trembled, terrified of having his secrets exposed. I sighed, hidden behind my hood. Crying wouldn't change anything. Well, sometimes it did. Fine, I'll let it go. I don't want you to resent me. There was no real benefit to exposing his secrets. I had no desire to tarnish the reputation of the Dark Knights. Besides, everyone had their own preferences. As long as you strive to be a knight loyal to the nation, I, and all those who know your secrets under my command, will remain silent. Thank you, he collapsed to his knees. Winner, the Lord of Disease. The dog-eared referee declared my victory, her gaze filled with sympathy. I'd intended to win with my sword this time, but in the end, I defeated him with words. Well, I hadn't wanted to physically hurt him, so that was fine. I decided to wrap things up to achieve today's main objective. After confirming that he'd been helped to his feet by his fellow Dark Knights and was staggering away, I spoke. Now, you glorious Dark Knights, and you, the protectors of Lystria, the Littleside garrison. I addressed everyone gathered, my voice amplified. Where is the applause, the cheers? Where are the blessings for the victor? Is this the true nature of a warrior's pride, of chivalry, to be unable to congratulate your opponent on their victory when you have lost? A scattered applause began. I fought according to the rules. In the name of the Lord of Disease, honorably. Cold stares, lukewarm blessings, and in the midst of it all I smiled. So, you understand now, even with rules, this is what happens. The atmosphere shifted slightly. There will always be those who break the rules, but even when following them, this much is possible. But let me say this. My voice cracked like a whip, and all eyes focused on me. Your enemy doesn't play by any rules. A collective gasp went through the crowd. Their expressions hardened. There were no rules between the Lystria Demon Kingdom and the human alliance against demons. No international law, no wartime treaties, not even a customary agreement on the treatment of prisoners. No, not even the concept of prisoners. No rules of any kind. That was the true nature of a war of extermination between races. The duty of Fort Littleside is to defend the border, but border defense is not just about repelling 1 or 2 invasions. We must cast aside all laziness, all complacency, all arrogance, and defend this place with everything we have. If they break through, you know what will happen, don't you? There were no demons in human territory. Most had fled to the current territory of the Lystria Demon Kingdom, but a few had remained in their own lands. Small dark elf city-states, small beastmen tribes, individual demons, dragons with their own territories, those who had not wished to be incorporated into the newly founded nation of Lystria. The founding of Lystria, historically, was a response to the consolidation of human nations. The rise of Rank Kingdom, which had conquered its neighbors with the power of the Dragon Knights. The unification of the desert tribes, which would become the Empire. And the rapid spread of the monotheistic religion that would lead to the Holy Kingdom. But after the wars, they had chosen to join hands with their brethren. The wise ones, who knew that total continental domination was not feasible, had desired stability after securing a certain amount of territory, with humans as allies. And in the process, the demons had been made the enemy of humanity. To solidify their unity, they had made an enemy of those who were different. A classic, primitive, and effective tactic, one that had been repeated ad nauseum on Earth. And in human territory, they had been eradicated. If Fort Littleside were to fall, that history would repeat itself. The streets of Littleside we had walked. The restaurant on Lake Kagan, the couple at the food stall, the people we had seen in the town. All of it, no matter how much you beg, no matter how much you apologize, they will not stop. They will trample on everything you hold dear, and they will slaughter everyone you love. Just imagining it, their faces contorted in anguish, and at the same time, a new resolve appeared in their eyes. You should not be ashamed of your defeat today. But you understand now, don't you? The kind of resolve that is required on the battlefield. Deception, traps, poison, magic, everything was permitted. There was no room for the intoxicating words of honor and pride. Even ruthlessness was more valuable than defeat. Your commander, Bringit Finnis, is the embodiment of chivalry. Learn from her, and be a proud Dark Knight. Be a proud warrior. The words honorably and pride seemed to suit the demons. They were a rational people who would settle their disputes with duels, minimizing bloodshed. But for humans, it was different. But at the same time, remember this. That someone like me will one day become your enemy. Think about it. How will you protect what you hold dear? What will you give up? What will you sacrifice? There were things you wanted to protect. There were things you couldn't protect, but maybe. If you gave up something, I have abandoned my pride. I have stopped following rules that were not set. I have cast aside my petty ethics, my aversion to killing my own kind. My feelings, my gentle thoughts, the things I didn't want to do. If I gave up those things, maybe. I am the Lord of Disease, remember that. I thought back to the day of my investiture. The day I truly became the Lord of Disease. The day I decided to fight for this nation, even as a convenient tool. I reversed my grip on the wooden sword and slammed its tip into the training ground floor. The stone paving cracked under the force of the magically enhanced blow, and in the echoing silence, I held the shattered remains of the wooden sword and declared, with all my resolve, all who threaten the peace of the Lystria demon kingdom are my enemies. I slowly looked around the silent training ground. Good faces, it seemed I had made my mark on them. Their pride and resolve as soldiers of the Lystria demon kingdom, as protectors of the peace. I softened my voice. I am the Lord of Disease. Remember that. The hostility had vanished, replaced by a new warmth. No matter my origin, no matter my race, I am a supreme commander of the 6th Army. I threw the remains of the wooden sword to the ground. I declared, I am your ally. Applause and cheers filled the venue. Chapter 101, The End of the Battle. Having won all 10 matches against the Dark Knights, I could confidently say that today's main objective, reforming the consciousness of the Littleside garrison, had been achieved. At worst, it would have been enough for them to unite against me, but the warm atmosphere in the venue suggested that I, too, had been accepted. It wasn't a good thing for the Lord of Disease to be excessively feared and despised by her own allies. As I had declared, I was a supreme commander of the Demon King's army of the Lystria Demon Kingdom, and as for the sub-goal, showing Liz how cool I am, I returned to my unit, handed my wooden sword to Harkin and my gloves to Samarkand. I lowered my hood and took a breath. In truth, today's results were the product of my own independent actions. By making them, too, part of the audience, I had emphasized the Lord of Disease's isolation. And from that state, I had aimed for a psychological effect, a gap, to make them reevaluate me. In other words, a petty trick. I had used villainous tactics against the Dark Knights, her sister's unit. Master. I slowly looked at Liz, her expression was hard. I'm sorry, for calling you a real villain. Oh, what's that? This is the first I'm hearing of this. Her unexpected words made me worry that I had failed the sub-goal. But then, her expression softened, and she smiled. No, it's just something Rebecca and I were talking about. You were cool. That one word, to be affirmed by Liz, it made me feel like I had value. Did I do a good job as the Lord of Disease? I asked the 4 of them. You did. You are the pride of your subordinates. Yes. It was quite impressive. Honestly, you've changed my opinion of you. A truly magnificent battle and speech. Now, no one in the Dark Knights, no, in the Littleside garrison, will dare to underestimate the Lord of Disease. It was so wonderful, my soul trembled. It strengthens my vow to pledge my loyalty to you until my last breath. Liz, Rebecca, Harkin, and Samarkand all praised and acknowledged me in their own words. I see. Yes, thank you, everyone. I smiled, savoring the satisfaction of having achieved both the main and sub-goals simultaneously. I couldn't have one without you. It's because I truly trust you all that I was able to fight in such an unfamiliar place. All of my tricks and stratagems had been built on my trust in these 4, and the disinformation unit. I'm grateful. Lord of Disease. A clear voice echoed through the training grounds as the sun began to set. Nisama. Bridget. She was in her military uniform, just as she had been when we first met. Her silver hair, tied back in a ponytail, was as valiant as ever. She was a fellow Supreme Commander, commander of the 2nd Army, the Dark Knights, and my friend, Bridget. Perhaps the word former should be added before friend. She was holding 2 wooden swords. She tossed one to Samarkand, and he caught it effortlessly. Take up your sword. Bring it, Sama. With all due respect, my master has just completed 10 consecutive matches. Why do you ask this of her? I have seen the Lord of Disease's resolve, but I wish to see it for myself with my own eyes. This is just a mock battle. The outcome is irrelevant. She stared at me, her gaze unwavering. Take up your sword, Lord of Disease. I smiled brightly, took the sword from Samarkand's hand, and threw it to the ground. What? Bridget's serious expression froze. Then it turned to one of confusion. And no, it really is just a mock battle, with wooden swords, And you can use that magic item too. I swear I'll be extremely careful. Really? Really? On my knightly honor. Yes, but I still refuse. I shook my head again. There are occasional fatalities in training, right? And some of your dark knights have been transferred to the undead army, haven't they? I don't doubt you, Bridget, but as a supreme commander, I can't take that risk. I'm sorry. I swear I'll be extremely careful. I am a knight. And for a knight, there are some things you can only understand by crossing swords. Bridget picked up the wooden sword and approached, offering it to me, hilt first. I have not yet crossed swords with you. I understand what you're saying, but I formally refuse. There were many things I wanted to talk to Bridget about, but not now, not here, not with a sword. I understand, but I'm not a knight. I'm not a warrior. Strictly speaking, I'm not even a mage. Even if I wore a mage's robe and held a staff, I was just a human. My job is to not fight. My job is to kill as many humans as possible without ever lifting a sword. And yet, I called myself the Lord of Disease because I was a commander. And the duties of the commander of the 6th Army did not include wielding a sword. Even if we crossed swords, you wouldn't understand anything. Besides, I didn't want to point my sword at her, nor did I want her to point her sword at me. I see. Instead, how about we have a chat later? About your future with her sister, I whispered the last part. What? Master, what are you talking about? Did you make a move on my sister? Her gaze was cold, exasperated, and relieved. I hadn't spent as much time with Bridget as I had with Liz, so I couldn't quite read her expression. Not yet. Please stop saying things like that, Master. And Nisama, that's not what's happening. Master and I are both women, and we have a purely professional relationship. What she's saying is just a joke, a form of sexual harassment. She says things like that as easily as she breathes. Which one of you should I believe? Me, the one who was just praised by her subordinates as the pride of the army. I take that back. Me, her sister. Well, either way, she's my precious sister. Don't make her cry. Of course not. Nisama, it's not either way. Can we talk later? Of course, we can always talk now. Bridget smiled, a small, genuine smile. She threw both wooden swords to the ground. They clattered and rolled to a stop some distance away. Bridget declared, her voice ringing clear. For today, we are defeated, Lord of Disease. Thank you for participating in this training exercise. And with that, the joint training exercise between the 2nd and 6th Armies was over. Chapter 102. Rabbits on the Ramparts. I stood alone on the ramparts, watching the sunset over the distant horizon, over the human nations. Sorry I'm late. It's fine. I turned to see Bridget climbing the steep stone steps. She wore the same military uniform she'd worn during the training exercise, a long sword and a dagger hanging from her sword belt. It's been a while. Yes, it was awkward. We'd had many conversations, both as supreme commanders, about matters that needed to be discussed. And whatever Bridget might have been feeling, she was not one to let her personal feelings interfere with her duties. First, thank you again for participating in the joint training exercise. The Dark Knights and the entire Littleside garrison are all fired up. You're welcome, I smiled. I'm surprised you came, with a letter like that. I am a supreme commander, but I shook my head slightly. We're friends, aren't we? Bridget's expression became unreadable. No, that wasn't right. She wasn't expressionless. She was hiding her pain. Is it different now? Are Bridget and I different from how we were when we could talk without worrying about our positions? You still call me a friend. Of course. What about you, Bridget? Bridget's eyes wavered. She swallowed, averted her gaze for a moment, then looked at me again. She seemed to have steeled herself, though with some hesitation. There's something I've never been able to tell you. What is it? About Fort Garnulk. Fort Garnulk, the place where Bridget and I had first met. I had been on the ramparts. I noticed you, on the ramparts, after you'd pushed the defensive mages off and were being restrained. She had noticed me, she had saved me. And that was why I was alive. I didn't know what was happening. I thought it was some kind of rebellion. It wasn't a mistake. I had been summoned by the humans of this world to be a mana battery, a sacrifice to fuel their mages. Normally, only those with special mana-absorbing abilities, like Undead and Blackhound Barghists, could take mana from others. But if you enslaved someone with mind magic, you could drain their mana, like turning on a faucet. The only difference was, there was no way to turn it off. I had resisted the mind magic, resisted the injustice. I hadn't been part of the human forces, so it wasn't exactly a rebellion, but the result was the same. I saw you, after you'd pushed off 2 pairs and been restrained by a third, and I thought it was an opportunity. I thought. Bridget's face contorted in pain. She pressed a hand to her forehead, but continued, as if driven by a sense of duty. I gave the order to bombard that spot with offensive magic, to create an opening. Tears welled up in her eyes. I knew there were still people there. People who weren't the enemy, but I was a supreme commander, a knight commander, so I gave the order. She continued her confession, her face a mask of anguish. I ordered them to kill everyone on the ramparts. Bridget squeezed her eyes shut, as if in unbearable pain, and turned her head away. I ordered them to kill you, and everyone else who might have been from your world. She spoke, her head bowed, her eyes still closed. I called her name, Bridget, the sad expression she sometimes wore. Whenever I thanked her for what she'd done, it was only natural for me to thank her, but her expression had always clouded over. This was the reason. I'm not your savior. You saved my life. I had many lifesavers, and she was undoubtedly one of them, the first one to save me in this world. And after that, I was so concerned with my image as a commander that I treated you poorly. Even though you called me a friend. I asked for that, I said it myself. Was she hurt by the loss of our time together, just as I had been? I just took advantage of your kindness. You can blame me. You can hate me, curse me. I had been in her heart, a mere human, someone with no value from the perspective of a knight commander. She had seen me as a human being, so much so that she was consumed by guilt. She, who had shown kindness to a mere human like me, deserved better than the pain of self-recrimination. It wasn't right. Bridget! I called her name and hugged her tightly. I whispered in her long ear. I'm alive. Because you saved me, I'm alive. If you hadn't, I would have died. And after that, if it weren't for the letter you wrote, I would never have had an audience with His Majesty. I would never have met Liz. I would never have become the Lord of Disease. But you did, become the Lord of Disease. Bridget's voice trembled, her body shuddered, and I felt her emotions transfer to me. You're a normal person, you said you didn't want to kill. And yet we took advantage of you again. We made a human give orders to kill her own kind. And you were used as a decoy, weren't you? That's what the position, the name, is for, isn't it? You almost died so many times. We forced that dangerous role on you, using the position of Supreme Commander as bait. Don't be ridiculous, Bridget, I said, a hint of anger in my voice. I grabbed her shoulders and pulled her back, looking into her eyes. I chose to become the Lord of Disease. I had been called a heartless monster, the enemy of humanity. There was no lie in those titles. My orders had created a living hell, but no one in this nation had ever forced me to do it. I hugged her again. She pressed her face into my shoulder. We held each other, as if sharing our pain, our arms tight around each other's backs. I was happy. I really was. I don't know why, even if it was out of guilt. But are you saying all of that was a lie? I remember. The first thing I saw when I woke up from the fever was you. I remember your gentle touch when you helped me up, when you pulled the blanket over my shoulders. I was happy every time you came to visit. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I pressed my face into her shoulder. When you said I could call you Bridget, when you said you were my friend, even after I moved to the barn, you didn't abandon me, you made sure I was taken care of. I was happy. I still remember the warmth of the blanket you gave me. If it hadn't been for that warmth, if it hadn't been for her, I would have died. If it hadn't been for her, the Lord of Disease would never have been born. To me, that one blanket was heavier than all of humanity. I was bad at math. The scales of my heart were heavily weighted towards those I cherished. It was just a blanket, Bridget whispered, her voice weak. Not to me. We both pulled away at the same time. We leaned against the stone ramparts, watching the sunset over the distant horizon. Do you remember when you asked me for something? I do. You said you'd get me anything. I thought it would be something material. So, when you asked if you could call me by my name, I was ashamed of myself. I was happy when you said I could call you Bridget. I thought, if we became friends, maybe I could forget what I'd done. Maybe if I was kind to you, it would make up for it. Your kindness made me happy. And I was hurt by the humans who summoned me to this world. Don't forget that. If she hadn't ordered the attack, I would have undoubtedly been killed by my captors. Do you remember when I pointed my sword at you in the royal castle? Yes. My hair was short for a while. I touched the right side of my hair, which was shorter than the left. I really thought I might have to kill you then. I thought you were being used. Well, I wouldn't deny that, but do I look like the type to be used? Not now. But I thought so then. I mean, can you believe it? Bridget's tone was playfully accusatory. A mere human, with no backing, who had only been here a short time, became the heartless monster and enemy of humanity, the Lord of Disease, in such a short time. No, it's unbelievable. It was a story so far-fetched, it was almost laughable. And on top of that, the 6th Army was established, and you became the 6th Supreme Commander in the history of Lystria. I was sure you were being deceived, being set up as a convenient decoy. I wouldn't say that's entirely untrue, but the basic plan was my idea, and all the field operative units are under my direct command. I was a decoy. My job was to be conspicuous, to be hated, but that wasn't my only job. I had authority, subordinates, a budget. I was a small, special unit, but I was undeniably a supreme commander, a pillar of the Lystria Demon Kingdom. I also had a mansion with a maid and a supreme commander's salary. We looked at each other and laughed. I'm sorry for not telling you anything. No, it's fine. It's just how things turned out. There were things I couldn't say, too. Bridget stepped away from the rampart and smiled, offering her right hand. I took it, and she squeezed it firmly. Congratulations on your appointment as a Supreme Commander. I welcome you, from the bottom of my heart, as a protector of the Lystria Demon Kingdom, and as a friend. I returned her handshake, my heart full. I felt like we were finally equals. I felt like we could finally, proudly, call each other friends. Chapter 103, 10 Seconds of Eternity. Master Nisama, what happened? You both look so refreshed. Liz, who had been standing on the ramparts a short distance away, greeted us as we approached. You're very observant, Liz. Well, I am your vice commander and her sister. Practically family, so we're practically married, right? You spout nonsense as easily as you breathe, Master. Bridget chuckled at our usual banter. We had a lot to talk about. I see. It's probably best if I don't ask, right? Yes, I'd appreciate that. Girls have a few secrets, you know. Isn't that a bit many? Not at all. Though you don't have many, Liz. What do you mean by that? You don't have much to hide. The darkness deepened. The sun had set beyond the horizon. A faint orange glow lined the dark earth, drawing a single line across the world. This twilight hour, when the world was at its most beautiful, was the same on Earth as it was here. In the dim light, as if the world was about to end, I smiled. I love this country. I touched the stone rampart, its warmth almost gone. This wall was built to protect everything behind it. How much blood had been shed to build this wall? How many people had fought to build a lasting peace? How many kind people had there been? Because Bridget saved me. Because she saw me as me, and didn't judge me solely based on my race. It wasn't that big of a deal. It's the kind of thing wars are fought over. I am not like you. There was a line drawn across the world. Everything I cherished was on this side of the line. So, the other side. So, the other side. So, I will destroy them, I muttered. Does humanity deserve to exist? Bridget and Liz fell silent, looking at me with the same expression, a look that confirmed their sisterhood. What's wrong? Well, when you make that face, it's a reminder that you're a supreme commander. Yes, I am, just like Bridget. I hugged her, squeezing her tightly. Wait, what? Why am I being hugged? It's fine, it's fine. Hugging friends is perfectly normal. What, is it? Yes, it is perfectly normal, I declared. Am I still your friend? You're kind of an idiot, aren't you, Bridget? I pulled away and looked at her, exasperated. Why am I being insulted now? If you don't know, you deserve to be punished. I hugged her again, squeezing her tightly. Bridget looked at Liz, probably with a helpless expression. Liz, I don't know, this is between you two. But for what it's worth, Master has always called you her friend. I see. I couldn't see her face, but I knew Bridget was smiling. But isn't it still strange to hug someone? It's perfectly normal, I declared. Master, you and my sister really don't have that kind of relationship, do you? Liz's gaze was filled with suspicion. No, at least not yet. What do you mean, not yet? And isn't it still strange to hug a friend? It's not strange, see? This time, I hugged Liz. She felt different from Bridget. and the fact that she felt familiar brought a sweet sense of satisfaction. No, I was talking about how you just hug people so casually. It's perfectly normal, I declared. I don't think so. I could feel Liz's face turning bright red. Not because I was so in tune with her emotions, but because the tips of her long ears, which I was touching, were hot. All right, I pulled away. You understand. I savored Liz's relieved expression for a moment, then hugged her again. What did you just understand? That this is special. She was in my arms, on my side of the line. A beloved sensation, my special someone. I entrust my sister to you. I'll take good care of her. Could you two please get my permission before you do that? Liz was absolutely right. I had no counterargument, so I often just smiled and ignored her. But this time was different. Then I'll ask, can I hug you a little longer? Why would you think I'd say yes? So it's okay if I let go, I whispered in her ear, still holding her. Liz fell silent. Oh, of course not. The 10-second pause couldn't be considered an immediate answer. Chapter 104, Farewell to a Best Friend. After the joint training exercise, I stayed in Littleside for another week. I moved to the barracks in Fort Littleside and participated in a proper joint training exercise, with Harkin in charge of swordsmanship training and Rebecca and Samarkand in charge of countermagic training. More accurately, Bridget and Liz gave me some training, and I showed them the limits of my abilities, both sisters sharing a similar smile. When the training was over, I spent my time chatting leisurely, sometimes with just Bridget, sometimes with Liz, as if to make up for lost time. I even kept my promise to the chef and visited the restaurant on Lake Kagan again, this time with Bridget, for a total of 4, and we enjoyed a wonderful dinner. It was a fun, special time. And so, it had to end. The time for farewells had come. Hey, Bridget. I hugged her and she patted my back comfortingly. Come on, the carriage is ready. In just a week, Bridget seemed to have gotten used to my antics. We will wait as long as you need. We would not dare to interrupt a farewell between friends. Today, Samarkand was a competent coachman. Harkin was silent, but I knew he too would wait as long as I wanted. But I couldn't. I'm going to miss you. Yes, me too. She stroked my hair, then she gently pushed my shoulders, creating a small distance between us. We were now face to face. I'm so reluctant to leave. She was my first friend in this world. We'd had a misunderstanding, and we'd finally reconciled. But now, we were both supreme commanders of the Demon King's army. We had mountains of work to do, but in different places. Master, let's go. We can't stay like this forever. I know, but I looked at Liz, she smiled. You have me, don't you? She said something so incredibly cute that I had to hug her. Liz's face turned red. Why do you always have to hug me like that, Master? Because I'm happy. I nuzzled her cheek one last time, then pulled away. Bridget, well then. Yes, take care of my sister. Of course, I nodded. If anything happens, call me. I'll drop everything and come. I'll try to make sure that's not necessary, so please just give me a heads up. We all got into the carriage, and it started to move. I opened the carriage window. See you later, Bridget. I leaned out and waved enthusiastically. Yes, see you later. She waved back, a big whole-body wave so I could see it even from this distance, so everyone could see it. I was so happy that I waved back even more enthusiastically and lost my balance. Whoa, Master? Liz quickly caught me, preventing me from falling. She pulled me back inside the carriage. Liz and Rebecca gave me exasperated looks. You're so reckless, Master. What were you doing? Thank Liz. Yeah, Liz still had her arms around my stomach, so I turned and hugged her. Thank you, Liz. You really like hugging, don't you, Master? It's a little different. How so? I just really love you, Liz. Yes, I know. Rebecca, do you think she knows? I think so, but you should probably say those things when you're alone. As expected of Rebecca. Rebecca, please stop saying such things. Liz, who had been lightly hugging me back, released me and pushed me away. I didn't let that deter me. I scooted closer, our shoulders touching. That was a fun trip. Yes, it was. Liz nodded. I was a little disappointed that we didn't have more time for sightseeing, but we'd managed to find some fun in between, and most importantly, our work was done. The thorn in my side was gone, and I felt like everything was going smoothly. Though I knew that was an illusion. But when we get back, please get back to work. As I'm sure you're aware, we have many enemies and many challenges ahead. Yes. I was the lord of disease. Species, human. Objective, human extinction. My battle would not end until all of humanity was exterminated, or until I died, or until I was no longer needed. I hugged Liz as if to ward off the chill that had crept into my heart. So, that's why I hug. Did you finally give up on making up a legitimate reason? As I held Liz, I thought, she's so warm, so soft, so precious. Compared to this, all of humanity is worthless. Liz, as if sensing something, stopped trying to push me away. She gently wrapped her arms around my back and hugged me back. End of Volume 2.